Since ancient times, people have pondered fate, believing it to be predetermined and that every mortal must fulfill their duty and suppress their desires. These rules apply only to ordinary mortals who must accept whatever fate bestows upon them. But one young man at the age of 16 defied fate, refining and tempering himself to a state of perfection. He spent all his days in intense training, working tirelessly to hone his swordsmanship. This was Zhang Zhechen, the only son of Mindi, one of the 9 emperors of Kunlun. The young man was busy training when he heard a beautiful voice saying that his swordsmanship was getting better and better. It was the beautiful Qi Yao, daughter of Qingdi, one of the 9 emperors of Kunlun, and the young man's betrothed. They had grown up together since childhood, training side by side. Everyone said their union would go down in history, and perhaps it would have. But suddenly the girl plunged a knife into her beloved's body. Feeling life leave his body along with the flowing blood, the young man tried to understand why she had done this. For Qi Yao was the love of his life. The last thing he saw was the love of his life, who turned out to be a completely different person. A full 800 years had passed when the young man woke up in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat. His mother was by his side. She was worried that her son was having another nightmare. His mother was a true beauty, a concubine of the king of Yunwu. She couldn't help but worry about her son's health. Since childhood, the boy had been frail and sickly. His illness had confined him to bed, and now the woman could not imagine what would become of her if the irreparable were to happen. This woman was his mother, but in reality, her son had died in bed a few days earlier, and the spirit of Zhang Zhaocheng, who had waited for this moment for many years, had entered his body. In his past life, the young man had no mother, but now that he had awakened in a stranger's body, he was able to feel the warmth of a mother's love. She explained that for 3 nights now, her son had been waking up from nightmares and uttering the name Qi Yao. She wanted to know who that was. But at that moment, a scream rang out on the street. A maid was trying to keep the soldiers from entering the house. This was the Jade Palace, which the soldiers dared not enter. And now the maid Yun was outraged by their behavior. However, a powerful blow to the stomach knocked the girl off her feet, and she fell onto the porch of the house. The stranger was outraged, for this beggar girl had dared to block the prince's path. The stranger was the 8th prince, son of King Yunwu of the district, and his concubine Zhao. The lady of the house, hearing the scream, ran out onto the porch and found the beaten servant there. The woman did not understand what had happened. The lady of the house turned to the prince and said that, even though he was a prince, he could not simply barge into the Jade Palace. But the young man said that such was the queen's order. Starting today, the side palace would serve as the quarters for Consort Lin and her son. It was a form of exile. The woman refused to grovel before the prince. She announced that she would move to the side palace the next day along with her son and the maid. However, the young man demanded that she move immediately, despite the fact that the 9th brother was seriously ill. It was already late at night and it was cold outside. The prince listened to Consort Lin's words and said that people die all the time in this life, and not all of them are worthy of pity. The young man believed that if the 9th brother was so sickly and weak, what was the point of him living at all? Concubine Lin could not believe her ears. After all, they were brothers by the same father. How could anyone be so heartless? At that moment, 9th brother appeared in the doorway. He really did look terrible, completely weakened. The young man told his mother that there was no need to beg anyone. They would leave right away. The woman looked very worried. She didn't want her son to go out, since it was cold outside. But the young man said there was no need to beg. Sooner or later, they would return to the Jade Palace. After that, taking absolutely nothing from the house, simply wrapped in a blanket, the young man, along with his mother and the maid, left the Jade Palace. In his past life, the young man had never experienced such suffering. Everyone knew that Consort Lin had lost her status, and now there was no longer a place for them in the royal palace. Respect, resources, connections, money, and opportunities. In this cruel world, only the strong get everything. For the weak, all that remains is to take small steps toward death. Their new home looked no better than a poor man's house. The young man lay in bed and remembered that the sacrifice ceremony was to take place the next day. The young man told his mother that at tomorrow's ceremony, he would certainly unlock the Seal of Power and become a warrior, and this would prove his valor. The Seal of Power is a kind of qualification granted by the gods to humans for self-improvement and tempering. Those who have not unlocked the Seal of Power will never be able to obtain true Qi and become truly strong. The 8th prince unlocked the Seal of Power at the age of 10, and now he has already reached a high level. Zhenyu was already 16, but he still hadn't unlocked the Seal of Power. The boy was frail and his mother was deeply worried about him. If he didn't do it right now, it would be impossible to achieve great results. Besides, the young man had missed the prime age for training. However, Mrs. Lin believed in her son and hoped that Zhen would still prove to everyone that they were wrong when they had written him off. As she was leaving her son's room, the woman told the boy never to utter the name Qi Yao in the future, not even in his sleep. After that, she wished him good night, since he had a difficult day ahead of him tomorrow. Qi Yao founded the Central Empire and ruled over all the lands of Kunlun. She was an empress, and it was disrespectful to call her by her first name. Every year, all districts must pay tribute and taxes to the Central Empire. The person who governs a district is called a district prince. One of the most important holidays was the sacrifice ceremony, a nationwide celebration during which children received their sacred mark. The ninth brother was already 16 years old, and even if he attended the sacrifice ceremony, he was unlikely to receive a mark. He would only be there to make a fool of himself. The sixth prince said that thanks to the king, 9 children had been born, and each of them was unique. 8 had received sacred marks, unlike the youngest son, the overgrown one. And now his brothers couldn't understand why the young man was even alive, since there was no point in it. For anyone with royal blood, getting a mark is no problem. Perhaps the ninth brother wasn't their father's son at all, which was why he hadn't received a mark yet. The young man walked in silence, ignoring the taunts. He reassured himself. Until he became strong, he would not waste time on pointless arguments. In a past life, his father had given him a white magic stone, and now, somehow, that stone was back in the young man's hand 800 years later. The district commander announced that the sacrifice ceremony was beginning right now. Drums sounded, and special priests slaughtered several sacrificial pigs, offering them as a tribute. After that, a sacred light descended from the sky and began to place marks on the children's foreheads. The general's youngest son, at the age of 6, had already received a mark. The glowing sacred mark indicated the 4th class, and now a bright future awaited the boy. After that, marks rained down on the other children. Parents and children were overjoyed, realizing that their future would now be bright. More and more happy and contented people received marks and rejoiced. But Zhen's 9th son still stood there, lost in thought and alone. The ceremony was drawing to a close, and then a divine light placed a mark on the forehead of the emperor's 9th son, which was very strange because the young man had reached the age of 16. Everyone knew that the boy had been in very poor health since childhood, so now they looked at Zhen with surprise. His brothers, too, could not hide their disappointment and surprise. They believed such a thing was impossible, but at the same time the fact remained a fact. In the end, it was announced that the 9th prince had received the sacred mark. Concubine Lin was overjoyed. Her son had finally succeeded, and he had done it. At that moment, a priest approached them. He congratulated the concubine and the 9th prince and said that the queen was inviting the boy to personally determine the class of the mark he had just received. The concubine was very frightened when she heard about the queen's invitation. Zhen noticed this and realized that the queen must be very cunning. The queen announced that the emperor had withdrawn to purify himself and that she was in charge of the ceremony this year. The commander-in-chief reported that the Bible of sacred marks contained all the marks of martial arts masters, but none of them matched the mark received by the 9th son. If it cannot be identified, then the mark has no class. It is clear that the prince is already past his prime and will not achieve anything greater. So the queen decided to conserve purification resources and give the 9th son only 1 bottle of bone marrow cleansing fluid. This was very unfair, because when the 7th prince received his mark, he was given 12 bottles of the liquid. But the queen believed that the two situations were incomparable, since the 7th prince had received his mark when he was only 3 years old. The 7th brother was the queen's son. He had inherited her powerful lineage. No one in the district could compare to him, and the district's future stability and prosperity depended on him. Concubine Lin recalled that when the 8th prince received his mark, he was given 4 bottles of bone marrow flushing liquid. The queen replied, "The more talented a person is, the more resources they will receive. Among the princes, the 9th is the weakest, so naturally, he will receive the least." The queen was already getting angry and said that this was her final word, and if consort Lin did not calm down, she would be left with nothing at all. Zhen realized that his mother had been repeatedly mistreated by the queen. The boy decided that he would work hard to help his mother become stronger. At that moment, the young man was summoned to come forward and collect his reward. On the servant's tray was a single small bottle of liquid. Zhen hugged his mother and left the palace with her. He didn't want to stay there another minute. The queen called after them that the annual evaluation of the royal family would take place in 3 months. The 9th brother must work hard and do everything possible to reach the stage of bone marrow washing and exiting the channels. The eighth brother believed that all this could not be achieved in 3 months. The ninth brother would need at least a year for that. Zhen walked home thinking that very little time would pass before all these people would be very surprised. He would not disappoint them. The first stage of self-cultivation is to open the chi pool as expected. This body was too weak, so it could only open a pool the size of an egg. That is far too small. The size of the pool would increase as he cultivated. He just needed to focus on establishing the meridian practice. He needed to prove that he could reach the bone marrow washing stage in less than 3 months. But the young man intended to do it in a single day and become a warrior today. He sat on the bed, deeply focused, with just one step remaining before the first meridian. Soon he realized he had succeeded and had indeed reached the stage of bone marrow washing and channel breakthrough. He was likely now at the initial level of the yellow realm. Martial arts practice was divided into the yellow, black, earth, and heaven realms, and each realm was further divided into 7 levels: initial, intermediate, advanced, dawn, intermediate, final, and concluding. After establishing the meridians and learning true chi at the initial, intermediate, and advanced levels, the body's strength increases. Many warriors at the advanced level could develop the bull strength technique, and later, upon reaching the dawn level, the 4 bulls strength technique, which was 4 times more powerful than the previous one. Zhen ordered himself to reach the advanced level in a couple of months and prove his worth at the annual evaluation. The young man had no intention of giving up and wanted to save his mother's honor. Concubine Lin watched her son with concern as he now worked and trained diligently all day long. The young man was engaged in self-cultivation. He spent all his days and nights training, and now all that was needed was to provide him with the best resources possible. The young man felt as if some magical and divine abilities were entering his mind. The mark on his forehead seemed to draw in the circulation of qi, and soon it felt as though the amount of qi had doubled. The young man was using exercises from the Ming Emperor's imperial scripture. The rate of absorption was very fast, but it was still too slow. Zhen knew if he had a spiritual crystal, then the entire practice would proceed faster. For a spiritual crystal is created from spiritual qi and can be either natural or obtained from the body of a wild beast. And then the young man remembered the spiritual crystal. Perhaps this white stone was precisely such an object. Zhen looked at the crystal of space and time. He had never seen such symbols in his life, yet he still understood them. He had infused true qi into the white stone many times, but no symbols had appeared. Perhaps this was not true qi, but some kind of natural force. In that case, the sacred mark represented some natural phenomenon of space and time. In nature, most spiritual crystals lack an individual essence. Nevertheless, there are several crystals with special attributes, such as the fiery spiritual crystal, the ice of the depths, the strike of lightning, and so on. Zhen knew a great deal in his past life, but he had never heard of a spiritual crystal of space and time. After all, humans cannot control time, and even gods must obey the rules. Suddenly, the crystal in the boy's hand began to glow, and then a powerful energy surged to the other side of the room, flinging the boy onto the bed. It felt as though he had been swept up by a current and carried away, as if a hurricane had swept into the room. Soon he found himself in some unfamiliar place. He hit the stone floor hard and was glad that he had at least regained some strength. On a stone table, he saw a scroll and a book. The young man tried to pick up the scroll, but he couldn't even budge it, let alone open it. Zhen decided to examine the book first, and as soon as he reached for it, he immediately sensed a surge of energy. It was a transcript by the holy monk Zumi. This monk possessed the same mark of space and time, and it was generally believed that, since ancient times, only 2 people in the world had ever possessed it. This monk had died over 100,000 years ago. The young man realized that he was now inside his crystal, and time flowed differently there. 3 days in this space were equal to 1 day in the human world, which meant the young man would have more time than others, and that was excellent news. Zhen began flipping through the book, but for some reason, turning the pages was difficult. Looking at the scroll, the young man thought that many exercises were recorded there, and they might relate to the practice of space and time. He needed to reach the dawn level as soon as possible to examine the scroll. The young man felt hungry. With the space-time crystal, he had a much better chance of reaching an advanced level within 3 months. He could take his time and train calmly. Now the young man felt constantly hungry. Ever since he became a warrior, ordinary food was no longer enough for him. Concubine Lin told her son that after receiving the sacred mark, he must not eat ordinary food. The boy needed to take 10 blood pills, but if that wasn't enough, she would figure something out. The young man knew how much a single pill cost, and now he wanted to know where his mother had gotten enough money to buy him 10 blood pills. The maid explained that Lady Lin had traded her favorite gold hairpin for those blood pills. The woman said it didn't matter, because as long as her son became a true warrior, she would always support him, even if it meant selling all her jewels. Zhen replied that the woman shouldn't worry, he would do everything possible to become stronger and protect her. The boy couldn't admit to his mother that he had already become a warrior. It had happened too quickly, and if his other brothers and the queen found out, they would surely pull some kind of dirty trick. The maid was combing her mistress's hair and said that a warrior must not only take the pills, but also develop combat skills to open the meridians. The woman knew this perfectly well, but even the most basic exercises cost more than 500 coins, and they couldn't afford that yet. Besides, the queen would certainly not grant Zhen access to the library. The woman decided to turn to her family for help, with whom she hadn't spoken in many years. Yet now, for her son's sake, she was ready to kneel before them and beg their forgiveness. The maid knew her mistress wasn't to blame for what had happened, but that didn't matter now. 3 days passed, and the young man went out into the courtyard intending to train. He used the elephant technique to test his strength. As a result of the strike, a dent appeared on the stone, matching the shape and size of a hand, but it was too weak. Although training indoors had paid off, the young man had finally mastered the first palm movement in the dragon and elephant techniques. At this stage, his technique was perfect. He just needed to strengthen his body. At that moment, the maid Yun approached the young man and said that his mother was looking for the prince. The young man replied that he had gone out to get some fresh air and asked how the maid was feeling. The girl replied that humble servants could not afford proper medicine, so her recovery would take several months. But she was grateful to the 9th prince for his concern. The maid mentioned that they were going to see Ning Shan. They hadn't seen each other in a long time and should be happy. Zhen, of course, didn't know who Ning Shan was, but according to the maid, he had some special connection to her. Zhen arrived at the Lin estate with his mother. He didn't understand why the family didn't support his mother and why she continued to endure the prince and queen's taunts. Something must have happened here before. The woman told her son that he was looking forward to meeting Ning Shan. Now that the boy had received the sacred mark, they would have more to talk about. His mother advised him not to miss this chance. Zhen still didn't understand who Lin Ning Shan was, and it all seemed strange. After his mother left with the servants, the maid Yun suggested that the boy go see Ning Shan. The girl was most likely at the training stadium where all the young men of the Lin family trained. Zhen wandered around the estate for a long time, and soon he saw a training area filled with warriors. The Lin family was considered great in their region. The young man saw a pretty warrior girl with a sword in her hands. Her restrained power had been unleashed. This was the realm of the sword following the heart. The girl's combat skills had reached the intermediate level of the Yellow Realm, and this was far superior to those of the 8th prince. At that moment, someone recognized the 9th prince. Everyone had already heard that the young man had received the sacred mark. Even though he was already 16 years old, there was whispering in the crowd that the 9th prince had once been in love with Ning Shan. But now the girl was engaged to the 7th prince, and it was unclear how Zhen would react to this. The man said that the 9th prince had received his mark and was supposed to go to the pavilion on the district prince's estate, where the book collection was kept. But now his mother had come here. The lady begged her older brother to give her son a book on improving his skills, since he was her own nephew. But the man was furious. For 3 years ago, he had come to his sister's estate in exactly the same way and begged her. Why then had she not saved her nephew Chen Yu? The man would hear of no explanations. He said the family had long since severed all ties with her, and concubine Lin must never return here again. The older brother told his sister that their father was in another city, and it was impossible to see him. The engagement between the 7th prince and Ning Shan would take place soon, and the 9th prince needed to stay away from the girl. The woman wept, for everyone knew how much her son loved Ning Shan and how much it would hurt him now. And besides, it was unclear why the 7th prince had been chosen. The man replied that the 7th prince was a genius. No one in the region could compare to him or even match his skills. An alliance with such a prince would benefit the Lin family. The woman tried to say that Ning Shan wouldn't be happy if she married for the sake of benefiting her family. However, the man replied that consort Lin was mistaken because it had been Ning Shan's own decision. Ning Shan finally saw the 9th prince. She congratulated her cousin on receiving the sacred mark. The young man replied that, unfortunately, this mark had no rank, so it could not compare to Ning Shan's mark. Now at least he understood who she was. However, the girl believed that the fact that Zhen had received the mark at such a mature age was a blessing from heaven. This mark would surely help strengthen his body, and the young man would become healthier and be able to live like a normal person. Zhen replied that he would work hard and try to catch up to her. But the young man didn't know that he had once been in love with this beauty. Ning Shan realized that he would continue to chase after her, so she decided to put a stop to any such attempts right away. She informed him that she was at the intermediate level of the Yellow Realm. The girl advised her cousin to train step by step, not to make unreasonable demands, and not to take on more than he could handle. Otherwise, he would only end up hurting himself. The young man thought Ning Shan was very arrogant and didn't understand why Zhen liked a girl like her. At that moment, his cousin announced that in 3 months, when the emperor finished his purification, her engagement to the 7th prince would take place. The girl was practically certain that Zhen would now lose heart and give up. Everyone present watched this melodrama with interest, hoping to laugh if the 9th prince fainted at the news. Zhen looked closely at the girl, then said he wished her happiness and congratulated her, since now they would be doubly connected. Ning Shan was furious at this turn of events. Did this blockhead not even want to know the reason? The young man replied that he would attend the ceremony to personally congratulate the girl, but if she had nothing more to say, he would like to return to his mother. Zhen found his mother in tears. He tried to figure out what had happened and why she was crying. At that moment, his uncle approached them. He was carrying a skill training kit designed to help reach the bone marrow washing stage. In addition, he handed over 2 more vials of bone marrow washing fluid. Now the young man understood why his mother was crying. She must have endured humiliation to obtain these items. And the woman rushed to her son and begged him to thank his uncle. Zhen hugged his mother and said they needed to leave. They didn't need handouts from the Lin family. Everyone present was in shock. They didn't understand who this insolent young man thought he was. The girl thought her cousin was acting strangely, but her father replied that he had received the sacred mark and had become a bit unyielding. However, it wasn't worth paying attention to. Ning Shan agreed with her father. In any case, they would belong to 2 completely different worlds. Zhen knew that to advance to the intermediate level, he needed more bone marrow cleansing fluid, but a single bottle cost at least 2,000 silver coins. He had to figure out where to get the money. And then the young man thought he could write down all the martial arts techniques he had read about in his past life and sell them. Practical skills and martial arts techniques have 5 stages: human, saint, spirit, king, and god. The higher the class of the martial art, the more difficult it is to practice. Zhen clearly remembered some low-tier martial arts techniques and exercises that could be safely shared with ordinary people. The young man was certain that even these low-tier techniques would cause a stir throughout the entire district. Martial arts books aren't that easy to copy or print. Zhen still remembered the lowest-tier techniques of the holy stage from his past life. The young man picked up a brush and began writing down the techniques. For this world, they would be the best. Even for a great family like the Lins, the strongest technique is a low-tier one. The technique would consist of 1 or 2 sets unique to the family, and the Sacred Sword skill book would quickly pay for itself. As soon as the work was done, the young man headed to the palace. The guard wanted to know where the 9th prince was going so late. Zhen replied that he wanted to visit the Lin estate and see Ning Shan. The guards let the boy through, thinking him an idiot and a good-for-nothing. They knew that the most gifted child of the Lin family was Ning Shan. The young man threw on a cloak and headed to the combat market, which consisted of various sections. To a certain extent, the combat market determined all the region's ups and downs, so the district was very strict about who could enter. Only warriors or nobles were allowed inside. Zhen understood that he could only get the highest price for his goods at an auction. Upon entering the combat market, he met an employee and said he needed to speak with a deacon from the central auction house. The girl promised to inform the deacon that he was being summoned, but noted that he usually worked with VIP clients. It was, of course, strange that this guy immediately requested a meeting with the head, but the girl complied with the request. The auction employee noticed Keelin's gilded boots, which only people from the royal palace were allowed to wear. Zhen had deliberately put on these boots to impress these people, and then the book of sword techniques would be coveted by many. The young man immediately told the appraiser that he wanted to put the treasure up for auction. Zhen pulled out the book and said that it contained low-grade sword techniques of the holy stage. The appraiser examined the book and confirmed that everything was correct, and then the auction house representative said that the starting bid would be no less than 200,000 silver coins. The young man confirmed that he agreed to proceed according to the auction house's rules. A few hours later, the girl approached him again and informed him that his book had been purchased by the head of the Lin family for 1,240,000 silver coins. At that moment, the auctioneer brought the buyers over to introduce them to the bookseller. Mr. Lin noticed the seller's shoes and realized he was in the presence of an important figure from the royal family. The man introduced himself as Lin Fan Sen, head of the Lin family, and asked for the seller's name. But the young man replied that there was no need. He handed over brief formulas for the sacred sword techniques, as well as illustrations of the stances. Lin Fang confirmed that the illustrations depicted low-tier stances of the holy stage. Furthermore, it was clear that the drawings had been made by a successor from the heavenly realm. This meant their family would become even stronger, because now they possessed such a valuable book. The buyer took the item and said that the book of techniques was wonderful, a worthwhile purchase, and he thanked the seller for this treasure. The father and daughter were on their way home, and the girl said that the seller reminded her of someone. The father also confirmed that he had already seen him in the palace and that his true identity might be frightening. The man explained to his daughter that the illustrations in the book were fresh, most likely drawn today, but anyone capable of writing down the techniques of a sacred sword must be at a high level within the celestial realm. Ning Shan was very surprised, for even their grandfather had not been able to reach such a level. The girl wanted to know if this man was an important figure from the palace. Why was he selling a holy stage sword technique? To the royal family, the sacred sword skills did not belong to any of the martial arts. But it was best not to delve into this, so as not to provoke a negative reaction from such a powerful man. Ning Shan possessed the mark of the sacred sword, so she would be the one to study this book. And if she could master the art of sword techniques, she would shine at the annual evaluation. The young man received all the proceeds from the auction on his VIP card. He exchanged some of the coins for spiritual crystals and kept the rest for himself. And now the young man entered the pharmacy. He wanted to get 20 bottles of bone marrow cleansing fluid, as well as 200 blood pills, some refining powder, and energy pills. All of this could greatly help speed up the process of self-cultivation. And Zhen also remembered the ointment he needed for regeneration. Finally, the young man was returning home when he ran into the maid Yun on the street. The girl was surprised that the 9th prince hadn't gone to bed yet. Zhen handed the girl a small box and told her he'd bought her some ointment to help her arm heal faster. The girl was on the verge of tears. She knew that even the cheapest ointment cost a fortune, and now she couldn't figure out where the 9th prince had gotten the money. The young man replied that he had secrets he couldn't reveal right now. Besides, he hoped the maid wouldn't tell his mother anything. The young man decided to take advantage of the situation and asked why his mother had severed all ties with her family and what had happened 3 years ago. The maid admitted that they had hidden the truth from him because his health was very frail. But now that Zhen had received the sacred mark, he had the right to know the truth. In the Lin family, there was a cousin named Lin Chenyu, the eldest son of Master Lin, who had already completed the Yellow Realm by the age of 17. 3 years ago, he had insulted a certain exceptional genius. The young man's legs were broken, and he was sent to the celestial prison. Zhen couldn't believe his ears. How could this be, since the Lin family was considered one of the greatest who could possibly have dared to imprison the young man? It turned out that the person Lin Chenyu had insulted was the 7th prince, the brightest star in the district. Anyone paled in comparison to him. After the boy was taken into custody, the head of the Lin family came to the palace and begged his sister to file an appeal. The family was willing to pay any price to save the boy. They went to see the king, but were stopped by the queen, who had deliberately gotten involved in the scandal and quarrel with the Lin family representatives. After that, Lady Lin was flogged 30 times, and when the punishment was over, Lady Lin was on the verge of death. Zhen clenched his fists in rage. Could it be that the king didn't care about what was happening right under his nose? The maid replied that the 7th prince was the most talented of all the royal sons. The king loved him dearly, and it turned out that Lin Chenyu had nearly killed the 7th prince, so the king was furious. Members of the Lin family, who had insulted the 7th prince and the queen, later lashed out at his mother, blaming her for their son's death because she had failed to negotiate a pardon. Zhen was deeply upset, realizing that his mother had been wrongly implicated in this affair. He asked how his cousin had been executed. It turned out that the young man had been brought to the palace, castrated, and sent into slavery. Zhen was horrified, for the Lin family's first prodigy had become a eunuch and a slave to the enemy. For the Lin family, this was a tremendous disgrace. The maid confessed that she honestly did not understand why the head of the Lin family was marrying his daughter off to the 7th prince, after all the humiliations the family had endured. Given the 7th prince's talent, he is certain to inherit the throne. If the Lin family wants to solidify its position in the region, they should restore relations with the prince, and marriage is the most suitable way to do so. Ever since the Lin family's first prodigy became the 7th prince's servant, relations between the family and the prince have not been friendly. But these were merely their speculations. The young man told the maid that he was going to rest and that she should also return to the house as soon as possible. The girl looked at the young man and realized that the opening of the divine seal had greatly changed this frail youth. If Empress Lin were to find out about this, she would be overjoyed. As soon as Zhen was alone in the room, he entered the space within his crystal. In this world, without great power, you are nothing. There is no time to waste, and you must open the third meridian tonight to reach the middle of the Yellow Realm. The Sutra of the 9 Divine Emperors can cultivate 36 meridians. In his past life, the young man had cultivated nearly all of them and was practically invincible among his peers. But if he wants to break through to the final stage of the Yellow Realm, he must open all the meridians of this sutra. Zhen practiced intensely and also took vials of bone marrow cleansing liquid. His body was literally bursting with tension. He had opened the third meridian to advance to the final stages of the Yellow Realm. He would need a full reserve of qi. For this, he needed qi accumulating pills. The young man realized that he couldn't replenish his entire qi reserve just yet. It was a good thing he still had some coins left. He needed to improve his cultivation quickly, and it was worth spending the money on that. Some time passed, and it became clear that this wasn't enough. Zhen needed a body-purifying bath to strengthen his body more quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the purified true qi. Several hours passed. The young man used the purifying powder. It was so potent that it felt as though his skin and flesh were changing shape. It could be compared to the process of a snake shedding its skin, from which it had already outgrown, in order to become stronger and more robust. And although this process was accompanied by pain, the young man understood only by going through suffering can one become a true person. The time stone provided 3 times as much time for training, and that was its unique advantage. Only 10 days had passed on the outside, but inside the crystal, a month had already gone by. Zhen had reached the full reserve of true qi energy of the Yellow Realm, and it was a true miracle. The medicinal baths were effective, and physical conditioning also played a significant role. Soon, the young man felt he had enough strength to prepare for the final stage of the Yellow Realm. At that moment, there was a knock at the door, and the maid Yuner reported that she had completed the task assigned to her. The girl was very pleased. She said that, at the young man's request, she had redeemed all the jewelry that Lady Lin had pawned. Zhen asked her to redeem the jewels whenever his mother pawned them. The girl didn't understand why he didn't tell Lady Lin that her son had become a true martial arts master. The young man replied that he wanted to surprise her at the end of the annual test. Besides, his current cultivation level wasn't high enough. He needed to get stronger, and today he needed no one to disturb him. Yuner promised that she would personally guard the door, and if anyone dared to interfere with the 9th prince's training, she would stop them even at the cost of her own life. The opening of the 4th and 5th meridians was successful, but he fell just short of the 6th meridian. The young man couldn't stop now. He swallowed a few more pills to open the 6th meridian. Excruciating pain pierced his body. And finally, he broke through to the final stage of the Yellow Realm. Zhen flung open the door and stepped out of the house. The maid immediately realized that her master had changed drastically, which meant he had succeeded. And now Zhen stood on the street in the snowfall, feeling power fill his body. Calm as a reclining elephant, moving like a wild dragon, the spiritual palm of the dragon elephant. In addition, there was also the dragon soaring in the heavens stage, and the power of his fist had become incomparable. The maid Yun shed tears of joy and congratulated the prince, for he had truly succeeded. And now the girl understood that her master was more talented in martial arts than the 7th prince. Zhen knew that the Qingshuan court was one of the top 3 shops in the city, so he went there specifically to shop. Unexpectedly, an old man approached him completely silently and unnoticed, offering to sell him qi-accumulating pills. It turned out to be the shop owner, Mo Hanlin. He could sense good customers from a distance. The young man introduced himself and said he needed 50 qi-accumulating pills and 30 body-purifying pills. The shopkeeper knew that an ordinary martial artist couldn't just afford to buy qi-accumulating pills and body-purifying pills. Besides, the young man needed far too many of them. The shopkeeper replied that if Mr. Zhen decided to shop elsewhere, he wouldn't be able to acquire such a quantity of what he needed, but his shop had enough pills to satisfy all the customers' desires. Soon the order was assembled and ready, and it turned out that it would cost 80,000 silver coins. But since Zhen wanted to buy a large batch of goods, the shop owner was happy to offer him a discount. And with that in mind, the total cost came to 70,000 silver coins. The young man was pleased with the offer and promised the seller that from now on he would buy the medicines he needed only at this shop. Mo Hanlin was pleased with the deal he had struck, and asked if Mr. Zhen would like to purchase anything else. The young man replied that he did indeed have a few more requests, but he thought this shop didn't sell such items. The shopkeeper immediately guessed that the young man wanted to buy a good weapon. And indeed, the young man had to admit that the old man was absolutely right. The shopkeeper called his assistant and instructed him to take Zhen to the owner's wife and tell her that they valued this customer very highly. She should give him a suitable discount and show him the very best weapons. The assistant was afraid to meet the owner's wife. This woman was capable of stealing a man's soul, but the old man said the young man had nothing to worry about. He was still too young. In the end, Zhaozi was forced to accompany the customer to the weapon stalls. Everyone said their goodbyes and looked forward to the next meeting. On the way to the gun shop, Zhen wanted to know more about the shop owner's wife, who was capable of stealing a man's soul. Zhaozi explained that it was true. This woman was a demon capable of causing a heart attack with a single glance. She had been married 7 times, and all her husbands had died on their wedding night. She had appropriated their property, and the shop owner himself had, until recently, worked for this woman. The guard at the gate said he had sent someone to report the information to the mistress, and now they needed to wait a little while. The lady listened to the maid's report, who informed her that a customer had arrived on behalf of Mr. Mo Hanlon. The owner of the weapons pavilion, the beautiful Chinya, was very tired from the day's events and wanted to wrap things up as quickly as possible. The maid told her that this customer was an ordinary teenager who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. Upon hearing this, the woman immediately became interested. Her fatigue suddenly vanished, and she ordered the young man to be shown into the inner hall. Zhen settled down near a table with fruit and tea, while the sales assistant, Zhaozi, could barely stand on his feet out of fear. Soon the door swung open, and an elegant woman entered, accompanied by 2 maids. She greeted the distinguished guest and asked what kind of weapon he wished to purchase. Zhen was very pleased that his mental strength was high and that he wasn't so easily tempted. The young man replied that he was looking for a sword of the true battle treasure tier. Chinya looked at the young customer with interest. She understood why her husband had wanted her to meet him personally. She couldn't wrap her head around how a teenager could possess such mental strength. The woman announced that she would personally escort the customer to the armory, as he was an honored guest of their shop. Zhaozi knew that no man who had entered the armory alone with the boss's wife had ever returned unscathed. Most likely, Mr. Zhen wouldn't fare any better. Ordinary people use ordinary weapons. Only a martial arts master can unlock the full potential of a true combat weapon, which is crafted from special materials and bears a specific number of inscriptions. Chinya said that the young buyer could choose any sword he liked, and if he had any questions, she would be happy to answer them. The young man walked through the armory, and suddenly his gaze met the eyes on the sword. It seemed as though they had been waiting for this encounter. That ancient sword had a history spanning nearly 1,000 years. It was very heavy and unmatched in sharpness. The material from which it was made was also special. Not a single expert had yet been able to determine what it was made of. If the sword were not damaged, it would be a true combat artifact of at least the 7th rank or even higher. But unfortunately, all the inscriptions on the blade are broken, and if the young Master Zhen wishes to buy it, the lady is willing to sell it for the price of a true first-rank treasure weapon. Zhen wanted to know exactly how many coins it would cost, and the sum of 1,000 silver coins turned out to be just right. Zhen recognized this sword which Qi Yao had given him 800 years ago. When a person dies, the same thing happens to their sword, and if he was able to be reborn, then the sword would be reborn as well. Qin Ya was already getting angry. Did this broken sword really look better than she did, since the boy was staring at it with such a spellbound gaze? The woman pressed herself against the boy and asked, was the young master really going to buy only this broken sword? Or was he perhaps interested in something else? Zhen jumped back from her in fright and pointed to the true combat artifact. It was the Radiant Soul Sword, a 4th-tier true combat weapon. Its blade bore inscriptions and 3 attributes: ice, electricity, and light. Its price was 30,000 silver coins. The young man grabbed both swords, said he was buying them, and ran off, realizing it was too dangerous to remain alone with the shopkeeper. The woman watched the young man run away quickly, but he wouldn't escape her. They would have a lot of fun in the future. She was sure of that. The 8th prince was treated like a true gentleman and served delicious tea. His mother and Master Red Clouds were from the same family, so he considered the girl his sister. It was the girl's first visit to the royal city, and the 8th prince wanted to buy her a fine weapon as a gift. The girl thanked him for the honor and attention and said that she had come here to meet the city's talented and unrivaled people, especially the 1st and 7th princes. Unfortunately, the 7th prince was currently outside the kingdom and had no intention of participating in the annual exam, but perhaps he would manage to return in time to watch the ceremony. At that moment, the ninth prince emerged from the armory. He was holding two swords and it looked very strange. The eighth prince didn't understand what his brother was doing here, since he was supposed to be training. Had the boy bought weapons, and who knows where he got the money if he did something shameful, he'd be in big trouble right away. Chinya heard the threats and said that this was her armory, not the royal palace. Zhen, the ninth prince, was her guest, and if he were mistreated here, she would have to intervene. The eighth prince believed his brother had brought shame upon the royal family, while the stranger couldn't understand why the ninth prince had willingly become the plaything of a wanton woman. Zhen didn't understand why everyone was looking at him so strangely, but right now the young man had no intention of figuring it out. He said goodbye to everyone present, paid for the weapon, and left the armory. Chinya told the young man to stop by her shop from time to time. If he needed additional cultivation resources, he should feel free to visit his slave. Zhen held his sword in his hands and thought that many years had passed. Everything had changed. Things were different now, and the ancient sword no longer possessed its former sharpness. To restore the inscriptions and the sword's power, a blacksmith of at least the 5th level would be required, and now he needed to find out if there was such a blacksmith in the area. The young man took out his magic crystal. He had decided to keep this piece of scrap metal with him, as a reminder that only by becoming stronger would he be able to take revenge on Qi Yao. Zhen decided to investigate the effects of the second sword he had bought at the shop. Soon he infused the sword with energy, the power runes activated on it, and the shining soul sword became much heavier. The young man could barely hold the weapon in his hand and couldn't control it at all. If he learned to summon the 4 power runes and use them skillfully, the power would be unimaginable. But for now, the boy couldn't activate the second rune. He lacked true chi energy, so he decided to test another attribute of the sword. Soon the electricity and ice runes activated, and the sword seemed to glow with energy. After the light runes were activated, he cleaved a massive boulder in two without much effort. Zhen realized the money had not been spent in vain. He needed to hurry with his training and activate all the runes on the sword as quickly as possible. That way he could fully utilize the potential of a true 4th-rank combat weapon. A couple of months passed, and in the Jade Palace, energy was literally overflowing from the rooms. The 8th prince was cultivating. He was straining himself greatly, and his mother worried about her son. Of course, her son's level couldn't be compared to that of the other princes, but when his father saw his progress, he would surely reward the 8th prince. Of course, it was a relief that there was the 9th prince, who most likely hadn't even completed his bone marrow purification yet and wouldn't be participating in the annual test. But even if he did participate, the 8th prince would look very good by comparison. In the Lin Ning Shan family's martial arts arena, she practiced her techniques, astonishing everyone present. The girl had mastered the art of controlling the heart of the heavens, and everyone understood that she was the chosen one and that the Lin family was in good hands. The head of the family praised his daughter and said that her swordmanship amazed even him, and it was now clear that she would be the brightest star of the upcoming annual exam. The girl acknowledged that her long cultivation of the sword, following the heart, had contributed to this. That was precisely why she had managed to master this technique so quickly. In the entire city, only a few young geniuses could reach this level before the age of 20. But Ningshan was only 15 now. She had limitless potential, so she needed to keep practicing. The young man had been cultivating within the crystal space for nearly half a year. His chi reserves were full, and his physical attributes had reached their limit. It was time to master the minor stage of the Yellow Realm. Physically, Zhen was much weaker now than in his previous life, but after prolonged cultivation, he would easily be able to open the 11 meridians in the minor stage of the Yellow Realm. The young man drank several vials of bone marrow cleansing fluid and realized he had broken through to the minor stage of the Yellow Realm. Now he needed to test his limits. He didn't know just how strong he had become. A few days later, Zhen traveled deep into the mountains of the royal palace, where in his opinion, no one should be. There, the young man was able to activate the barbarian elephant gallop. Using this technique, he struck the rocks with his palm and shattered them into small pieces. The result was impressive. The explosive power of his palm was equivalent to that of 8 bulls. Now he needed to test the sword technique. His current reserve of true chi should be enough to activate 2 inscriptions on the sword simultaneously. And indeed, the inscriptions of power and control of the heart of the heavens were activated. Thus, Zhen used the heaven's heart-sucking strike and directed it at the rock. It seemed as though a flower had bloomed, one that not only delighted the eye but also devoured and destroyed. Zhen was not entirely satisfied with the result. This technique can only be performed when the sword follows the heart. The young man understood that he was already close to the realm of the sword's heart. and if he performed such a technique in front of people, their eyes would pop out of their heads in surprise. After that, Zhen decided to practice a defensive technique. It was the ringing of the heart of the heavens. A bell formed around the young man, preventing any harm from being inflicted on him. The protagonist knew this technique would be enough to defend against the entire arsenal of a Yellow Realm martial arts master, but now, to perfect all these moves, he needed to train right up until the very last day. Finally, the day of the annual exam arrived. Zhen had been up since early morning. The maid Yuner warned her master to be careful. There were rumors that the 8th prince had broken through to the minor stage of the Yellow Realm, and he would most likely be targeting Zhen. The 9th prince decided to reveal the secret and told the girl that, in fact, he had also broken through to the minor stage of the Yellow Realm, but for now he had only opened 11 meridians, so he had a lot of work ahead of him. The maid was shocked. Only true geniuses were capable of opening 8 meridians, and even the 7th prince had opened 10 meridians, which was enough to achieve true fame. The girl promised to keep her master's secrets and was ready to help the 9th prince change into his royal robes so he could head to the martial arts arena on Royal Mountain. The maid said that Lady Lin would be observing the annual exam, though she didn't know that her son would also be taking part in the test. She would be overjoyed to see her son become a martial arts master. Yuner finished getting her master ready for the tournament and said that the 9th prince looked more like a real prince than anyone else. Zhen really did look like a different person now, and his royal robes accentuated his bearing. He was ready to enter the royal combat arena. Spectators and participants in the upcoming test had gathered in the royal arena. The district king was also present. Unfortunately, the 7th prince had sent a letter. He would be unable to return due to an important matter. Moreover, with his cultivation level, there was no point in participating in the annual exam. The king was disappointed, for if the 7th son could not take part in the annual assessment, there would be nothing worth watching at all this year. The queen mentioned that the 9th prince had a chance to surprise the king, since 3 months ago he had received the sacred mark. It was immediately clear that the queen wanted to make fun of the young man. The king was very happy to hear this joyful news. He didn't understand why consort Lin hadn't told him this. Lin Yi looked embarrassed. She said that her son had only just received the mark. It wasn't something worth troubling the king over. However, the king believed that the very fact that the 9th prince had received the mark was already reason enough to hold a competition. The king wanted to see his 9th son immediately. The 8th prince replied that everyone had arrived on time except for the 9th brother. He must have become too arrogant after receiving the sacred mark. But suddenly the silhouette of a young man appeared in the doorway, saying that the 8th brother shouldn't speak such things about someone behind their back. The 8th prince turned in alarm and couldn't take his eyes off his younger brother. Zhen walked across the entire hall, bowed to the king in greeting and respect, and said that the 8th prince needed to show respect to the king. The people around them couldn't believe their ears. Had the 9th prince really asked the 8th prince to show respect to the king? Clearly, this guy was asking for big trouble. The queen leapt to her feet in a rage. She couldn't understand how the 9th prince dared to renounce his father. Lin Yi fell to her knees before the king and said that her son must have misspoken by accident. Zhen replied that it was all true. A father should teach his children. Yet the king had ignored the frail and sickly Zhen from the moment of his birth, teaching him nothing and helping him in no way. Besides being a father, a man must be loving and moral, yet the king showed no mercy toward Lin Yi when the queen beat her. All these years they had mocked the woman and shown her no kindness. Furthermore, the 9th son and his mother were thrown out of the palace in the middle of the night in the dead of winter and forced to move to a side hall. And now the man, who was not a proper father and was not a good husband to the woman, can only be called a king. Everyone present understood that something terrible was about to happen. The king wanted to know who had given the order for the eviction and who had sent the 9th prince away with his mother. Lady Zhao, the mother of the 8th prince, could not betray the queen, even though it had been her order. The woman finally fell to her knees before the king and said that she had done it. The king was very angry. He ordered that from now on the woman and her son would live in a side hall. Madame Xiao could barely stand, and the 8th prince was forced to catch his mother in his arms. After that, the king turned to the 9th prince and said that he had become a master of martial arts. The king would forgive his insolence today for the first and last time, and offered his son the chance to participate in the annual examination. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the king was pleased. For this was the response of a true king's son. He certainly had no shortage of courage. And now the start of the annual exam could be announced. Spectators filled the stands and prepared for the spectacle. Zhao Zi was also among the spectators. He didn't understand why his wife had accepted the invitation this time, since in previous years she had never attended this exam. Chinya replied that she had met someone who had piqued her interest, and now she wanted to learn as much as possible about him. Chinya knew that the ninth prince had been a frail and sickly child, that he and his mother had wandered from place to place. But now he had the money to acquire the resources necessary for cultivation. Where had all this come from? Her husband explained that the first round of the martial arts exam was about to begin. The smallest slab weighed 100 pounds. Soon the youngest princess entered the arena. She was very cute, and everyone wanted to know how strong she was. The girl grabbed the smallest slab, lifted it up, and flung it aside. The young princess had received the sacred mark at the age of 4, and now she was capable of lifting a 100-pound stone slab. In this exam, everyone was grouped by age, and Ning Shan was next to perform. Next to take the test was the head of the family's daughter, 15-year-old Lin Ning Shan. The girl approached the large slab, lifted it upward with a surge of her energy, and then threw the slab with all her might. The spectators realized that a new genius had finally been born into the Lin family. The physical capabilities of a woman's body cannot compare to those of a man's, and yet she was able to lift a 1,000-pound stone slab with one hand. The king was very impressed. He wanted to know where this girl was from. It seemed she would not be outdone even by the 9 princes. The queen said she was the daughter of the head of the Lin family, that she was exceptionally talented, and that she would most likely soon marry the 7th prince. The king remembered that this girl had been very close to the 9th prince, so he had wanted to betroth them. But unfortunately, 3 years ago, the marriage had been called off for some reason. The queen began to say that the king was confused. Given the girl's talent, the 9th prince was simply not worthy of her, and the gap in their power would only grow. Why not marry her off to the 7th prince? The 8th prince and his friends laughed at the 9th, thinking he needed to be careful, since the stone might crush him. The guys also thought the 9th prince shouldn't have embarrassed himself by participating in this competition. Most likely, he wouldn't even be able to lift the smallest stone. Zhe Chen tried not to listen to these comments directed at him. Now it was his turn to enter the arena. Ning Shan turned to the young man and said he shouldn't have come here, since with his strength he wouldn't be able to lift even the smallest stone slab, would make a fool of himself, and bring shame upon his mother. Zhao Chen asked his cousin to keep her comments to herself. The girl was certainly gifted, but there was no need to treat everyone else like trash. Ning Shan tried to talk him out of it since they had been friends as children, and now this stubborn fool was going to make a complete fool of himself. Zhao Chen stepped into the arena and stopped near the smallest slab. The spectators in the stands considered the 9th prince a failure, incapable of achieving a good result. Qin Yi watched the young man with great interest. She knew he was capable of more. And indeed, soon everyone present saw the 9th prince gradually moving closer and closer to the heaviest slab. Was he really going to lift the heaviest slab? He must have lost his mind. It was beyond his strength, and he was sure to disgrace himself. The 8th prince thought he was an idiot. Even after 30 years of training, he couldn't lift a 1,000-pound slab, and Ning Shan simply clutched her head in disbelief. But in the very next moment, Zhao Chen stamped his foot, and the slab flew upward from the impact. After that, the young man raised his hand and pushed the slab, which was falling to the ground, upward. Everyone gasped in horror, for now the stone slab would crush this madman. But Zhao Chen caught the stone slab with his hand as easily as if it were a feather and held it with absolute calm. A cry swept through the stands. The 9th prince was simply amazing. He had placed his hand on the slab and was now holding it as if it were a light object like a surfboard. The tournament participants couldn't understand how this was possible. When had the 9th prince become so strong? Could he have been deliberately hiding his power? Qin Yi realized that the boy had transformed his qi into a burst of energy and used that energy to cushion the slab's fall. His subtle control of true qi was better than that of many martial arts masters in the kingdom. Madame Lin looked at her little one who had succeeded. She had waited so long for this day. The 8th prince's mother thought it was time to stop insulting Consort Lin. The king was absolutely delighted. He applauded loudly. It turned out that the 9th son was a late bloomer, and now the king would eagerly await his performance in the next trial. The second round of the exam consisted of a hunt on Royal Mountain. The hunt was extremely dangerous. Only those who had lifted the heaviest stone slab were allowed to participate. Zhang Yuxi was the 9th princess. She turned to Zhao Chen and advised him to be careful during the hunt, since she was his main rival. The fact was that the 8th prince had also intended to lift the last slab, but had injured his leg. The young people realized that the 8th prince had simply chickened out. Each participant will have 5 arrows, which must be used to kill first-rank beasts. The more wild monsters the participants kill, the higher their strength will be rated, and the more points they will ultimately receive. Only those who kill a beast are allowed to proceed to the third stage of the exam. Royal Mountain is full of dangers. There is a chance that participants could die if they encounter a second-class beast. They must flee immediately. Ningxian had already mounted her horse. She told her cousin that raw strength was her weak point, but now she could demonstrate her true power and hoped that Zhao Chen wouldn't fall too far behind her. Zhang Yuxi wished her brother good luck and said she was setting off first. Zhe Chen was finally alone. He was very pleased, for the time had come for the main event. Upon reaching the mountains, the young man spotted some ghost rabbits. Their speed was slow and their defenses were weak, making them an excellent target for hunting. The young man could have easily shot a rabbit, but he soon decided it wasn't worth wasting arrows on a first-rank beast. The sixth brother noticed this scene. He didn't understand why the ninth prince hadn't even tried to kill the beast, since the shot could have ended well. The sixth prince believed a man should have the courage to shoot a rabbit. The young man added that the number of wild animals on the Royal Mountain was limited. 5 arrows might not be enough for 5 animals, and he didn't want his ninth brother to return empty-handed. Zhao Chen didn't take offense at the young man. He thought he really did need to hurry, and soon the lowing of bulls reached his ears. Stepping onto the riverbank, the young man saw a herd of powerful bulls, and in front of them stood his ninth sister. Zhang Yuxi told the young man that he was a step behind, and that these bulls were hers. After that, the girl took her bow and shot an arrow through the head of one of the bulls. It became clear that Zhang Yuxi was very strong. The ninth sister had fully mastered the combat technique of the 3-point returning arrow, and wanted to know what Zhuo Chen thought of it. The young man didn't have time to answer because his attention was drawn to the water in the river. It seemed as though something was shining through it. At the last moment, he managed to shout, "Watch out!" And then a huge, powerful bull leaped out of the water, landing too close to the ninth sister. The girl couldn't jump out of the way in time, and the bull plunged its sharp horns into the body of the horse the ninth sister was riding. Zhang Yuxi fell from the horse, hit a rock hard, and lost her weapon. The situation was very dangerous, because the bull was approaching its victim at tremendous speed. The girl had just enough time to think that this monster was about to trample her to death. And just as the muzzle of the enormous bull was about to reach the unfortunate beauty, a powerful arrow pierced right through its neck. Zhang Yuxi hadn't expected such a turn of events. She saw the ninth prince, who had fired another arrow at the giant beast. 2 arrows were enough to kill the bull, which lay in a cloud of dust at the terrified girl's feet. Zhang Yuxi admitted if the guy hadn't arrived in time, she would have been in trouble. But he handled the bow perfectly. The Steel Bull warrior's defense could be compared to that of a martial arts master at the peak of his powers. Zhao Chen replied that everyone has their weak spots, whether human or beast. If you direct your strength precisely at them, you can win even with a weak blow. The girl jumped onto the horse and said that there were markings on the arrows, so the guards would collect the spoils themselves. The ninth princess's horse was seriously wounded, so the girl would ride with her ninth brother. After all, he wouldn't leave her to hunt alone. Zhang Yuxi urged the young man to climb up quickly. If they didn't hurry, the other boys would kill the remaining beasts. The girl explained that over the past 10 years, only the 7th prince had managed to kill the strongest first-class beast, and they had already killed a steel Varavara bull. An excellent result. The strongest first-class beast is comparable to a martial arts master at the end of the Yellow Realm. Therefore, if they were to encounter it, it would be too late to run away. But then the young people fell silent, because some strange animal appeared from behind a rock. It looked like a huge moose or deer. Yet the animal had a glowing, devilish gaze and was brimming with energy. It was the strongest first-class beast, the blue flame deer. Zhao Chen did the math. He had 3 arrows left, plus his sister's arrows. Given the girl's archery skills, she could inflict damage on the deer. Zhang Yuxi couldn't even bring herself to say it out loud, but the ninth prince had said himself that the girl didn't want to let the strongest first-class beast slip away. Its advantage was speed. If they could anticipate the stag's attack, they might be able to dodge it in time. The stag was apparently a predator and had no intention of grazing it, let out a loud bellow. Zhao Chen rushed to attack the beast. He activated Dragon Soaring through the heavens and unleashed its power upon the blue flame stag. The ninth sister was absolutely thrilled. She congratulated her brother on his magnificent attack. But Zhao Chen advised her not to celebrate too soon, for the blue flame deer was the strongest first-class beast. Everything around them was still shrouded in smoke and dust. And suddenly the powerful beast charged with its horns. Zhao Chen was forced to grab a horn with his hand and hold the animal back. The ninth prince felt his clothes beginning to tear, and it seemed as if his skin was peeling off in layers. However, he still managed to fend off the attack. Zhao Chen realized that he was indeed facing the strongest first-class beast. Its destructive power had literally injured the young man's arm. Zhao Chen began to heal his arm, but just then the stag let out a bellow and charged at the young man once more. Zhang Yusi saw that the blue flame deer's full attention was focused on the ninth brother, and this was a perfect opportunity for her. She drew her bow and fired several arrows at the animal at once. The blue flame deer shook its head from side to side and deflected the arrows flying toward it with its antlers. But just then it took its eyes off Zhao Chen. The young man seized the moment and struck the animal in the neck. Zhang Yusi also drew her bowstring and released an arrow intended to harm the animal. This time, the arrow struck the blue flame stag in the eye, and it began to shake its head and bleat, blood flowing from its eyes. Zhao Chen had lost his bow somewhere. The young man grabbed an arrow, leaped over the stag, and attacked the beast, driving the arrow into its neck. The blue flame deer thrashed about in convulsions for a while longer, striking everything around him, but it soon became clear that these were death throes. They had killed the strongest first-class beast, and it was simply incredible. The girl was absolutely thrilled. She rushed to hug the ninth brother and said they were the best partners, but the young man replied that they should return. And soon everyone gathered again at the Royal Martial Arts Stadium. Almost everyone had returned. Only the ninth prince and the princess were missing. Everyone hoped the young people were all right. However, the sixth prince believed that a weakling, incapable of killing a rabbit, should die on the mountain. Mrs. Lin was very worried about her son. She prayed to God to help him return safe and sound. The head of the Lin family turned to his daughter, who was participating in the royal mountain hunt for the first time. He wanted to know her impressions. The girl replied that it had been easier than she had imagined. And now Ning Shan was confident she would make it into the top 10 in this round. Ning Shan thought her cousin hadn't managed to catch any wild beasts. Even if he'd used some kind of performance-enhancing drug to temporarily boost his strength, the young man clearly lacked combat experience. And at that moment, everyone in the stadium saw the ninth prince and princess drive into the arena. The king handed a scroll to his assistant so he could announce the results of the hunt on Royal Mountain. The winner would be awarded the Xuan heavy bow. 43 people participated in this hunt. 2 died and 9 failed. After that, the man began reading out how many animals each person had killed. In 14th place was the 6th prince. He had killed 4 low-level first-ranked beasts. This year's competition was quite fierce, and it would be understandable if the ninth brother had failed the hunt. But that was not the case. 7th place went to Ning Shan. She killed 1 first-ranked medium wild beast and 4 first-ranked low-level wild beasts. The girl managed to kill a first-ranked medium wild beast, and great success awaits her in the future. In a couple of years, she will have no equal on the exam. 3rd place went to the 5th prince, while 2nd place went to the Sichu family, represented by Sichu Linjing. The young man had killed 5 medium-sized wild beasts, but he couldn't understand why he wasn't in first place. Then the herald announced that first place went to the 9th prince, who had killed one of the strongest first-class beasts and 2 first-ranked beasts. Everyone was shocked because the 9th prince had trained for only 3 months and achieved such a result. In the next round, one must be more cautious. The king ordered Ji Qian to bring the royal heavy bow. He wanted to personally present it to his 9th son. But the young man bowed before his father and said that he had killed the strongest first-class beast together with the 9th princess and could not take all the credit for himself. The girl told her father that she had been in danger during the hunt. She had managed to survive thanks to her 9th brother's help, and during the hunt for the strongest beast, the blue flame stag, she had been of little use. So all the credit belonged to Zhou Chenyu. The king was very pleased by the modesty and friendship between the brother and sister, and he ordered that his son decide for himself who would receive the royal bow. Zhao Chen replied that he was skilled with a sword but not with a bow, and that the bow should go to the princess. Zhang Yusi could not find the words to express her gratitude to the 9th prince, but the young man said she deserved it. Without the girl's help, he would not have been able to kill the blue flame deer. Zhao Chen wanted to become the princess's ally, as that would make it easier for him and his mother to remain at court. The girl decided not to refuse and wished her 9th brother good luck in the next round. After that, they moved on to the next stage of the competition. In the first match of the finals, Yushi was to face a representative of the Lin family. The girl greeted her opponent and said she couldn't wait to see just how powerful Ning Shan's blade had become. Zhang Yusi directed a blue wave of poetry at her opponent, but Ning Shan didn't look as though this attack could scare her. She parried the attack with her blade, and in an instant the girls rushed toward each other. Ning Shan was highly skilled in sword techniques. It seemed she had thoroughly studied the book her father had bought for her. Zhao Chen realized with regret that the difference in the girl's strength was too great. And indeed, after just a few attacks, it became clear that the ninth princess was struggling to defend herself. Ning Shan pressed forward, attacking with ever-increasing force, and soon the ninth princess was knocked aside. A sky-splitting strike was unleashed upon Zhang Yusi, who was already on the ground without a weapon. The next thrust proved to be the final one, and now her opponent's sword was aimed at the chest of the girl who had lost this duel. Zhang Yusi knew she was on par with Ning Shan in cultivation, but she didn't understand why she had lost this match so quickly. Zhao Chen replied that they had different understandings of the sword. The ninth princess would understand what he meant once she reached the realm where the sword moves in unison with the heart. The girl announced that the ninth brother's match was next. His opponent was capable of killing a bull with his bare hands, so Zhao Chen needed to give it his all. A representative of the Bai family stepped forward to face the prince. He said he didn't know how to use a sword, so he proposed a fistfight to ensure fairness. Everyone knew that the Bai family was renowned for its hand-to-hand combat skills, and it was now clear that the ninth prince was at least one step behind him. Of course it was unfair, but the young man had already prepared for the duel and looked like a veritable mountain of muscle. The young man possessed a deadly punch, and now his fist was closing in on the ninth prince's face. But instead of dodging the attack, Zhao Chen thrust his arm forward and grabbed his opponent. A standoff began between the rivals. It soon became clear that the winner of this duel had been decided, because there was nothing else left to do. The defeated young man couldn't understand how his opponent had turned out to be so strong, since he had used the power of 9 bulls in combination with mid-level martial arts. Zhao Chen replied that this simply meant the strength of 9 bulls was not enough to defeat him. Ji Qian noted the exquisite control of power. The ninth prince instantly imparted a twisting force to his palm, which dislocated Bai Wangli's arm. The king was absolutely delighted. Now he was even more eager to see what else the ninth son could surprise them with. Ji Qian announced that the 4th match of the finals would pit the ninth prince against a representative of the Lin family, Ning Shan. This was sure to be a very interesting match, since everyone knew that these cousins had been very close since childhood, and the girl had dumped the ninth prince, who was a sickly and frail young man. Zhao Chen wasn't particularly eager to fight his cousin. However, his ninth sister believed it would be a great show. Lin Ningshan didn't take her eyes off her cousin. Now she was going to show him which of them was stronger. Zhang Yusi hugged her brother and said that Ning Shan knew what the guy liked, but it definitely wasn't mutual, so she shouldn't feel sorry for herself. She needed to give it her all. Zhao Chenyu found it very helpful to hear these words from the ninth princess. He immediately felt that he could view his rival objectively. Ning Shan knew that the young man had always been in love with her, and today she would finally be able to take advantage of his affection. The girl said she hadn't expected her cousin's cultivation to progress so quickly. It was simply amazing. The girl gazed at Zhao Chen with a look of love. Would they really have to fight each other, since the young man knew how important it was for her to make it to the top in this competition? Zhao Chen replied that making it to the top was very important to him as well, so he proposed the following to his cousin. He would fight her without using his sword. Ning Shan was very pleased. She thanked the young man for his generosity. He could never say no when she asked him for something. The girl immediately drew her sword from its sheath and launched an attack at her opponent. Zhao Chen calmly dodged the sword, as he mastered this technique far better than his opponent. Ning Shan used running clouds and flowing water, and also added the remnants of the wind streak. She unleashed all of this at once on her opponent, and now there should have been nothing left of him but a wet spot. However, the young man managed to leap aside perfectly, which stunned his opponent. She hadn't expected him to handle it at all. Zhao Chen soon found himself behind his opponent, and the girl realized she couldn't keep attacking at this pace for long and needed to use her final move. It was rain harvest, and everything around them was flying up and scattering, even the stones. Zhao Chen managed to dodge the attack again. He was very quick and alert. However, the young man nearly fell off the arena and realized he couldn't keep dodging like this for long. He had to go on the offensive, and now the young man held up 2 fingers toward his opponent, who considered the desire to defeat her with bare hands to be very naive. But everyone present gasped in surprise when they saw the ninth prince blocking the sword with his bare hand. He possessed immense strength and had been hiding it all along. Zhao Chen declared to his cousin that she had lost, and the girl, unable to comprehend how this was possible, collapsed onto the arena. The ninth princess was very pleased. Her brother showed no mercy. He tore her cousin's clothes in front of everyone. The king was also very surprised, for his ninth son had only just received the sacred mark. Perhaps his talent was comparable to that of his 7th son. The head of the Lin family could not believe his eyes. How had his sickly nephew defeated Ning Shan with just a single blow? Moreover, it was a strike that most martial arts masters did not possess. True strength and power. Ning Shan refused to admit defeat and promised her brother that she wanted to continue their battle. Zhao Chen replied that there was a huge difference in strength between them, and he saw no point in continuing the fight. However, the girl was furious. She leaped to her feet, sword in hand, and said that her cousin had no right to look down on her, for she still had an ace up her sleeve. Ning Shan rushed with her sword at her retreating opponent, while the ninth princess screamed words of warning to her brother in terror. Everyone present understood that the girl was about to ambush her opponent and, of course, the ninth prince could die right now. Even the head of the Lin family understood. If the ninth prince were to die from such an attack now, it would spell the end of the family, and the man tried to stop his daughter. But Ning Shan had already unleashed the plum-splitting the heavens attack on the young man, who was casually walking away from her. Zhao Chen managed to dodge again, and now found himself directly above his rival. The young man extended his arm and unleashed dragons soaring through the heavens. It was clear that evading this attack was impossible. When the smoke cleared, the spectators saw that Ning Shan was alive. Though severely injured, the girl lay on the stones, barely breathing. The head of the Lin family turned to his nephew and thanked the ninth prince for his mercy. After that, the man rushed to his daughter, who was still lying in the arena, and began to tend to her. Ning Shan watched her cousin leave and thought that the humiliation he had forced her to endure today, she would repay him twofold in the future. Soon, a duel was announced between a representative of the Master's Manor and the ninth prince. Shuai Kai turned to the prince and asked if he would agree to a sword fight. The young man agreed. The ninth princess, sitting in the stands, tossed her sword to Zhao Chen and suggested they fight with it. The young man caught the sword. It contained 3 ice seals and 3 power seals, and he was now able to activate them all. By this time, Shuai Kai had already launched his attack, considering his opponent extremely arrogant for examining his sword during the duel. Zhao Chen wasn't arrogant, he was simply examining the sword, but he was fast enough to dodge the attack from the representative of the Master's Manor. For a moment, it seemed to everyone that Shuai Kai was about to pierce the ninth prince, as the force of the strike was aimed directly at his chest. Watching this duel, all the spectators already realized that the ninth prince had missed the strike and would most likely lose. But Zhang Yusi understood that while the ninth prince had very little combat experience, he was as cunning as a fox. He couldn't be hit by such a simple move, which meant the young man had something up his sleeve. Zhao Chen turned to his opponent and said that if he didn't fight with all his strength, he would lose. Shuai Kai was already getting angry. He was being underestimated by some sick loser who had only just picked up a sword. After dodging another attack, the ninth prince added that no matter how many times Shuai Kai used the same move, the result wouldn't change. He'd better change his tactics. Shuai Kai grew angrier and said that this wasn't over yet and attacked Zhao Chen again, doing so in a very primitive and crude manner. Zhao Chen asked his opponent if that was really all the young master of the State Master's Mansion was capable of. Of course, this was a clear provocation, and it worked perfectly against this opponent, who became angry and said he would now show something serious. And he attacked again, but the ninth prince once again dodged the attack, suffering no damage. Shu Kai was already very tired, and it was then that it finally occurred to him that he had fallen into a trap. The ninth prince was deliberately forcing him to waste his strength and energy. And just at that moment, Zhao Chen announced that it was now his turn to attack. The young man stepped forward, raised his sword, and unleashed plum blossoms splitting the heavens. Everything around them was bathed in powerful energy. Shu Kai raised his massive sword, but this strong young man sensed he would be unable to withstand the attack. And soon enough, his sword did indeed fall. The ninth prince's attack was complete, his opponent defeated, and his sword shattered into pieces. Shu Kai saw everything that had happened and declared that he had lost before losing consciousness and collapsing onto the arena. The spectators were in shock. A martial arts master had lost to a low-ranking prince who had actually turned out to be unpredictable. Ning Shan saw that her cousin was also using the Heavenly Heart sword technique. Perhaps he was the mysterious stranger they had met at the auction house. The head of the family told his daughter that things were likely not that simple and that they shouldn't discuss it now. They needed to talk it over at home once they returned from the tournament. Zhaozi believed that the ninth prince was a true genius, but in the final match he would face a young master from the Siyu family and lose due to the difference in their cultivation levels. Qin Yi believed that geniuses are called geniuses precisely because they are capable of performing miracles. Sichu Linjiang said he was certain he would take first place in the hunt on Royal Mountain, and was very surprised when that spot went to the ninth prince. But now he would defeat the ninth prince and reclaim his glory, or lose even more of it. Lin Jiang was very angry and determined. He suggested they stop the chatter and finally begin the battle. And now the young man activated his fire ability and rushed to attack the ninth prince. It was clear that his opponent was very strong and fast. Zhao Chen was forced to dodge the attack. However, he didn't just dodge, he managed to escape, and in the next instant, he was already behind Siyu Linjiang. It couldn't be called an escape, rather a tactical retreat followed by a counterattack. The opponent had managed to raise his spear and now wanted to know if that was really all the ninth prince was capable of. The young man was furious, for it seemed the first-place victory was being snatched from under his nose. So his attacks were sharp and powerful. He activated the spirit of the red flame serpent, and the entire arena seemed engulfed in fire. Zhao Chen realized that if he couldn't dodge the attack, he would suffer very serious injuries and damage. Of course, he didn't want to reveal all his abilities prematurely, and the ninth prince understood that he needed to use a special technique. At that moment, his opponent used the heavenly sword ring, and the massive flames engulfing the arena did not bode well. The spectators were terrified. They watched the events unfold with anxiety, amazed that the ninth prince had managed to withstand the blow. Zhang Yuxi saw how worried the young man's mother was, but she tried to reassure the woman, saying that Zhao Chen would be fine, for he was much stronger than he appeared. And indeed, when the fire burned out and the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the ninth prince was safe and sound. The young man turned to his opponent and said that Lin Jiang would not defeat him if he fought at half strength. Lin Jiang replied that he had intended to use all his strength in the duel against the seventh prince, but if the ninth prince asked for it, then he would now see his opponent's true power. And after that, the young man activated the fiery energy of his weapon once more and launched an attack, intending to end it with his victory. Zhao Chen unleashed Plum Blossom, splitting the heavens, and brought it down upon the fire, which vanished without a trace. The ninth prince said that his opponent's attack was too weak, especially considering that he had threatened to use his full strength. And now, without holding back at all, Zhao Chen rushed to attack his opponent, looking him straight in the eye. Siyu Linjiang was certain that this idiot was about to dig his own grave, because he wouldn't be able to harness his power in the air. When the young men clashed, Situ's weapon proved that size matters in such a duel, and now he would demonstrate the advantages of his long spear. The young men soared into the air and exchanged blows. The duel was practically even, which greatly astonished all the spectators. The moment Siyu was wounded by the ninth prince, he was so taken aback that he even lost his composure. Could this weakling really be trying to die, daring to wound him? Zhao Chen fell to the arena at that moment. He admitted that he truly couldn't use his strength in the air, but now his opponent had become a living target for him. Siyu Linjiang said he shouldn't think that way because he wouldn't let anyone win. Having said this, the young man unleashed the fire dragon's finishing blow. It looked as though he were holding a massive burning torch in his hands. Zhao Chen replied that he had been waiting a long time for his opponent to start fighting at full strength. And now, finally, that moment had arrived, and the two rivals in the arena clashed with their abilities. They pitted their energies against each other, and now the strongest would prevail. The destructive power was staggering. The girls were worried for the ninth prince, realizing that in this situation one of the rivals was bound to suffer. Zhao Zi was amazed by the ninth prince's potential. In such a short time, he had managed to rise to such a high level, and now he was fighting on equal terms with the first genius of the Siyu family. Qin Yi was absolutely thrilled. She believed there was a big difference between a talented person and a genius, and in this case, the ninth prince was the genius. The beauty's husband was struck by her insight when she said that in the future, even more attention would be focused on the ninth prince. Qin Yi really hoped that this handsome young man would be able to surprise her personally. Zhao Chen stood in the arena with a sword in his hands. His clothes were torn, and the young man declared that continuing the fight was simply pointless. On the battlefield, the two opponents were nearly equal, but still, Siyu Linjiang must have sensed the difference in their strength. The young man would gain nothing by continuing to fight, and he would be better off surrendering. However, the representative of the Siyu family said he didn't want to talk anymore. They had to continue the duel. After that, the young man scattered stones with his spear, demonstrating the immense power within him. Zhao Chen didn't budge. A mere flick of his wrist and sword was enough to parry the stone barrage. But since his opponent refused to accept the offer and admit defeat, he had only himself to blame for what followed, and Zhao Chen attacked Siyu. The young man was left without his spear and his hand was bleeding. However, he continued to shout that he hadn't lost yet and demanded the fight continue. Zhao Chen wasn't opposed to a fistfight. He activated the blue elephant of the barbarians and prepared to meet Sutu Linjiang's attack. And once again they clashed, the opponent's fist against the ninth prince's palm, and it was clear that the Sutu family representative would not be able to break his frenzied strength. Zhao Chen warned his opponent that it was all over, and this was the final attack. The young man still had a chance to save his life. After that, the ninth prince unleashed plum blossom, splitting the heavens upon his opponent. Blood gushed from his chest, and the young man finally admitted defeat, though it was clear his mind still refused to accept the reality. The organizers of the annual exam announced that Sutu Linjiang had lost. The exam was over, and the ninth prince had taken first place. The spectators realized that another genius had emerged in the royal family, so the revival of the great district was just around the corner. Qin Yi immediately stood up and left the stands. Everything had happened exactly as she had expected, and now she told her husband to keep an eye on the ninth prince. The king was overjoyed. The ninth son was indeed his son, and now he would receive a reward, the armor of the fire and ice unicorn. Everyone understood that the greater the talent, the faster one could perish. The queen would not allow such a young man to grow up. And indeed, the queen looked very angry. She turned to her assistant and told the girl that she didn't need to say what should be done with the ninth prince now. After that, the usual training routine began. The young people set off for the pond of the merciless god, but first they had to pay their respects to the emperors of the Kunlun kingdom. Ning Shan said that Empress Qi Yao was the most virtuous and powerful of all, that this world was under her control, and the girl hoped that the empress would live forever. The master noticed that the ninth prince had not bowed or paid his respects to the monument of Queen Qi Yao. The young man replied that he bows his head only to the heavens and his mother, but he certainly has no intention of bowing to this monument. The young man remembered very well what Qi Yao had done to him many years ago, and when he completed his cultivation, he would certainly take his revenge. The young men believed that someday the ninth prince's unyielding temperament would bring trouble upon him. Soon the young people found themselves in the pond of the merciless god. This was where their training was to begin. It is important to remember that the power of the blood essence is overwhelming. If the young people feel they cannot handle it, they must get out immediately. If they ignore this rule, they could die in this pond, because the energy of the blood fluid will do its work and simply overwhelm anyone. Zhao Chen understood that this was the first step on the path to revenge that he had to take. Qi Yao would simply wait for him and see what happened next. Ning Shan realized that swimming in this pond was a great opportunity for her to outdo Zhao Chen. The girl approached the water and began to dip her foot in, but it felt as if her skin was literally peeling off her bones. Ning Shan was struck by this frenzied energy. If one were to thoughtlessly dive into the depths of the pond of the merciless god, one could perish instantly, unable to resist. The girl looked around and saw that Zhao Chen had waded to the middle of the pond and was already chest-deep in the bloody essence, for the furious energy could tear him to pieces. However, the girl wouldn't mind his demise, he would have only himself to blame. It was a pity, of course, that she hadn't managed to defeat Zhao Chen on her own. 3 days had passed, and the young man was still sitting in the pond, submerged up to his shoulders in the bloody essence and meditating. The seventh prince had managed to hold out in the middle of the pond of the merciless god for 3 days, but the ninth prince had already surpassed that result. This must definitely be reported to the queen. Zhao Chen felt that his physical attributes had greatly increased. Now it was time to return to the middle realm of the yellow rank. Finally making it home and entering the crystal space, the young man thought he would be able to open the scroll, since he had already broken through to the middle stage of the yellow realm. The young man picked up the scroll, which was just as heavy as ever. It must have weighed several hundred pounds. Zhao Chen exerted considerable effort to finally unroll the scroll. It gave way, and now the young man examined it with interest. The young man couldn't believe his eyes. Could such tall trees really exist somewhere? But then a voice rang out. This voice called Zhao Chen, a true ignoramus, who knew nothing of the sacred tree that held the Kunlun kingdom. The young man couldn't figure out who was speaking to him, but it turned out to be the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. He had once made a mistake and been sealed inside this scroll. Emperor Boini had a rather cute appearance. He was a fat and very charming cat in a white shirt. He said that only Zhao Chen could free him from this scroll. The cat explained if he were released from the scroll, he could teach the ninth prince the secret code of space and time. Now the young man must open the second page and take a look for himself. Zhao Chen opened the page and saw 8 spatial diagrams on it. The young man wanted to know if he studied all these diagrams, would he be able to open a small space? The cat replied that the young man would be able to cultivate the seal of time and also learn to stop time. To do this, he simply needed to release the cat from the scroll, and the cat would teach him all of this. Zhao Chen was very skeptical. He didn't understand how wise it was to let the cat out, and he had no idea what needed to be done to rescue Emperor Boini. The cat explained a drop of blood would be needed for the scroll to recognize its master. Once Zhao Chen infused it with his true energy, the seal would be broken, and Emperor Boini would be able to come out. He explained that the scroll was called the Painting of the Gods of Heaven and Earth. It was created from the Scroll of the Gods of Heaven and now belongs to Zhao Chen, who must free the emperor. Zhao Chen decided to take a chance and trust the cat, and the cat sensed that he would soon be free. And so the young man dripped his blood onto the scroll. After that, a huge, powerful energy began to be released from the scroll. It gradually gathered and transformed, turning into a physical being. The cat began to meow and laugh. After 100,000 years, he had finally broken free. After that, he declared that he was the Emperor of Heaven and Earth, and that a single swipe of his claw would be enough to crush the young man, and the cat lunged into the attack. However, a powerful blow from Zhao Chen immediately pinned the Emperor of Heaven and Earth against the wall, and he didn't even have time to meow. Seeing the young man above him with a sword in his hand, the cat said he was just testing his cultivation and didn't actually intend to kill the guy, so it would be best not to do anything foolish. Zhao Chen struck the cat once more and said he wouldn't believe a word this fat creature said. Zhao Chen stared at the cat in surprise. He'd struck it several times with his sword, but the cat hadn't suffered any serious damage. It was truly an unusual cat. The cat really missed the usual joys of being a cat. He wanted to stretch his paws, and the bump on his head was bothering him a bit. So he offered a truce, since his body was invulnerable anyway, and it was impossible to kill him. When Zhao Chen heard that the cat couldn't be killed, he immediately ordered it to return to the scroll. It was, as they say, a low blow. The cat didn't want to go back at all. It meowed pitifully and cried, but there was nothing it could do. Soon the cat was inside the scroll, and now Zhao Chen was the owner of the Painting of the Gods of Heaven and Earth, and could calmly summon and release the cat. For now, he had to leave Emperor Boini inside the scroll, because there was no time for him yet. Zhao Chen was going to make his way to the Inscription Guild in the palace. The Inscription Guild was one of the most powerful organizations in the kingdom. It was part of a major alliance with alchemists, beast tamers, and mages. On the roof of one of the city's houses was a group of girls dressed in black. They recognized the 9th prince's carriage and the maid. Everything matched the description given to them by Han Qingluo, the queen's closest aide. The girls agreed that they would kill him outside the palace when there were few people around. Zhao Chen ordered the maid to wait for him at the intersection, while he himself went to the Rune Guild to buy something. Zhao Chen reached the Rune Guild and saw one of his brothers standing at the entrance. The 8th prince had lost his power after the exam and now wanted to take up blacksmithing. But now his 9th brother had appeared here. He was a martial arts genius, and it was unclear what he was looking for at the Inscription Guild. The young man said nothing, and then the girl spoke to him. She said she had come here to pay her respects to the 9th prince. The 8th prince grabbed her by the hand. Had Xianglin forgotten what had happened between him and the owner of the weapons pavilion? The girl needed to stay away from people like that. But Xianglin pulled her hand away and said that the 9th prince was young and talented. She didn't believe he could have done anything like that. After that, the girl asked the 8th prince to behave properly, since there is a difference between men and women. Having said that, she ran to catch up with the 9th prince, with whom she really wanted to talk. The girl told Zhao Chenyu that she had been studying calligraphy since childhood and might be able to help him. The 8th prince was left alone. This 9th prince was already seriously getting in his way, and soon he would settle things with him once and for all. The young man was very angry. He went out onto the street and saw a carriage belonging to the 9th prince. Now he would take this chance to get even. The young man approached the carriage and ordered the maid Yun to take him to the palace immediately. The girl tried to explain that it was the 9th prince's carriage and she could not carry out the order. At that moment, the 8th prince struck the defiant maid who dared to disobey the prince's order, for they were both princes. After that, the young man said that the maid must take him to the palace immediately, and if she refused, he would make her family's life a living hell. The girl realized she had no choice. She got in and drove the cart toward the palace. The 8th prince believed that Zhao Chen had obtained his power through some kind of treasure. If he captured Fei Lin, he could use her to blackmail Zhao Chen and force him to hand over the treasure. Then the young man could become a powerful martial arts master, kill the 9th prince, and turn Shan Shanglin into his plaything. At that moment, the girls in black lying in ambush on the roof, prepared to attack, for the assassination of a prince was a thrilling affair. Waiting for the right moment, they drew their bows and arrows and rained fire upon the carriage. The 8th prince took several arrows to the chest. He couldn't believe that anyone would dare attempt to take a prince's life. But at that moment, behind him stood another assassin in black, armed with a dagger, and she plunged it into the young man. The maid Yun-er heard the commotion inside the carriage. She stopped the horse and wanted to check if the eighth prince was all right. The girl threw open the carriage door, and when she saw what had happened, her loud scream woke up the entire street. Han Qinglu was furious. She stood over the bodies of the murdered maids, who had now caused them enormous trouble. Not only had the eighth prince been killed, but the entire city was now on high alert, and there would be no further opportunity to kill the ninth prince. Having finished with this matter, the girl immediately rushed to the palace. She needed to return to the queen immediately to devise a further plan of action. Zhao Chen walked alongside the girl. They discussed Master Zorn and his mental power, planning to continue training regularly. Stepping out onto the street, the ninth prince was stunned when he couldn't find his carriage or his maid Yun. Suddenly, a member of the royal guard appeared beside him, which was very strange. The guard bowed to the ninth prince and reported that the eighth prince had been killed in an attack, and the king was requesting that Zhou Chen return to the palace immediately. Xianglin couldn't believe her ears. It was impossible, since they had literally just been talking to the eighth prince. Zhao Chen knew that the maid Yun wouldn't have left without warning him. He wanted to believe that these events were unrelated and that the maid was safe. That night, no one slept in the royal palace. The king was outraged and considered it an act of immense audacity. The king was furious, unable to fathom who would dare to kill a member of the royal family. His closest aide suggested that the incident might be linked to the moon demon cult. The man wanted to divert suspicion away from the queen, and to do so, he needed to pin the blame entirely on the moon demon cult. At that moment, the ninth prince spoke up, stating that the eighth prince's murder had nothing to do with the cultists. This was contradicted by the fact that the eighth prince had been killed in Zhao Chen's carriage on the way to the palace, meaning Zhao Chen must have been the intended target of the attack. The king was furious, believing that his ninth son was right, and now Ji Qian was obliged to conduct an investigation, while all the princes and young masters were to continue their training in the palace. Another month passed, and the young man was once again training within the space of his crystal. In his past life, he had managed to open only 33 meridians. At that time, he hadn't had time to open the remaining 3, the Chakra Meridian, the Blood Spirit Meridian, and the Soul Meridian. If a martial arts master manages to open the Chakra Meridian, then for every subsequent year of training, new layers of rings will appear on his body, his defense will increase, and he will become nearly invulnerable to attacks by sword and fire. The Blood Spirit Meridian is a legendary meridian associated with blood. The Soul Meridian, on the other hand, connects the physical body to the soul and allows the soul to leave the body and travel thousands of miles. Ordinary people know little about these meridians, but the young man hoped he would succeed in opening the Chakra Meridian. Emperor Boini watched Zhou Chen with satisfaction and announced that he knew how to cultivate the chakra. If the young man released him from the scroll, he would not deceive him this time. Zhao Chen unrolled the scroll, and soon the cat was set free on the condition that it would reveal something useful. Otherwise, it would never leave the scroll again. The cat said there was no need to worry, for the answer lay in his hands. If one imagined oneself as a tree that creates new rings every year, one could cultivate the chakra. The young man did everything as instructed, and it actually worked. Now he hoped to become even stronger than in his past life if he continued cultivating at the same pace. Emperor Boini was shocked, for he had simply said it offhand and hadn't thought it would work. But now he asked to be taken to a shop to buy a smithing furnace, and then the cat would teach Zhao Chen how to create spatial rings. Zhao Chen agreed to fulfill this request, but warned, if the cat decided to run away, he would immediately return to the scroll. Smelting furnaces are quite expensive. Just recently, Zhao Chen had splurged on a high-level potion, and now his wallet was empty. Emperor Boini said that in this world, only Zhao Chen would be capable of creating space rings, and if he started selling them, he would make a fortune. Zhou Chen grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck, even though the cat was screaming that it wasn't a pet but the king of the earth. The young man set off for the city with the cat, and of course, such a handsome fellow immediately caught the attention of all the girls, who happily cuddled the chubby cat. People recognized the ninth prince, who was now walking through the city in the company of 2 of the most famous beauties, the ninth princess and Shan Xianglin. A young man named Lu Chenfeng watched the ninth prince with interest. If this guy had a high cultivation level, he would very much like to fight him. Xiu Tugay knew that her friend was more interested in Miss Xianglin. If she didn't take the initiative, she would soon become the ninth prince's girlfriend. The young man replied that his standing in the city was no worse than that of the ninth prince, so winning a woman's heart was merely a matter of time for him. After that, the young Liu Chenfeng stood right in front of the ninth prince, and it was immediately clear that, judging by his handsome appearance, this guy was from some wealthy family. The young man greeted the group and asked if Miss Xianglin would like to keep him company and take a walk around the city. The girl replied that she was heading to the martial arts arena with the ninth prince and the princess, so she had to decline his offer. The young man said he hadn't noticed the ninth prince there. He introduced himself and said he was the young master of Wu City and that the Wushu Palace belonged to his family. Zhao Chen knew that the young master of City Yu was quite a well-known figure. He wanted to see what he was like, and so the whole group set off for the martial arts arena. Liu Chengfeng warned if His Highness wanted to fight, he would need to sign a life-and-death waiver in case he died in the arena. Zhao Chen thought the guy was provoking him again. What arrogant young men there were in this royal city. At that moment, a duel was taking place in the arena between two opponents. One of them held a spear, while the other fought with a fan. One of the combatants was far stronger than the other, and the warrior's head had already been severed from his shoulders. The young man with the fan emerged victorious. He stood over the body of his slain opponent and said that he had asked him to admit defeat, but the man had refused. Yet before this, he had won 7 victories in a row, only to now fall to a fan. Xianglin was genuinely frightened, for this warrior had easily defeated the martial arts master of the Yellow region. Could it be that His Highness wanted to take part in this match? And of course, Zhao Chen wanted to fight here. Zhang Yuxi knew she couldn't stop the ninth prince, but she asked him to promise that he would admit defeat if he faced an unbeatable opponent. Zhao Chen entered the arena, while the spectators couldn't fathom who would dare to enter the martial arts arena at such a young age. A typical fame seeker. Dozens like him perish every month. Liu Chengfeng was very pleased. If the boy died in the arena now, the king would be powerless to do anything about it. The young man with a huge axe in his hands introduced himself. His name was Hao of the Hao family. He asked to unsheath his sword. Zhao Chen replied that this guy wasn't worthy. If he unsheathed his sword, he would severely wound his opponent from the Hao family. This, of course, sounded very arrogant, self-assured, and haughty, so Hao immediately launched an attack. Zhao Chen glanced at the young man and confirmed that his opponent was unworthy, so he immediately cut him down with his sword. Hao fell, kicking his legs up and dropping his axe, and his opponent delivered the final blow. However, Zhao Chen did not do so, and Hao thanked the young man for sparing his life. The people in the stands wanted to know who this mysterious stranger was, who had just defeated a powerful opponent. It turned out to be the ninth prince, who had only recently received the sacred mark. Yet he had already been chosen by God and possessed immense power. Liu Chenfeng was unpleasantly surprised. He had wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate the prince and hadn't expected the young man to end up in the spotlight. Zhang Yuxi considered the ninth prince incredibly unpredictable. She couldn't even imagine what other powers he was hiding. The next match against Zhao Chen was fought by a warrior wielding a sword. He also ended that match very quickly. Next was a warrior who fought in a fistfight, and victory with the first strike again went to the ninth prince. Zhao Chen won 4 matches in a row, and each time he knocked his opponent out of the arena with a single strike. The warrior with the fan realized that Zhao Chen wasn't using a sword, but each of his attacks took a very creative form. It seemed he had reached the stage of the sword that follows the heart. At that moment, a duel was taking place between Zhao Chen and some guy with maces, and the outcome was completely predictable. The ninth princess saw that Zhao Chen had defeated the martial arts master of the Yellow Realm with a single strike. Miss Xianglin surmised that His Highness had broken through to a higher realm after the annual exam. The girl couldn't take her eyes off Zhao Chen. Liu Chenfeng ordered his companion to find Han immediately and tell him he needed him. Such a formidable young prince could not be left alive. At that moment, a beautiful girl appeared in the arena, a whip in her hands. She greeted the prince and apologized for the pain she was about to inflict on him. After that, the girl swung her whip, but Zhao Chen easily knocked it out of the stranger's hands. Soon their faces were practically touching, and the girl looked at her opponent in surprise. Zhao Chen placed 2 fingers on the warrior's wrist, and she immediately let go of the whip because excruciating pain shot through her body. Zhao Chen walked back to his side of the arena and told the girl to surrender. The stranger dropped to her knees and thanked His Highness for his mercy. And so, in the 9th match, a warrior entered the arena with a fan in his hands and declared that he would now put an end to this winning streak. The young man's name was Shui Bingsheng, and he greeted His Highness the ninth prince. The young man was very confident and dared to advise the prince to use his sword in their duel. Zhuo Chen replied that if his opponent's strength proved truly worthy, he would draw his sword, but not before that. Bing Sheng warned the prince that he needed to be careful. 9 powerful martial arts masters had already perished at the hands of his steel-bone fan. The young man opened the fan and declared that he hoped His Highness would not become the 10th opponent he had killed, after which he launched his attack. Zhao Chen watched the young man's attack and said that if Bin Sheng had come to test whether the prince would be the 10th to die by his hand, then he must be strong. The young man launched his attack, and at the last moment, his fan struck Zhao Chen's sword, which the prince was holding above his head. Zhao Chen acknowledged that the boy was indeed strong and worthy of his sword, but the young man also realized that the prince was very strong, and now it was his turn to attack. Lu Chenfeng watched what was happening in the arena and saw that the 9th prince was even fighting Bing Sheng on equal terms. It was still impossible to predict the winner. At that moment, a huge half-orc appeared beside him. He bowed his head and said that Axe Han had arrived at Mr. Lu's request. This courtesy was unnecessary. Axe Han was to watch over the young man in the arena. If Bin Sheng lost this match, Han would step in for the next bout and finish him off. The half-orc replied that he would not let Master Lu down and would kill this man, even if it cost him his own life. Bin Sheng soon realized that he would not be able to defeat the prince and make him his 10th victim. The young man realized that this 9th prince had destroyed his shadow with just a few swings, which meant he was far stronger. Zhao Chen was already behind his opponent again. The latter shouldn't let his guard down or get too cocky. Zhao Chen unleashed the divine heart-wrenching plum and brought it down on his opponent. The duel was over. The 9th princess was absolutely thrilled, for her brother had turned out to be a true wolf in sheep's clothing. If their father found out about this, he would immediately gather all the ministers and throw a banquet. Miss Shan Xianglin didn't understand why the prince wasn't leaving the arena. Was he really going to continue the battle? But at that moment, a half-orc leaped onto the stage with a massive axe in his hands, radiating a powerful aura of murder. Zhao Chen managed to sense this aura and dodge the attack, but everything around him flew into the air and rained down in a shower of stones. Han Axe acknowledged that his opponent was indeed strong, and now the half-orc was delighted that he was about to kill the prince. The girls were in shock. They knew exactly who Han Axe was and understood there was no escaping him. The half-orc called his opponent a lucky guy since 2 beauties were worried about him, and that made him want to kill him even more. The half-orc brought his mighty axe down on the young man, who managed to raise his sword but felt immense pressure. The young man didn't know who Axe Han was. A frenzied power emanated from him, and he didn't look like an ordinary person. At that moment, the 9th princess screamed for her brother to admit defeat, for Han Axe was a madman obsessed with martial arts. Not a single martial arts master who had fought him had survived. Shan Xianglin knew that this half-human was Liu Chenfeng's servant, and he would surely kill the 9th prince. After all, His Highness was under no obligation to fight this madman. Han Axe turned to his opponent and said that the 2 beauties had advised him to admit defeat. If he didn't listen to them, Han Axe would now cut him in 2. Liu Chenfeng said that if the prince was afraid of death, he needed to admit defeat, otherwise he would perish in the arena. Zhao Chen replied that the battle hadn't even begun yet, so it was unknown which of them would live and which would die. Liu Chenfeng shouted that the 9th prince didn't know what he was doing, for Han Axe would demonstrate his strength, and then the prince would no longer underestimate him. The half-orc towered over the boy like a massive rock. He advised the young prince to enjoy his last moments of life on this earth. The young man turned to the half-orc Han and asked him to do his best to make him feel what fear was. Han began swinging his axe, intending to put an end to this battle. Zhao Chen parried the attack, and now the half-orc was preparing to strike again. If his opponent was so eager to die. Soon, everything around them was engulfed in smoke and flames, and none of those present could understand what was happening. Zhao Chen parried the half-orc's attack with his sword and declared that Han the Axe was a true weakling, simply unworthy of the orc blood flowing through his veins. The 9th prince soon declared that his opponent had disappointed him, and then the young man kicked Han Axe in the chest with all his might. And before the half-orc could recover from his surprise, the 9th prince struck with his sword, hitting his opponent's body. Han Axe stared in surprise at his chest, which had been sliced open by the sword, blood seeping through his clothes. The young man wanted to test how many blows the orc could withstand, and Han Axe congratulated the young man for managing to inflict a serious wound on him. But it seemed the half-orc had finally lost his temper, and now he was determined to send the 9th prince straight to hell. Zhao Chen sensed that the power of Axe Han's strikes had increased significantly, and he was finding it difficult to defend himself. The ninth prince used his defensive ability and activated a protective dome around himself. In order to kill the prince, the half-orc would first have to destroy the defense. The half-orc Han was already very angry. He began relentlessly attacking the protective dome, crashing into it and striking it with various parts of his body. However, this had no effect, and soon the half-orc began to bleed. While the shield remained intact, he had to do something else. Han's axe had apparently entered a berserk state. He seemed to be filled with energy and rage. Zhao Chen didn't know if orcs were capable of a berserk effect or state, but it was clear that the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The spectators knew that once the half-orc stimulated the blood of the spotted lion within his body, he became 10 times stronger than a bull. The ninth princess turned to the young man again and begged him to admit defeat and not to toy with death. Liu Chenfeng was ready to admit that this prince was truly impressive, since he had managed to enrage Axe Han. But unfortunately, if the prince lost now, only death awaited him. Axe Han had already finished his power-up and was now eyeing the protective dome like a cat eyeing a mouse. The half-orc gathered all his strength into his powerful paw and charged forward to destroy the dome. Zhao Chen really wanted to continue the fight, but he couldn't waste too much energy, so he decided to wait until his opponent destroyed his defense. As soon as Han Axe let his guard down, Zhao Chen would deliver the decisive blow. The ninth princess screamed in terror, for the half-orc had just destroyed the prince's shield. Zhao Chen realized the decisive moment had arrived. He hadn't yet shaken off the shards of his shield, but immediately charged at the half-orc. Several powerful sword strikes caught the giant completely off guard. Axe Han stared at the opponent who had defeated him in berserker mode. After that, the half-orc fell face down onto the arena. The stadium erupted in cheers and applause. Everyone had just witnessed the half-orc Axe Han fall at the ninth prince's feet. Now it was unclear why this guy had always been considered a loser, since he was the true pride of the heavens themselves. The girls were ecstatic. They hugged each other and rejoiced, because one more victory would make the ninth prince the martial arts master of the Yellow region. Liu Chenfeng was furious. This half-orc had failed to kill the ninth prince, who had been a failure all these years, and now he would have to do everything himself. The ninth prince had won 9 matches, and one more victory would make him the martial arts master of the Yellow region. Now the next opponent was being invited, ready to challenge him. After these words, there was silence for a moment, and then a warrior leaped into the arena, eager to test the ninth prince's combat skills. The young man immediately unleashed immense power onto the arena, and the shockwave nearly knocked Zhao Chen aside. Liu Chenfeng ranked 11th in the Yellow Realm. He acknowledged that the prince was a true genius who, unfortunately, would not be able to defeat Chenfeng. Zhao Chen suggested they find out right away, but the young man understood that, unlike him, his opponent was full of strength, so this duel needed to be ended as quickly as possible. Liu Chenfeng declared that he wouldn't stop until he personally buried his opponent in the ground. Zhao Chen decided to test this guy's strength first, and now the two rivals stood face to face, pressing against each other with their swords. Liu Chenfeng couldn't believe that the prince had just defeated Han's axe using such techniques. Of course, this was very disappointing, so their duel would end very quickly. Zhao Chen pushed the guy aside and took a few leaps back to gain some distance, so he could better gather his strength and attack from a more advantageous position. Liu Chenfeng had, of course, already heard that the ninth prince was very skilled with a sword, but as it happened, it turned out that Chenfeng was also very skilled with a sword. After that, the young man used the meteor sword technique and unleashed it upon his opponent. Zhao Chen knew it wouldn't be easy to dodge all the swords, so he could rely on only one move. The young man opened his eye meridians, knowing that with his eye meridians open, he could easily dodge the sword's energy. Liu Chenfeng saw that the prince had dodged and sent a new barrage of meteor swords against his opponent, which became much faster. But the ninth prince not only managed to dodge these swords, but also instantly closed in on his opponent, who clearly hadn't expected him right in front of him. The ninth prince was too close, and now he wouldn't be able to dodge an attack with a wide radius of effect. The meridian of the eyes allowed him to dodge the falling rocks and piercing swords, and soon the arena was covered in smoke and ash. Liu Chenfeng turned to Miss Shanglin, who had seen everything with her own eyes and now knew that the genius everyone had been talking about was no match for him. Could it be that the girl still wants to follow the prince? Zhou Chen thanked his opponent for kicking up the dust, which now made it impossible for him to catch up. Thanks to his open eye meridians, such conditions were perfectly suited for the ninth prince's attacks. And sure enough, in the very next moment, Zhao Chen launched a completely unexpected attack on his opponent, who was staring ahead in surprise. And so, moving with astonishing speed, the ninth prince closed in on his opponent. The prince's sword struck Liu Chengfeng, who could not fathom how this was possible. Could the ninth prince truly be capable of such a feat? However, this did not teach the young man a lesson. He decided to attack Zhao Chen once more, and now the two swords clashed again in an even match. This time, Liu Chengfeng gained the upper hand, and the prince was forced to leap aside. The young man realized that the prince's reserves of strength were running low, for in fact, this was already the prince's 10th match in a row. The ninth prince did indeed look exhausted, but he said that his opponent had also lost a great deal of strength and energy. Liu Chengfeng demanded he stop talking such nonsense, for he was a genius, the strongest of all geniuses, and no one was capable of forcing him to expend all his qi energy. Zhao Chen replied that he wasn't worried at all, for the young man had started snapping back like a real vicious dog being teased by a neighbor. Liu Chengfeng unleashed the meteor sword technique, saying he had no time to chat with the prince and would simply punish him now. In response, the ninth prince used the heaven-splitting plum, and once again the arena was engulfed in fire, smoke, flying rocks, and dust. The girls were terrified. It seemed to them that even high-level duels in the Yellow Realm weren't as destructive as this battle, and the rivals were face-to-face again, ready to strike. Zhao Chen realized he had to seize the opportunity. Liu Chengfeng attacked the prince, and unfortunately, Zhao Chen's sword flew out of its master's hands in some inexplicable way. Now he would have to fight. But we remember that Zhao Chen still had finger strikes in reserve, designed to destroy his opponent's energy. And now, standing right next to Liu Chengfeng, the ninth prince pressed his fingers against the young man's chest and drained all his energy. The ninth prince looked at his opponent and declared that it seemed victory was his. The ninth princess was absolutely delighted, for Zhao Chen had managed to reach the yellow zone in a single attempt and had won every match in a row. A man was watching this duel. He said that his son was still too impulsive and needed to be sent to the infirmary immediately. When the time comes, they will help the ninth prince surpass the seventh prince. And if both princes were to vanish from this land, that would be the best outcome for the family. The match host handed the young man a card, credited with 100,000 silver coins. She congratulated the ninth prince on becoming a martial arts master of the Yellow Realm. Zhao Chen listened to the congratulations and stared at the card, for it was so absurd. Martial arts masters fought to the death for this card. Suddenly, someone's determined footsteps echoed in the arena, and the young man nearly collapsed as his knees buckled. It was his friends, the ninth sister and Miss Xianglin. The girls rushed to hug the winner, and soon the young man could hardly breathe. The other girls watched this with envy. Everyone knew that geniuses were always surrounded by beauties. Of course, one had to feel sorry for Lin Ningxuan, who had foolishly rejected such a wonderful ninth prince. The ninth princess told Zhao Chenyu that she sincerely envied her brother, for now he would be able to visit the pond of the god of war once more. The ninth prince didn't even know that such a bonus had fallen to him. It was excellent news, and the young man wanted to return to the palace as quickly as possible. The king's chambers had been heavily guarded by the guards lately. But that night, the king was awake again. He wanted to talk to his ninth son and find out exactly how many meridians the young man had managed to open. Upon hearing the answer of 27 meridians, the king praised his son, but warned that from now on, the young man must keep them hidden. The fire and ice armor would help with this. He must not forget to put it on. The king pulled a box from his sleeve containing a 4th-grade body-purifying medicinal pill, the Qilin. It must be taken when the ninth prince enters the pond of the god Varvara and begins his cultivation, thereby enhancing its effect. The king warned his son, if the ninth prince fails, given that he was born into the royal family, the young man will be banished. Han Qinglu told the queen the news, and the woman was furious. Upon hearing it, she flung the porcelain cup aside, shattering it. The ninth prince had become a master of the Yellow Realm martial arts, which meant he could no longer be allowed to grow stronger. The maid looked at the queen and wanted to know what her lady meant by that. The queen replied that Qingluo had already broken through to the Xuan realm. Therefore, within a month, she wanted the ninth prince's head, whatever the cost. Han Qingluo didn't know how she would carry out the queen's order if the young man didn't leave the royal palace within a month. But the queen wouldn't hear of it. The prince had to be eliminated and the order carried out at all costs. Left alone, the queen continued to spew hatred. She intended to nip Zhao Chen in the bud, and then he would be powerless to do anything. This belated genius. At the Lin family home that night, no one could sleep either. Finally, the head of the family, Lin Jinyu, had returned. The old man said he had heard that a new genius had appeared in their district, and that genius was his grandson, Zhao Chen. The old man believed it was time to let go of what had happened 3 years ago. He needed to find time to apologize to Lin Ningxian. After all, she was his sister. And besides, Zhao Chen and Ningxian had been childhood friends and had even been engaged. The old man didn't understand why his son and the other relatives weren't saying anything. He wanted to know what had happened. But then the old man's second son, Lin Enbei, spoke up. He recounted how a few months ago, their sister had come with the prince to mend their relationship, but their older brother had humiliated her and sent her away. The third son, Lin Zhizhao, believed that the eldest brother had gone too far, since they were relatives and shouldn't be treated so badly. The old man was simply furious. He told his eldest son that this scoundrel would go with him right now to their sister's house and apologize to her. Lin Fanzhen understood his father's anger and feelings, but as the head of the family, it would be too humiliating for him to ask his own sister for forgiveness. However, his father was adamant, for the eldest son was now casting the Lin family in a bad light, and such stubbornness could ruin their family's future. At that moment, a voice spoke up, saying there was no need to stoop to their level and offer an apology. It was Lin Chenyu, another son of the family head, and for some reason he had returned and joined the conversation. The young man was a servant of the seventh prince, who had sent him here to deal with a couple of issues, such as his cousin. The old man, the head of the Lin family, was in shock. It turned out that His Highness had sent the young man to get rid of the ninth prince, who was also Chenyu's cousin. But Chenyu saw no problem with this. His master wanted the ninth prince dead, so be it. The grandson began warning his grandfather not to blame him later if he ended up on the wrong side when the seventh prince broke through to the next level. Nothing would remain of the family. Chenyu informed his relatives that following his requests, the seventh prince had promised to take Ningxian as a concubine, and now the young man would discuss this personally with the queen. The old man's sons understood that their father's anger was currently directed at their older brother and nephew. They very much hoped that his wrath would not extend to them. The old man wanted to know how things stood with the engagement between the seventh prince and Ningxian. The head of the family replied that this was the wish of his children, and now it seemed to him that the Lin family could rely on the seventh prince. However, the old man said that it seemed to him as if the Lin family had become slaves to the seventh prince. At that very moment in the God of War pond, the ninth prince continued to cultivate his body. He was once again immersed in the blood essence. This time it took the young man 7 days to fully purify the Qilin pill. The power of the blood ritual in the God of Barbarians pond can help one better understand the blood spirit meridian and the soul meridian. Another 10 days passed, which the young man spent in the same place and in the same state. Soon the young man realized he had reached the absolute yellow realm and opened all 36 meridians. Now he felt as if he could take flight. So powerful was the sensation in his body. It seemed as though his blood could circulate outside his body. In the next moment, the young man saw that he was floating above himself. Jie Chen realized that this was the manifestation of the soul meridian. With its help, the young man could travel without changing his physical position. The cat was utterly delighted with Zhou Chen, who had truly managed to separate his soul from his body. Of course, this was incredible, because only martial arts masters of the absolute heavenly realm were capable of such a feat. Given the power of his soul, it is clear that this is a battle soul. If Zhao Chen can cultivate his soul, he will be able to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack his enemies. Moreover, this is a valuable space-time battle soul, which over time will be able to harness the power of space and time in battle against the enemy. Through long cultivation, the ninth prince will be able to approach the level of a divine being. After returning from the God Barbarian pond, Zhao Chen began honing his martial arts with renewed vigor. The ninth princess was surprised that the young man was still practicing his palm technique, but what interested the girl most was whether Zhao Chen knew about the engagement between Ningxian and the seventh prince. The young man replied that it had nothing to do with him, but if Zhang Yusi were with him now, why shouldn't they go to the martial arts arena? The girl was a little frightened. She knew that ninth brother had been training at the God of War pond for many days. Could he really have broken through to the absolute yellow realm? Zhao Chen said it had happened by accident, and then the princess grabbed his hand, saying that she was truly mediocre, and now the ninth prince would help her open her eyes. As they left the royal palace, the girl advised her brother to cover his face so he wouldn't be surrounded by fans. After his last performance in the arena, Zhao Chen was now the most famous person in the city. Han Xinglu was on the roof again. She now spent day and night in this spot. But finally, the girl had a chance to carry out the queen's order. And this time, the ninth prince wouldn't escape her. A large crowd had gathered near the martial arts arena, and everyone wanted to know what had happened. People were saying that an assassin swordsman had appeared, beheading his opponents. It didn't matter if the person in front of him was a man or a woman. There were already 8 victims. What was most frightening was the fact that this young man was only 15 years old. This sword killer had unique attacks. Zhao Chen would like to learn from him. The 9th princess was on edge again, for it was impossible not to worry about a brother like Zhao Chen. Lok was that very sword killer. This young man had a striking appearance and an utterly icy gaze. Zhao Chen sensed that this youth was naturally capable of making the sword's energy follow his heart. His sword had reached the middle stage of the heart realm, and this included lethal qi. The princess believed the boy didn't look like a pure-blooded human. Most likely, he was a hybrid of a demon wolf and a half-human. Just look at his ears and red eyes. Soon, another opponent of Lok appeared in the arena, one who, according to the assassin, was tired of life and had come here to die. This time, the rival was the half-orc Axe Han, who intended to easily dispatch the pathetic werewolf. In the next instant, Lok's attack, swift and unmatched, shattered the axe into tiny pieces. Zhao Chen remarked on how fast this guy was, while the princess couldn't believe her eyes. Had Lok really killed the half-orc Axe Han with a single blow? The girl didn't believe her brother could stand up to such power. Zhao Chen replied that a month ago it would have been difficult for him, but now the situation was completely different. The 9th princess clutched her head. Of course, it was really cool to have a brother like that, but at the same time, it scared her a lot. At that moment, a voice rang out, saying that 3 years had passed since their last meeting. It was Lin Shenyu, who was looking at his cousin with great interest and said he had missed him terribly. Zhao Chen recognized his famous cousin, who was half man, half woman, and served as the 7th prince's closest attendant. Chen Yu was furious when he heard the reply that Zhao Chen had not expected to meet his peculiar cousin in the arena. At that moment, a wave of terror swept through the arena because Lok had already killed his 10th person in a row. Lok raised his hand and addressed Miss Lin, saying that he had fulfilled the promise he made to her and won 10 matches in a row. Ning Shan said that with such abilities, all doors were open to Lok. Why should he remain a servant of the Lin family? The young man replied that his only desire was to be near Miss Lin, and that was all he needed. Ning Shan found such words repulsive. If this half-human slave weren't so useful, she wouldn't have allowed him to address her. Ning Shan asked her cousin how many blows he could withstand from Lok, but Zhao Chen replied that the girl would do well to appreciate those who wholeheartedly wished to protect her. Ning Shan knew that the 9th prince had already become a yellow list martial arts master, and he no longer needed to enter the arena. Chen Yu believed this duel was too much in his favor. If Lok were to kill their cousin right there on stage, it would be a stroke of luck. The 9th prince had already entered the arena and removed his hood, revealing himself to everyone present who didn't understand why he had come out. Members of the royal family should not risk their lives for a few silver coins. Besides, the young man had already defeated 10 martial arts masters. Lu Qingfeng appeared on stage again before Zhao Chen, believing that his opponent had been lucky last time, but this time things would be different. Zhao Chen didn't argue with the young man and said that if Mr. Lu wanted to be first so badly, then he should attack. Lu Qingfeng looked at his opponent. Was he really going to fight him without a sword? Receiving an affirmative answer, Lu Qingfeng was angered. For this prince was underestimating him again, but now he would pay for his arrogance. Lu Qingfeng launched his attack and unleashed a sparkling firefly at his opponent, who didn't even bother to take his hands out of his pockets. Soon the 9th prince freed 2 fingers from under his cloak, and the rivals clashed. 2 fingers against a sword, and already Lu Qingfeng's hand was injured, and he screamed in excruciating pain. Zhao Chen said that this guy was no longer a match for him, but Chen Feng couldn't understand when the 9th prince had managed to become so strong. Zhao Chen couldn't understand why the guy was so obsessed with winning. After all, he had a good life and a wealthy family. Why would he step into the arena and make a fool of himself? Lu Qingfeng didn't answer that question. He charged at the 9th prince again and said he was going to kill him right then and there. Zhao Chen called the guy a stubborn donkey and kicked him in the face. That was enough. The 9th princess realized that her brother really wasn't holding back. He didn't care about his opponent. Besides, the guy had just shut his cousin up in front of everyone. Ning Shan was furious at the 9th princess, who had mocked her in her presence. But soon Zhao Chen would die by Lok's sword, and then everyone would see how Yusi would sing. Luo Chenfeng lay beaten in the arena, drowning in snot and tears. The young man said he would train hard and then challenge Zhao Chen again. The 9th prince looked at the boy with interest and respect. This young man was different from the other rich kids, and the prince promised that he would gladly accept his challenge. After that, there was another string of victories that the 9th prince won without much effort. Soon, 7 yellow-ranked martial arts masters were left behind. With a single blow over the past month, the 9th prince had become a true martial arts genius. All the girls were completely enchanted by the handsome 9th prince and were willing to give up 10 years of their lives just to marry him. The 9th princess was very proud of her brother, who had been a notorious failure but had now been reborn as a proud prince whom everyone looked up to. Ning Shan told Alok that it was now his turn to enter the arena. Zhao Chen had dared to humiliate her, and now the young man must kill the 9th prince. And so the host announced that everyone had been waiting for this match, in which the assassin Alok would challenge the talented prince of the royal family, Zhao Chen. Lok acknowledged that his opponent was very strong, but he had insulted Miss Lin, and now the young man must take the 9th prince's life. Zhao Chen replied that there was a fatal flaw in Alok's swordplay, one that would prevent him from ever defeating the 9th prince and might even lead to his death right now. Therefore, it would be better to retreat. Zhao Chen added that Alok practiced a forbidden martial art, a sword technique that takes lives. It is indeed a powerful technique, but every sword strike inflicts immense damage on Alok's body. He clearly hadn't expected the prince to understand the situation so well, but that's for the best, since now Zhao Chen knows what this technique is capable of. Zhao Chen replied that this technique is imperfect, and if Alok has no intention of retreating or surrendering, then he must demonstrate just how strong he is. Ning Shan was very nervous. She shouted for Alok to stop chatting with the prince and launch his attack. The young man immediately obeyed his mistress's command. Zhao Chen first opened his eye meridians to see even what was not yet visible to the naked eye. The opponents clashed in combat, and a series of mutual attacks and strikes followed.
Lok was surprised to see a smile on his opponent's face. Did he really have time to laugh? He shouldn't think that this was all Lok was capable of.
The speed was so high that the spectators couldn't keep up with the opponent's movements. One would like to know what the true speed of the martial arts masters of the Yellow Realm was. Lin Ning Shan was absolutely thrilled. She felt a wonderful sense of satisfaction, for now one talented swordsman would die at the hands of another, and he would do it for her. The 9th prince turned to his opponent again, sweat streaming down his face, and urged him to admit defeat, for if the duel continued, Alok would fall from exhaustion. Lok couldn't understand how an ordinary man dared to think he was stronger than Alok, for now he would reveal the true horror of his werewolf clan. Zhao Chen replied, if the guy still had any powerful techniques left, let him use them in any case. Alok had practically no chance at all. Alok did indeed begin to use his shadow energy and initiated the transformation process. Soon his hand looked more like an animal's paw. Claws had grown on it, and it was covered in fur. The 9th princess shouted at her brother to kill the werewolf, for if he awakened his wolf blood, disaster was inevitable. Zhao Chen replied that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now a huge, powerful wolf's muzzle loomed over his opponent, the embodiment of his class and nature. Ning Shan was practically calm. Of course, she had been friends with Zhao Chen as a child, and if he hadn't humiliated her, she wouldn't have wished for his death. But now he would pay for his carelessness. The 9th prince drew his sword and activated his abilities, saying that he now faced a worthy opponent. Lok already looked almost like a beast and said that if the prince wanted to fight, let him attack. All this chatter was absolutely pointless. Zhao Chen noticed that his opponent had become much faster. Lok darted into the attack, and the 9th prince had to put up a defense. For a while, he managed to stay under his guard. Lok tried to break through it again and again. Soon he succeeded, and the werewolf's sword shattered the defense into pieces. But the 9th prince had no intention of hiding. It seemed he was simply waiting for his opponent to expend his strength, trying to break through the defense. Zhao Chen lunged at Lok, grabbed his arm, then wrenched the sword from his hand and attacked the werewolf with his own blade. It all happened so quickly that the spectators didn't have time to make out the details. Ning Shan was deeply upset. She never expected that even Lok would lose to her cousin. The spectators went wild. Now everyone could see just how strong the 9th prince was, since he had so easily defeated the assassin swordsman. Among the prodigies of his generation, the only one capable of defeating the 9th prince is the 7th prince. Lok lay in the arena bleeding out and couldn't understand why Zhao Chen wasn't killing him. The 9th prince replied that he had never killed anyone and would not do so unless he encountered someone who truly deserved it. Lok acknowledged that he owed his life to the 9th prince, and he would certainly repay him in the future. Lin Ningshan was furious. She ordered that his arms and legs be beaten and broken. A group of fighters was beating Lok at that moment, carrying out Miss Lin's order. There were 3 of them against 1 wounded swordsman. Ning Shan considered this guy a complete nobody, Since he hadn't been able to handle the ninth prince, it wasn't worth taking such a useless person as a slave in the first place. After that, the beauty turned and walked away, while her servants continued to beat the unfortunate Alok. The young man reached out his hand after his beloved mistress, for whom he was ready to give his life. That same night, heavy rain poured down on the city, falling on the young man's body, which lay lifeless on one of the streets. The ninth prince and the princess stumbled upon the unfortunate man, who was severely injured. His arms and legs were broken, but if left on the street, he would surely die. Zhao Chen ordered the servants to be summoned and the boy taken to the palace. Zhao Chen recalled himself in a similar situation and said that whether this young man lived or died depended solely on his willpower. The ninth prince's carriage drove through the city streets late at night in the pouring rain. Han Qinglu was still at her post on the roof. Finally, the woman saw what she had been waiting for so long. At the right moment, she leaped from the height onto the carriage. There was a powerful explosion, and the horse was thrown to the side. Now the unfortunate animal lay lifeless in the middle of the street, and the carriage had been blown to pieces, but the prince was nowhere to be found. Soon his voice rang out. The ninth prince said that the assassin from the Black region had personally come all this way to kill him, and that it was a great honor. The ninth princess also appeared from around the corner. She said they weren't going to kill the girl. They just wanted to know who she was and who had hired her. Han Qingluo was ready to laugh. These two children of the Yellow Realm dared to say they would spare her, as if they had any chance of killing her. Han Qinglu hurled her swords at the princess. It was quick and unexpected. However, the girl managed to hold up her umbrella as a shield and said that one shouldn't underestimate a Yellow Realm warrior. They could easily defend against such an attack. The black assassin said the girl wasn't worthy of a serious fight. After that, the assassin instantly moved toward the ninth prince and attacked him with her dagger. The young man barely had time to raise his arm. However, the young man said that this was exactly what he had expected. Experts from the Black Realm are far more ferocious than those from the Yellow Realm. The female assassin didn't want to hear that she was now being compared to Liu Chenfeng. All this time, a standoff had been unfolding between the young people, and now the assassin's sword was whirling around the ninth prince's arm, which seemed to have fallen into a trap. Han Qingluo knocked the prince to the ground and now extended her finger with its enormous, long, sharp nail, beginning to lower it toward the young man. The ninth princess hoped for a miracle that would save her brother, while the assassin's finger drew closer to Zhuo Chen's face. The young man kept his gaze fixed on the assassin, then extended his free hand and touched Han Qingluo's arm with 2 fingers. After this attack, the assassin was completely drained of strength. She sat on the ground in the pouring rain, her whole body trembling, while Zhao Chen asked that next time they send someone stronger to face him. Zhao Chen approached the assassin and kicked her, saying that an assassin of her caliber couldn't even claim to be his sparring partner. The ninth prince approached the girl and grabbed her by the leg, saying that her Black Realm was simply laughable. Han Qinglu knew that the prince had cultivation in the Yellow Realm. It was unclear why he was so strong, but at that moment the young man, grabbing her by the leg, threw her to the ground. The ninth princess even felt a twinge of pity. After all, this assassin was a woman, and perhaps he shouldn't be so cruel to her. Zhao Chen replied that she was an assassin and her gender didn't matter to him. She was simply a weapon that could cause harm. The ninth prince approached the assassin once more and told her she had one last chance. She must reveal who wanted him dead. But suddenly the woman seemed to be filled with some kind of energy. She was literally bursting with internal heat. The next moment she lashed out with her leg toward the ninth prince's face, and the man didn't even have time to fully dodge. Now there was a bloody scratch on his face. Han Qinglu realized the assassination had failed. She needed to get out of there immediately. Despite his lack of experience in being in the Yellow Realm, this man was very powerful. Han Qinglu now understood for certain the ninth prince's strength was comparable to that of a mid-Black Realm expert. She needed to flee this place immediately and report everything to the queen. Zhao Chen had said that even after releasing her spiritual blood, the assassin's speed hadn't increased significantly, even though she was only in the mid-Black Realm. After a few moments still striking the assassin, the ninth prince managed to catch up to her. Han Qinglu was amazed at how fast and resilient this guy was. If this continued, he might catch her alive. So the woman stopped abruptly and drew her hidden weapons, sharp spikes that extended from her arms. But the ninth prince had told the assassin that she wasn't the only one with hidden weapons, and now the woman realized she wouldn't be able to escape. Zhao Chen attacked the assassin from behind and struck her with a powerful blow she couldn't withstand, and now she lay on the ground. The ninth prince approached the assassin. He wanted to know what a person who wished for his death looked like. He was eager to see her face. Zhao Chen reached out toward the lifeless body, ready to remove the mask from the stranger's face. But in the next instant, Han Qingluo's sharp claw was practically touching the young man's face as he stared in horror at his killer. However, all of this turned out to be completely pointless. Zhao Chen was prepared for such a turn of events and managed to fend off the assassin, and now he was approaching her with his sword, saying that things could be done the hard way or the easy way, as long as he had to extract the information by force. The woman said she had sacrificed too much to kill the ninth prince and would not let him learn even a single thing now. In the next moment, she bit into the vial hidden behind her cheek, and as she left this world, she said that she had failed to kill the ninth prince, but others would certainly come for him in the future. Zhou Chen now stood over the empty shell that remained in place of the assassin. It seemed as though she had shed her clothes and dissolved into thin air. The ninth princess had finally caught up to her brother and wanted to know what had happened to the assassin. The young man explained that she had swallowed a poison pill and her body had evaporated. Zhao Chen was very eager to know who was capable of training such loyal assassins. Of course, they hadn't obtained any evidence today, but Zhao Chen had decided to lure the snake out of its lair and now wanted the ninth princess to put on a little show at his request. The queen was very nervous in her chambers, for Han Qingluo still hadn't returned, which meant something had happened. At that moment, a maid ran to her to report the news to her queen. The girl said that the ninth princess had seen Han Qingluo being captured by the royal guards. She had been sent to the imperial prison. She had failed to kill the ninth prince, who had suffered numerous injuries but remained alive. The queen was very alarmed. The emperor must not find out that her personal maid had been imprisoned for attempting to assassinate the prince. The queen was very upset and asked the maid to do everything possible to ensure the king did not see Qinglu in the imperial prison. If things went badly, she must be killed and her body disposed of. The girl didn't know what to do. After all, the ninth prince had seen Han Qinglu's face, and when he woke up from his injuries, he would tell everyone. The queen said she would send 2 juniors to kill the wounded prince, and then he would never wake up again. Now the queen knew that all 4 of her loyal servants were her heart and soul, her sharp blades, and as long as they were all together, no one could shake the queen's position in this palace. Zhao Lin swore to her queen that she would not disappoint her under any circumstances, and the queen could rest completely at ease. The next day, the queen summoned brother and sister Lin and told them she was entrusting them with organizing the wedding ceremony for Ning Shan and the 7th prince, Lin Chenyu. Brother and sister Lin knelt before their queen and thanked her for her immense mercy and the honor bestowed upon them. Just then, a servant entered the hall and reported that all 3 of the queen's disciples had been captured by the royal guard. They had swallowed poison pills and killed themselves. The queen was furious. She said that Zhao Chen was very powerful, and she had indeed underestimated the ninth prince, who must be eliminated immediately, or he would become a huge problem in the future. Lin Chenyu asked the queen why they shouldn't hire an assassin from the black market. That way, the investigation wouldn't lead back to them. The queen agreed to this plan and entrusted the task to Chenyu, who would thus benefit the entire Lin clan. Lin Chenyu asked the queen not to worry and to leave the matter to them. They would guarantee that the queen would receive the ninth prince's head as soon as possible. Zhang Yusi deeply regretted that the woman who had tried to rescue the captive, as well as the other 2 who had intended to kill the prince, could not be caught because they had poisoned themselves. Their bodies had been corroded, and now they were impossible to identify. Zhao Chen knew that the man who had been sent to prison was in the Earth realm, which meant his master was very powerful. At first, Zhou Chen believed that the culprit and mastermind behind the murders was someone from the royal palace. Today, the queen's servants had been sentenced to death for their misdeeds, and this could not be a coincidence. Most likely, they were the very assassins, which meant the queen was behind it all. The ninth princess reported that the assassin had regained consciousness and could now be spoken to. Zhao Chen understood that he was no match for the queen at the moment. He needed to cultivate rapidly and hope for victory in the future. For now, he needed to meet with Ah Lok. The maid said that Ah Lok had fully recovered. His broken bones had healed, but the young man looked quite lost. He hadn't spoken a word all day, as if he'd lost his mind. Zhao Chen understood that emotional trauma isn't so easily healed. Whether the assassin swordmaster recovers from it or not now depends on his resolve. The ninth prince looked very troubled. However, the princess believed he'd be better off thinking about the situation he'd gotten himself into. A maid led the princes into the garden and pointed to Ah Lok, who was sitting under a tree and had been drawing someone's face on the ground with a twig all day. Of course, it was hard to believe, but the assassin was drawing Lin Ningshan's face. Lok told the ninth prince that his meridians were destroyed and he would no longer be able to wield a sword. Zhao Chen understood that if the meridians were destroyed, a person became disabled, but this young man was able to draw someone's face. Zhao Chen declared that he had overestimated Lok, who had turned into a wreck because of a woman. And yet she doesn't even consider the swordsman a human being. But Lok still treats her like a goddess, so it turns out the guy is to blame for everything that happened to him if he doesn't value himself. Lok jumped up in indignation. He didn't understand who the ninth prince thought he was. If he hadn't saved Lok's life twice, he would have definitely been killed. In response to these words, Zhao Chen laughed and said that this trash couldn't compare to him, even if he cultivated for another 10 years. Lok boiled with rage. He leaped to his feet, brandished his staff, and lunged at the prince, shouting that he was no trash. Zhao Chen declared that trash always remained trash, and that he didn't even know why he had saved him in the first place. After that, the prince attacked the young man. But Lok didn't give up. He got back up and charged with his bare hands, a surge of rage gathering around him. Of course, the ninth prince had no trouble dealing with his opponent, and he landed several blows on the assassin swordsman. Zhao Chen shouted that his opponent didn't even have the strength to fight back, which is why Lok was such a piece of trash. The maid watched in horror as the ninth prince beat the swordsman. But the princess calmed the girl down, saying there was no need to worry. His Highness was simply trying to bring Lok to his senses. Another half hour passed in much the same fashion, and now the assassin, kneeling, begged the prince to stop. It seemed he had finally come to his senses. Zhao Chen turned to the young man and asked if he still wanted to remain a piece of trash. Lok couldn't hold back his tears. He replied that he was the swordsman, not a piece of trash, and that he was very grateful to the ninth prince for opening his eyes. Zhao Chen replied that there was no need to thank him. Lok had only been able to figure himself out thanks to his own willpower, and now he needed to plan his future. Lok replied that with his meridians destroyed, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Yellow Realm, so he needed to obtain spiritual elixirs that would help restore his meridians. Zhao Chen said he had a scroll containing a martial arts technique that could be cultivated by someone with damaged meridians, and if Lok's will was strong enough, he would be able to master this unique technique. Life returned to this unfortunate young man. He said that he now owed his savior 3 lives and would do anything for the ninth prince if he ever needed help in the future. Zhao Chen handed the young man a scroll and said that the maid Yun would take care of his lodging, and that Lok should take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate diligently. After that, the prince and princess went together to the royal arena to cultivate there. Late that evening, the king's closest servant and advisor remarked that a fledgling that never leaves the nest is not destined to become an eagle. Perhaps it was time to send the ninth prince on an apprenticeship. The king agreed that the prince had broken through the Yellow Realm very quickly. Perhaps he would make it in time for the recruitment drive at the Yuntai sect. The servant thought otherwise, for the 7th prince was already on an apprenticeship at the Yuntai sect, and if the 9th prince were to arrive there, nothing good would come of it. The king agreed with this and recalled that the bank owner from City U had recommended sending the 9th prince to the City U training palace to practice cultivation there. The training palace in City U was known for its extremely strict requirements, far more rigorous than those of the Yuntai sect. Only a select few were destined to be admitted there. But the king was practically certain that the 9th prince would be able to handle it, and once he reached the Black Realm, the king would personally offer him such an apprenticeship. The young people arrived at the royal family's martial arts field. At that moment, several serious warriors were training there. These young people were honing their martial arts skills and demonstrating various techniques. The kingdom of Yunwu controlled a fairly large territory located on the border, and yet there were many geniuses in the royal family. The 9th princess noticed with surprise that the prince was shocked by the genius he saw. The young man remarked that despite being a prince, he had traveled very little, unlike the 9th princess, who was now dressed up as a female assassin. The girl rolled her eyes and replied that her brother was talking like a real country bumpkin. In reality, her outfit was very functional and stylish to boot. At that moment, a young man approached the group and said he had heard of the 9th prince's victories over the warriors from the yellow list. The 5th prince asked if Zhao Chen would be so kind as to demonstrate his power to them. The 6th prince said he was curious to see how strong Zhao Chen was compared to someone from the Black Realm. The 3rd prince stepped out of the crowd and offered to teach the 9th brother a few lessons so he could demonstrate his true potential. Zhang Yusi was outraged, for the 3rd brother had already reached the middle stage of the Black Realm, and it was unfair to fight someone in the final stage of the Yellow Realm. Zhao Chen had already come to fully understand that of all the brothers and sisters in the royal family, Only the ninth princess treated him as a relative. The third prince believed that losing to his older brother was not a humiliation, but a valuable lesson for the future. Lin Chen-yu overheard these words and chimed in, suggesting that perhaps his cousin was simply afraid to accept the challenge or considered the third prince an unworthy opponent. The ninth princess couldn't stand this Lin family. She asked what they were doing on the royal family's martial arts grounds. Chen-yu replied that by the queen's personal order, he and his sister were permitted to train here on equal footing with the princes and princesses. Zhang Yusi believed that some people were not destined to become a phoenix, even if they had the chance. Ning Shan understood perfectly well that these words were directed at her, but someday this ninth princess would pay for everything. The third prince turned to his brother again and asked if he would fight him, or if the ninth prince truly looked down on everyone. The ninth prince replied to his brother that if that was how he felt, then they would certainly fight. Ning Shan was absolutely thrilled. She had finally waited for her cousin to get beaten up, and she could enjoy this wonderful show. The third prince was very strong and muscular. He used the wild bull fist. It was clear the guy intended to overwhelm his opponent with brute force. Zhe Chen reacted very quickly, and his older brother's fist flew over his head. The third brother noted that the younger one was indeed very fast, but that wouldn't be enough to stand up to him. Zhao Chen didn't understand what confrontation they were talking about. It all depended on whether the third brother could land even a single hit on the ninth. The third prince believed that speed was completely useless against absolute power. Zhao Chen replied, if that was the case, then he would look forward to seeing the third brother's absolute power. At that moment, the young man explained that he had cultivated the wild bull fist to the ninth level, which was equivalent to the strength of 81 bulls. No one could withstand even a single blow. After that, the third prince struck with all his might, and everything around him was blown sky high. He was certain that this time, his younger brother would not be able to dodge his attack. Ning Shan saw that the ninth prince had taken a direct hit, and even if he didn't die right then, the injuries from the blow would be simply horrific. The third prince stood above the ruined arena and said that speed had failed to save the ninth prince. But suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, the young man saw some movement behind him. Zhuo Chen unleashed the dragon and elephant prajna palm. A wild bull fist was thrust toward him. And now the young men were once again on equal footing and ready to attack each other. The third prince clearly hadn't expected this turn of events. He said he had only just begun, and fury flared in his eyes. The young man used the bloody rainbow, and it looked as though he was entering a berserker state. Zhao Chen watched his opponent with interest. It wasn't every day one got to fight a warrior in the middle of the black zone. He had to take advantage of this moment. The brothers were absolutely thrilled. They knew the third prince was in a rage, and now the ninth was in for it. The ninth princess saw that the rainbow's color was rather pale. It seemed the third prince had only recently reached the middle of the Black Realm, which meant that Zhou Chen had a chance to defeat him. The third prince lunged with his fist, but his opponent managed to dodge and suffered no damage. However, in the very next moment, the young man was sent flying high into the air, and the third prince laughed at him as if he were a worthless toy. Zhao Chen realized that his brother had sent him flying solely through the momentum of the strike. The third prince possessed formidable strength. At that moment, the third brother had already leaped forward and declared that from now on, each of his strikes would be as powerful as 100 bulls. A powerful blow sent the young man flying far away, and the ninth princess was very worried about Zhao Chen. Ning Shan was very pleased to see how upset the ninth princess was that her beloved little brother was being beaten. The third brother stood in the middle of the arena. Everything around him was shrouded in smoke and dust, and he couldn't see his opponent anywhere. But Zhao Chen was already very close. He had crept up behind his older brother again. The young man used the smoke and dust to his advantage. Zhao Chen struck out with his palm to attack his opponent. And in the next instant, the ninth brother was already landing blows on the third prince's torso. The third prince was furious. Did this boy really think he could defeat him with some pathetic tricks? After all, the difference in their strength was too great. After that, the young man, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to attack the ninth prince so that he would have no chance to hide. Zhe Chen understood perfectly well that this was exactly the kind of tactic one should expect from a warrior of the Black Realm, but the third prince was weaker than the others of his kind. Ning Shan, of course, believed that the third prince wasn't very smart, but he had strong cultivation, and it seemed that Zhe Chen had lost to him. But her brother Chen Yu had a completely different opinion. He realized that Zhao Chen's cultivation was much stronger than he had assumed, and he was certain that the third prince would not defeat him. Ning Shan couldn't believe her eyes. How was this possible? After all, Zhao Chen hadn't been given a single chance, and he was forced to retreat. But her brother Chen Yu saw that Zhao Chen wasn't just retreating, he was wearing down the third prince. It might seem as though he was taking all the damage, but in reality he was controlling his power and feigning weakness. Thanks to his clash with the third prince, Chen Yu now understood just how strong his cousin was. That meant the bounty for his death had to be doubled. The ninth princess was already barely holding back as she watched the duel. The ninth princess shouted, "Zhao Chen, stop resisting, the gap between you is too great. You need to fight properly," and she threw her sword. Zhao Chen actually wanted to continue practicing the palm technique against the third prince, but with this sword, he would end the duel faster. The ninth prince used the way of heaven, and the surprised third prince stood there with his mouth agape. As a result of this attack, the third prince was forced to crouch down because he had lost his balance and stability. The third prince shouted to his brother that although Zhao Chen was strong, he was still a Yellow Realm warrior and had no chance of winning. Another attack from the ninth prince followed, and everything around them was blown sky high. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the third prince lying helplessly on the rocks. He was wheezing and looked severely injured. Lin Chenyu realized that his cousin had defeated the third prince with 2 swings of his sword, if he were allowed to grow any further. Ning Shan now considered the third prince trash, who had failed to humiliate Zhao Chen. On the contrary, this guy was showing off again. The ninth princess was furious. She realized that Zhao Chen could have won this duel long ago, but he still chose to make her worry. The youngest princess had also realized that the ninth prince had been holding back in their battle. Otherwise, he could have defeated the third prince from the very beginning. The third prince was still lying on the ground, and, unable to believe what was happening, he demanded that the duel continue, saying he hadn't lost yet. The ninth prince replied that this was enough, for it didn't matter who won or who lost. There was no point in a duel whose outcome had long been decided. The young man thanked his sister for the sword. The ninth princess hugged her brother and asked why Zhao Chen hadn't told her earlier that he was capable of defeating the third prince, since she had been terribly worried throughout the entire duel. Ning Shan hated them more and more. She turned to the ninth princess and proposed a duel between them, since both girls had reached the realm of the sword that follows the mind. Zhang Yuxi immediately agreed to the duel, as she was eager to take revenge on Ning Shan for her loss last time. It turned out that the ninth princess had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and now that Ning Shan herself was offering to fight, she gladly accepted the challenge. Ning Shan immediately activated the sound of the blue sea, and now stood with her sword in hand, ready to attack. The ninth princess realized that Ning Shan had also improved her technique somewhat, but it wasn't enough. Zhang Yuxi managed to raise her sword at the last moment and parry the attack, staring in horror at her opponent, who was demanding she surrender. With her next move, Ning Shan knocked the sword out of the ninth princess's hands and sent the girl flying far to the side. Ning Shan was pleased with herself for, just like last time, she had won. The ninth princess is called blessed, yet she can't even hold a sword in her hands. And now it seems the gap in their strength has only widened. Ning Shan continued to humiliate the princess. She said she simply hadn't expected the ninth princess to be so poor with a sword. Zhao Chen picked up his sister's sword and said that Ning Shan's cultivation was already at a level above the Yellow Realm, which was an entire stage higher than the ninth princess's. Did her cousin really think that such a victory proved her superiority over the princess? That was very childish. Ning Shan didn't think there was anything childish about it. Everyone present had seen how she had just defeated the ninth princess, which meant their abilities were completely incomparable. Zhe Chen suggested, in that case, holding another duel between the girls in a month. If Ning Shan won again, the ninth prince would apologize for the words he spoke today. The ninth princess was terrified by this prospect. What if she lost? Would Zhe Chen really apologize to that nasty girl? Ning Shan immediately agreed to the wager. She demanded that the ninth prince not forget his words, and she would eagerly await the moment when the newly crowned genius would beg her for forgiveness on his knees. Zhe Chen said if his cousin lost, she would have to apologize to the ninth princess in front of everyone. When the Lin siblings were left alone, Chen Yu warned his sister that their cousin wasn't so simple. If he'd proposed such a deal, he was confident of the ninth princess's victory. Ning Shan replied that there was no need to worry about her. Thanks to the pills Chen Yu had brought, she would soon reach the peak of the Yellow Realm, and the ninth princess wouldn't be able to defeat her. Her brother advised her to reach the peak of the Yellow Realm as soon as possible, and then he would give her a black blood pill, which would help her advance to the Black Realm. And if she reached the Black Realm with her talent, she would easily be admitted into the Yuntai sect. Ning Shan said she would handle everything perfectly. Besides, Zhao Chen had crossed the queen. He didn't have long to live. But before that, she would thoroughly humiliate him. Zhang Yusi was alarmed. Most likely her rival had used some secret potions to raise her cultivation level. In a month, she would become even stronger, so their chances were close to zero. The ninth prince wanted the girl to trust him, since he himself had reached the Yellow Realm in just 6 months. It seemed the ninth princess had never even considered this possibility. The girl looked very surprised and wanted to know how he had done it. Zhao Chen had no intention of revealing all his secrets. He knew that the princess practiced the ice formula, a low-tier spiritual exercise. The royal family possessed 3 spiritual exercises. Though low-tier, they were still better than nothing. The ninth prince said that if the girl kept his secret, he could give her a ghost-level spiritual exercise. The girl was very surprised. She wanted to know where Zhao Chen had found such an incredible technique, since even the highest level exercise of the Yuntai sect was also ghost level. Zhao Chen explained that the technique was called the Tianhe scripture. It was divided into 7 levels, and the princess would be able to reach the peak of the Yellow Realm by mastering just the first level of the technique. A couple of hours passed, night fell, and the remains of the papers were burning in the fire. The ninth princess promised that even if her parents asked her, she wouldn't say a word to them, and would keep the ninth prince's secret at any cost. The young man advised her to practice this exercise, and then Yusi would be able to condense true qi within her body, which would help her reach the peak of the Yellow Realm. The girl was very grateful. She was at a loss for words and didn't know how to thank her brother for such a precious gift. Zhao Chen replied that he didn't expect her gratitude, since they were blood relatives, and a month wasn't such a long time. Therefore, she needed to start practicing as soon as possible. The ninth princess pressed herself against the young man and said that if he weren't her brother, she would gladly marry him. Afterward, the girl apologized for her behavior and said they needed to start practicing so that the ninth prince's efforts wouldn't be in vain. The princess promised that she would make Ning Shan regret the actions she had dared to take against her cousin. 20 days later, Zhao Chen was in the space of his crystal. Emperor Boini was completely satisfied. He could see that the young man was brimming with qi. I wonder if he will be able to reach the highest realm of cultivation. Zhe Chen now knew that his strike was equivalent to the strength of 99 oxen. He was already 1 step away from the next realm. The cat believed that a difference of 1 bull seemed insignificant, but in reality, advancing to the next realm would make the prince much stronger. Zhao Chen reasoned that if he raised the dragon and elephant prajna technique to the 3rd level, the strike's power would reach 100 bulls. The cat agreed wholeheartedly. The technique was currently only at the 2nd level and hadn't yet reached its full potential. Zhao Chen needed combat experience, but there wasn't a single worthy fighter in the royal palace. However, if the young man left the palace, the queen would try to kill him again. And then the young man came up with the idea that he could practice by killing wild beasts on the royal mountain, so he wouldn't have to leave the kingdom. The cat was simply shocked. This madman was willing to risk his life for the sake of training. Zhao Chen, having made up his mind, immediately set off for the royal mountain, and now he was fighting a huge lion. For now, the young man's speed was no match for that of the silver lion dragon. He had to time his attack just right, or he could die. At that moment, the silver lion attacked the prince once again, but the young man managed to leap out of the strike zone. Zhao Chen waited for the right moment and soon realized it had arrived. The young man unleashed an elephant gallop on the wild beast. But that wasn't all. The prince added a palm strike. The silver lion howled and screamed in pain. There was a tremendous commotion in the clearing. Everything around was flying through the air and exploding, and the noise attracted the attention of travelers passing through the royal mountains. A warrior offered to help the ninth prince, but the commander replied that the king had ordered them not to interfere, even if the prince were in danger. Soon the smoke and dust settled, and one could make out the unfortunate silver lion, lying there with its tongue hanging out. Zhao Chen looked at his opponent and realized that even high-level beasts feign death for the sake of survival. The young man moved toward the silver lion, which realized its trick had been seen through and now opened its jaws to attack the young man. Zhao Chen was forced to use the split-body technique to dodge the attack aimed at him. And in the very next moment, the young man unleashed a dragon strike on the silver lion, which could hardly have evaded this attack. At the end of the duel, the ninth prince was convinced that his current strength was sufficient to hold his own for some time. The royal guard examined the body of the slain silver lion dragon. With each passing day, it became increasingly difficult to predict what the future held for the ninth prince. The commander ordered the silver lion's carcass to be sold and the money sent. He had earned it honestly. After the hunt, Zhao Chen went to a mountain lake and submerged himself to the bottom to meditate in silence. He did this until his power increased, and now the young man was able to use his chi to rise high above the water's surface. He had finally mastered the third level of the dragon and elephant prajna, as well as the return of the dragon and elephant. From a distance, the royal warriors watched all these cultivations without interfering. They had never seen anything like it in their lives. The commander realized this was a blessing from the heavens and ordered the warriors to kneel. Everyone in the palace also saw a huge beam of light. The king's closest servant had never seen anything like it and was terrified. The king himself had never seen anything like it either, but according to ancient descriptions, he knew it was a blessing. Zhao Chen had not received a blessing from the heavens in his past life, but now he was convinced. Upon reaching the absolute realm, a blessing is bestowed, and one could say that a step has been taken toward becoming a mighty warrior. Although Zhao Chen was the king's son, he had never seen such pure energy before. If he managed to absorb the energy of the blessing, the ninth prince would reach the Black Realm without any trouble. When the process was complete, he couldn't wait to put his new power to use. Zhao Chen felt magnificent. The commander of the royal guard was in shock. He said the information was extremely important and he had to personally convey it to the king immediately. Ji Qian told the king everything. He was certain that the ninth prince had received the blessing. The man had seen it with his own eyes and would never deceive his king. The king said that in that case, they absolutely had to meet with the ninth prince on Royal Mountain. The king demanded that this information be kept secret. From that moment on, Ji Qian and his subordinates would guard the ancient temple located on Royal Mountain and would not leave it under any circumstances. Zhao Chen sat on the surface of the mountain lake and continued his meditation and cultivation. The young man heard footsteps approaching. It turned out to be the king who had come to check on his son. The man looked closely at Zhao Chen. Now he could see for himself that his son had reached the Black Realm, which meant he could unleash his most powerful strike. Zhao Chen was pleased that his father had allowed him to test his strength and immediately attacked the king with the return of the dragon and elephant. The king realized that in such a short period of time, the ninth son had managed to acquire incredible power. Zhao Chen was disappointed. He had used all his strength, but couldn't even break through his father's, the king's, protective chi. The king replied that, as a father, he was very happy and proud to witness his son's growth, but he expected more from the boy. After striking him with his palm, the king sent the boy flying headfirst over the surface of the lake. The king praised his son, saying that his palm strike was the strongest among warriors who had reached the highest level of the Black Realm, and that his ability to control his power was on par with that of warriors of the Earth Realm. The king was convinced that his son had reached the absolute level of the Yellow Realm. Otherwise, Zhao Chen would not have been able to attain such power. In the future, his son would surely surpass the king. However, if the boy continued to stay in this place, he would only squander his talent. This came as a great surprise to the ninth son. The king explained that he had chosen two paths for the ninth son. In the first, he could join the Yuntai sect and, thanks to his outstanding talent, become an outstanding disciple. The second path would be much more difficult. The king asked if his son had heard of the martial arts market school. Zhao Chen didn't know that the martial arts bank had established its own school. The king confirmed that this was true. The school is located on the Omen Ridge. The school recruits students from all kingdoms, so one may face great danger there. Zhao Chen placed his hand over his heart and said that he chose the second path. The young man would enroll in the market martial arts school. The king was very pleased. His ninth son had not disappointed him. As soon as word of the school's enrollment went out, the king would organize a trip to the Omen Ridge. Upon returning home, Zhao Chen watched as Alok practiced his technique. The young man proved to be truly very talented. With light movements of his sword, Alok cut down everything in his path, demonstrating great speed and excellent technique. Zhao Chen sincerely applauded this talented swordsman who had perfected the first move of the ninefold samsara of the magic formula. The young man replied that with this technique, he was destined to become an assassin, and he would like to test himself on the black market. Zhao Chen was a little surprised, but he didn't try to dissuade the young man. Perhaps he would find his path there. Just then, the maid Yun arrived and reported that the maid Lin Ningshan had come with a message. The girl said that a month had already passed, and now the ninth prince was invited to watch a match at the imperial family's martial arts arena. The ninth prince accepted the invitation and said he would go immediately, taking Alok with him. The young man understood if Ningshan had sent the message personally, it meant she was very confident of her victory. I'd like to know how the ninth princess's training went. The imperial family's martial arts arena was crowded, and everyone interested had gathered. The ninth princess looked stunning and was in a good mood. She greeted Zhao Chen and Alok from afar. Everyone looked at Ningxian's former servant in surprise, as they had believed Alok had long since died, and he was lucky to still be alive. But the men felt that in this situation, it would have been better to be dead, since Alok's meridians had been destroyed, and he was now incapable of anything. One of the men stepped forward and addressed Alok, saying that he still served his mistress, Ningxian, yet now he dared not kneel before her. Alok, looking the man in the face, said that, as far as he correctly remembered, it was this very fighter who had dealt him the final blow. The warrior felt a terrible fear, and his body broke out in a cold sweat. Death was standing right beside him. One of his comrades couldn't understand why his friend was afraid of a cripple who, on top of that, was a slave, but behaved very defiantly. The young man said that today he would help his mistress, Ningxian, and personally teach that disgraceful servant, Alok, a lesson. But in the very next second, Alok used a technique he had only recently finished perfecting, and suddenly his opponent was left speechless. The ninth princess was very surprised. She didn't understand what had happened to Alok or why such a strong thirst for killing had begun to emanate from him. The ninth, unfortunately, realized that the young man had chosen the path of the Reaper, so from now on his life would be filled with the desire to kill. Ningxian couldn't believe her eyes. Alok had killed a warrior with a single strike, and she hadn't even been able to follow his movements. Chen Yu was very pleased. He took note of the ruthless swordsman from the Lin family. The master praised Alok's cultivation, noting that compared to last time, his movements were impossible to track. Alok replied that he used to belong to the Lin family, but now he stood before everyone simply as Alok, and nothing bound him to the Lin household anymore. Ningxian was furious. She said that once a servant, Alok would remain one forever. But if the young man had managed to reach the Black Realm, why shouldn't he return? If he could win their trust, the Lin family would reward him generously. Alok replied that he had once agreed to serve Lady Lin because she had saved his life. But after that, she had personally killed Alok, and now a free man stood before her. Furthermore, if Ningxian continues to insist that Alok is her servant, the girl's life will not last long. Ningxian called for her guards, but the ninth prince intervened and said he would buy the servant. Ningxian replied, if her own cousin is begging to buy the servant, how can she stand idly by? Of course, she would sell Alok for 1 million silver coins. It was a real ripoff. Even a servant who has reached the first level of the Black Realm is worth no more than 10,000 silver coins. But Lin Ningxian advised the princess not to pretend to be a noble maiden if she had nothing to pay with, because a good person is worth a lot of money. Zhao Chen accepted the sum and said he would send the money within a month. The ninth princess thought the scoundrel was taking advantage of the situation, but the ninth prince replied that compared to Alok's talent, this sum was mere pocket change. Ningxian was very pleased, for this money would become her dowry when she married the seventh prince. Zhao Chen took the servant contract, thanked his cousin for giving him such a talented person, and then tore the contract to shreds, saying that Alok no longer belonged to anyone and had finally gained his freedom. Alok looked at the ninth prince with admiration. Standing before him was his savior, to whom he absolutely had to repay for all the kindness shown. Some people thought the young man had gone mad, spending 1 million silver coins just to buy a slave, and then simply tearing up the contract. It became clear to everyone that the ninth prince was incredibly wealthy if he was willing to spend that kind of money. People understood that the ninth prince was generous when it came to those in need, and now everyone wanted to take the ninth prince's side. The ninth princess was furious. Although Zhao Chen had already made his decision, she was the one who would not let that bitch Ningxian enjoy life. And so, finally, the two girls stood facing each other in the arena, ready to battle in this decisive duel. Ningxian was very confident in what would be her third victory. She could see that the princess was in good spirits, but she believed that nothing would remain of that after another defeat. The ninth princess said that this time she would give it her all for the sake of victory. Ningxian suggested changing the rules. This time, if she defeated the princess, she didn't want an apology. She wanted Zhao Chen to do her a favor. Ningxian turned to her cousin and told him not to worry. She wouldn't do anything bad to him. Zhao Chen was certain that the ninth princess wouldn't lose this duel, so he agreed to those terms. The ninth princess was also confident and told her brother not to worry. She wouldn't let him down. And so the duel finally began, and the girls rushed to attack each other. Zhao Chen saw that his cousin was already nearly at the peak of the Yellow Realm. The ninth prince couldn't understand how Ningxian had managed to improve her skills in such a short time. Ningxian's cultivation far surpassed that of the ninth sister, and the ninth prince was too young and impulsive. The fifth prince believed that if their brother were to kneel before Ningxian, it would damage the reputation of the entire royal family, The youngest princess shouted in support of the ninth sister, determined not to let their brother kneel before that insolent girl. Ningxian was certain, no matter how hard Zhang Yuxi trained, she would always be one step ahead of the princess. But the ninth princess said that they were both at the peak of the Yellow Realm and were now on an absolutely equal footing. She raised her hand, holding a sword, while her rival was convinced they were not equals. Zhang Yuxi used the sacred sword and the blue sea sword technique to attack her opponent. Ningxian withstood the attack and said that the princess had greatly disappointed her, and that even a month of diligent training hadn't helped this failure. The ninth princess said that even if she had to concede this battle, she wouldn't allow anyone to insult either herself or her brother, so her wishes shouldn't be disregarded. Zhao Chen advised his sister not to get too close to her opponent and to keep her distance to force Ningxian to expend her pure qi. The girls clashed again, and now Zhang Yuxi, following her brother's advice, was retreating further and further, drawing her opponent into a longer attack. The princess realized that her brother was absolutely right. She couldn't let her opponent get close, though the opponent was certain that even these hints wouldn't save her. Ningxian saw that the girl was dodging. It seemed the princess wanted to escape, but that wouldn't help her. She was still incapable of doing anything. Although Lin Ningxian's latest attack was parried, it still showed that the girl was very strong. At one point, the ninth princess sensed that her opponent had faltered slightly, which meant Ningxian's pure energy was nearly depleted, and now there would be a better chance of victory. Ningxian was indeed feeling exhausted. She cursed her cousin and his advice. If not for that, the princess would have already lost. Zhao Chen advised the princess to keep running and wait for the right moment to attack. Chen Yu noted, as expected of his talented cousin, the ninth prince was able to help the girl with just a few words, which meant he could help his sister as well. Chen Yu shouted, since the ninth princess likes to run, they should use the Lin family's deadly sword technique to cut off her retreat. Now everyone was certain that the princess would be unable to withstand this deadly sword technique that Ningxian had used to attack. Zhang Yuxi nearly dropped her sword when she received such a powerful blow. But the girl heard another hint from her brother and applied the blue sea sword technique, managing to keep her sword in her hands. Ningxian fell backward, losing her sword, and now it was time to finish the job. The ninth princess used ethereal oblivion. It was immediately clear that such an attack would be difficult to withstand calmly, and the spectators waited with great interest to see what would happen in the arena once visibility returned. The older brother was certain that this wasn't enough to kill Lin Ningxian. Zhao Chen continued to advise his princess sister not to let her guard down and to be extremely careful. Finally, it became clear what was happening. Ningxian lay on the arena floor in tattered clothes, while the princess stood with a sword in her hands, looking down at her. Zhang Yuxi addressed her opponent, saying that they were both wounded, and asked if Ningxian wanted to continue the fight. Ningxian replied that she shouldn't joke like that, since the princess was nearly defeated, and therefore suggested ending the fight in a draw. Shen Yu was very pleased with his younger sister and advised her to use the divine sword technique to attack. Ningxian instantly leaped up, grabbed her sword, and attacked her opponent, who couldn't believe how this lowly creature dared to strike the majestic princess. Zhao Chen shouted to the princess, "Take 3 steps to the left, turn around, and strike with your sword." The ninth princess repeated exactly what Zhao Chen had just advised her to do. Zhao Chen understood if the fight continued, both girls would suffer serious injuries, and that was not at all what he wanted. The young man drew his sword, leaped upward, and demonstrated to the princess how to hold the sword for a destructive technique. And now, inspired by her brother, the princess struck with a destructive technique, directing it at Ningxian. Ningxian barely managed to avoid being wounded. She was forced to drop her sword and crouch low, trying to dodge the blow. The ninth princess realized this was her chance. She immediately darted in the other direction and very quickly found herself behind her opponent. The next moment, her sword was pressed against Ningxian's neck, and Ningxian dared not move, fearing she would lose her head. Lin Chen-yu was furious, for he had given his sister the immortality pills, yet she had still lost to some ordinary ninth princess. The Lin family's servants and warriors couldn't believe their eyes. How could their mistress have lost? But at that moment, the youngest princess began shouting loudly and congratulating her ninth sister, who had not let the royal family down. Zhao Chen was literally exhausted. He had never been so nervous before, and even Alok was surprised to see the prince in such a state. Zhang Yuqi warned her opponent not to move because it would be painful and bad if she accidentally injured the girl's face. Ningxian was very upset. She suggested that the princess fight again, because if it weren't for Zhao Chen's hints, the princess would never have been able to win. Ning Shan tried once more to make a bet and persuade the ninth princess to accept another challenge. But the ninth princess replied that she wasn't interested in any of that. Ning Shan had lost, which meant she had to kneel and apologize, or else her face would suffer. Ning Shan replied that she had promised to apologize, but at the same time hadn't promised to kneel. However, that was the winner's wish. At that moment, the girl's brother, Lin Chen Yu, stepped into the arena. He addressed the princess and begged her to spare his sister. But Zhang Yusi, without turning her head, said that Chen Yu was nothing more than a servant of the seventh prince and had no right to speak to the princess. After that, the princess turned around and shouted very imperiously, "On your knees!" No one had ever seen this sweet girl in such a state before. Zhang Yusi looked at the young man once more and barked in order for him to fall to his knees before her. Lin Chen Yu, though dissatisfied with the situation, understood that he was speaking to a princess. He fell to his knees and told his sister to immediately kneel and ask for forgiveness. The ninth princess offered the girl a way to avoid punishment and not have to kneel if she was willing to pay 1 million silver coins. Ning Shan was so terrified she couldn't figure out where she would get 1 million. And then the princess reminded her that she could demand it from her ninth brother. Ning Shan knew that 1 million was too large a sum for her family. She'd rather kneel before the princess, but still make her cousin pay the 1 million. And so the girl fell to her knees with all her might and began begging for forgiveness, saying she had made a mistake. The ninth princess was very surprised. She hadn't expected her opponent to get down on her knees. It seemed the ninth brother would have to hand over all his money after all. None of the princes had expected the proud goddess of heaven, Lin Ning Shan, to get down on her knees before their sister. But the youngest princess believed that she was no goddess of the heavens at all, since her sister had managed to make her fall to her knees, and the true goddess of the heavens was the ninth princess. The Lin family's servants couldn't believe their eyes. Had their mistress really knelt down? It was unthinkable that the princess would have insulted their mistress. Ning Shan stood up and reminded her cousin to send her 1 million silver coins within a month. The humiliated Lin siblings left the arena, dreaming of killing their tormentors. Chen Yu told his sister that he had already hired an assassin and offered a hefty reward for Zhao Chen's head. His death would be inevitable as soon as he left the palace. Ning Shan said she would train constantly and very hard, and one day she would personally kill the princess to quench the hatred in her heart. Chen Yu promised his sister once she reaches the absolute realm, he would recommend her to the Tianzong Palace for training. There, the girl would be able to meet the seventh prince, since he is a student of the inner palace, and if she gained his patronage, her life would immediately improve. Jie Chen told the princess that today she had deeply humiliated Ning Shan, and it was already clear that in the future, the girl would use any means necessary to take revenge on Zhang Yusi. The ninth princess admitted that she hadn't meant to humiliate her, but had only been trying to help Jie Chen get his money back. Besides, the princess was certain that Ning Shan wouldn't dare touch the royal court. Zhao Chen didn't share his sister's optimism. He gave her the immortality pill so that she could increase the probability of a breakthrough by 30%. This pill was a true treasure and a rarity, and it cost a fortune. The girl wanted to kiss her brother in gratitude, but he, like all brothers, pulled away from her grasp, not letting her do so. Jie Chen was returning home with Alok and mentioned that he would soon be leaving for the Wuxi Academy, but there was someone he was worried about. The ninth princess was the only one who treated him like family, and Jie Chen cherished that affection deeply. The ninth prince was certain that Ning Shan would definitely take revenge on the girl and might even try to kill her. Alok said there was no need to worry about that. As long as he was in the city, he would always secretly protect the princess and not let the Lin family kill her. Jie Chen understood that he was helping Alok atone for his guilt, and Alok was helping protect his loved ones, and now they owed each other nothing and could simply be friends on equal terms. The young man was very surprised to hear such words, for they came from the prince who had offered him a job. As friends, Alok would certainly protect the prince and his family. A month flew by unnoticed, and now Zhao Chen was about to set off for the Wuxi Academy while wild beasts raged in the mountains, and his mother was very worried about her son. It was their first time apart, and Zhao Chen tried to reassure his mother, saying that there were many warriors at the Wuxi Academy and the wild beasts wouldn't dare to approach. Mrs. Lin was also worried about the quarrel between her son and Ning Shan, but after all, they were cousins, and eventually they would have to forgive each other and mend their relationship. The young man knew that wasn't the case, so he asked his mother to tell them that the ninth prince had promised, as long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't touch the Lin family. But if they dared to insult Zhao Chen or his mother again, there would be no mercy, and he would wipe them off the face of the earth. The ninth princess said she would take care of Lady Lin, and that Zhe Chen could go to the academy with peace of mind. The girl watched her brother drive away and thought that she too would train hard, reach the realm of the absolute, and then definitely come to the Wuxi Academy. The queen was furious because it had all been in vain. They had spent a whole month looking for an opportunity to kill the ninth prince, and now they were simply watching him leave for the Wuxi Academy, where he would become an even bigger problem in the future. Lin Chenyu asked the queen not to worry. The ninth prince had finally left the palace, and now it would be easier to eliminate him. The young man said that without the protection of the royal family, Zhe Chen would be as good as defenseless, and they would take him out. He would die before he even reached the academy. Everyone poured into the city streets to see the ninth prince depart with their own eyes. Absolutely every girl was in love with this handsome and talented young man, who had only recently reached the absolute realm. As soon as the prince dismounted, Liu Chenfeng appeared before him and said he had been waiting for him for a long time. The young man admitted that he wanted to apologize to the prince for what had happened in the past. But after losing twice, Liu Chenfeng had reflected deeply and decided to start anew, and subsequently even reached the absolute realm. And this was coming from one of the most spoiled and wealthy children in the kingdom. In that case, he deserved congratulations. Cheng Feng admitted that if it weren't for the ninth prince's support, he wouldn't have reached the absolute realm so quickly. Everyone present suddenly froze, for the ruler of the entire district had appeared right in the middle of the square. Lu Chuanshen mentioned that the former ruler and the current king had also been childhood friends, and now the man hoped that his son and the prince would develop a good relationship. Zhe Chen sensed that this man exuded immense power. The young man politely greeted the lord and said he was willing to open up to Chen Feng and befriend him if he had reformed. Mr. Liu sensed that the prince had remained calm even after attempts to intimidate him, so he advised his son to be as cool-headed and level-headed as the ninth prince. Zhao Chen knew that the young Liu Qingfeng was considered a genius. If he could start his life with a clean slate, then he could put aside their long-standing animosity and befriend him. At that moment, a huge bird appeared over the city. It seemed as though it could cover half the city with its wings. People knew this was the Bloodhawk. It was one of the 3 strongest beasts, and its combat power surpassed that of martial arts masters. Elder Shi Nantian arrived riding this Bloodhawk. This man was the elder of the Wuxi Bank. He greeted Mr. Liu and asked how many people would be taking the exam at the Wuxi Academy this year. Mr. Liu replied that there was no need to worry. This year, the number of examinees was greater than last year's, and so far no one knew what surprises these people would bring. Shi Nantian was surprised. Could it be that outstanding talents had emerged who would make it into the top 10? Lu Chuanshen replied that words were meaningless. It would be better if Mr. Shi saw everything with his own eyes. And so the Bloodhawk was already carrying a group of candidates on its back, along with their leaders and masters. During the flight, a girl named Qi Shi approached the prince. She greeted His Highness and asked permission to sit next to him. Zhao Chen studied the girl closely, and her tights seemed familiar to him. The assassin who had once tried to kill him one night had been wearing exactly the same pair. Chen Feng didn't understand why the prince was so calm. This beauty's name was Qi Shi, and she was not only gorgeous but also on the lowest rung of the absolute realm. Perhaps the girl would become their classmate. The ninth prince advised his friend, if he wanted to start with a clean slate, he needed to get rid of his womanizing ways. Lu Chenfeng didn't understand the prince. Such a charming creature was right in front of them, and the prince didn't even flinch. Qi Shi watched the prince. She liked him very much, and if she could kill him, it would be a real stroke of luck. Zhao Chen seemed to be sitting with his eyes closed while the girl prepared 2 fingers, between which she had hidden a needle. But before she could do anything, the prince looked closely at the girl, and she was forced to tuck the needle behind her ear, using it as a hairpin. Among the people riding on the hawk's back was another of Qi Shi's colleagues. He realized the girl had failed, and now he would have to do everything himself. The stranger rose, took out the needle, and flung it, aiming for the ninth prince's neck and the back of his head. Zhao Chen was so sensitive to Qi that nothing in the space closest to him could escape his gaze, and the young man also saw the needle flying toward him. The ninth prince caught the poison sting with his hand. It killed people without a sound or a breeze, leaving not even a drop of blood. This was the method professional assassins usually used. The stranger broke out in a sweat from the tension. It was impossible to believe. Even the greatest martial arts master could not detect a poison sting, let alone catch it. The hired assassin realized he had been discovered, which meant his only option was to attack head-on. He drew his knife and charged. The ninth prince barely moved. He watched the assassin who sought to kill him, relying on foolish tricks. At that moment, Elder Shi Nantian saw what was happening, and realized that someone dared to behave so insolently toward a royal in his presence. The man delivered a swift strike to the assassin, who clearly hadn't expected such a turn of events. The academy elder delivered this blow with just 2 fingers, yet the hired assassin was knocked out and fell, dropping his weapon. The guys sat with their mouths agape, watching as the academy elder took out the hired assassin in a single move. It was immediately clear that the teachers there were tough. The 9th prince wanted to talk to the assassin to find out who had sent him, but it turned out the assassin was already dead. Shi Nantian said that the poisonous sting and the fishgut sword were definitely the tools of an assassin from the underworld. It turns out an assassin from the underworld had infiltrated the Wuxi Academy, something the elder hadn't expected. He turned to the 9th prince and asked what trouble the young man had already caused, and why the assassin had wanted to kill him. Lu Chenfeng explained to his uncle that this was the 9th prince of the Yunwu kingdom, a martial arts genius. The elder agreed that one had to be a genius to reach the absolute realm at 16, but it couldn't compare to the talent of the 7th, who had reached the absolute realm at 12. After that, the elder ordered Cheng Feng to throw the body off the cliff, because he didn't want to get his hands dirty. When all that was over, Jie Chen approached the girl and waited silently for her to speak. The girl hoped the prince hadn't realized that she too was a hired assassin. However, she felt an intense pressure emanating from the prince. It was unclear how this would have ended, but then Chen Feng appeared. He said that the academy was still far away, and that it would be better for everyone to sit down and rest for now. Qi Shi broke out in a cold sweat from the tension as the prince walked past her. The girl understood if she drew her knife, she would die instantly. The 9th prince was hiding something, and until that was revealed, he must not be killed. Chen Feng calmed the prince and said that as soon as they reached the Wuxi Academy, the assassins would definitely be unable to harm the prince. Zhao Chen understood perfectly well that the queen had hired assassins from the underworld, and even at the Wuxi Academy it would not be safe. They had to be very careful. Zhao Chen promised himself, as soon as he reached the celestial realm, he would return to the palace and settle the score with the queen. It was a long journey, but the Blood Hawk flew swiftly, and finally everyone arrived safely. Elder Shi addressed the guards of the magical barrier and ordered them to open the gates, and only then was the enormous hawk able to descend into the city. People watched the group with interest, examining the future martial arts masters who had come to study with them. Zhao Chen began to look around carefully, but then he heard a comment. Are there really only a couple of people from the Yunwu kingdom taking the exam? There are so few of them left. Shen Mengxi was from the kingdom of Shifang and meant no harm, but year after year, fewer and fewer people were coming from the kingdom of Yunwu. Clearly, the situation there was getting worse. One of the young men stepped forward and said that no one dared to insult the warriors from his kingdom. His name was Zhang Heng, and he challenged the man who had insulted his comrades. Mengxi accepted the challenge. If the young man could withstand 3 of his attacks, he would take back his words. Zhang Heng was furious. Why was this guy underestimating him? He would make Mengxi regret his words. The girls watched the quarrel with interest. Everyone knew that Jiang Heng's true qi, in the form of a fiery dragon, was incredibly powerful. Zhao Chen understood that the representative of the Shifang realm was no pushover, and he had to be ready to save Zhang Heng at any moment. And indeed, a powerful strike from Shen Mengxi instantly knocked Zhang Heng out. Mengxi was already clearly mocking his opponent, saying that today's fighters couldn't even keep up with their opponent's movements, and he was disappointed. The young man believed that a worthless scum like Zhang Heng was unworthy of being a student at the Wuxi Academy, and it would be better to get rid of him altogether. The young man gathered strength in his fist and prepared to deliver another blow to the man on the ground. But before his powerful fist reached Zhang Heng, who was still unable to recover, Shi Chen's hand appeared in its path. It easily pushed the furious Shen Mengxi back, forcing him to retreat, and this was very unexpected. No one had anticipated that anyone could stop such an attack. The 9th prince turned to Zhang Heng and handed him the immortality pill, saying there was no need to thank him. He would take care of everything else himself. Mengxi was surprised and amazed. He clapped his hands because he hadn't expected a situation where the candidate would turn out to be so strong. And on top of that, a prince. Mengxi surmised that this prince was most likely very powerful, so perhaps he would want to demonstrate something to everyone present. Elder Shi wanted to intervene, but one of the instructors said that the young men were competing in their skills and should not be interrupted. The elder hoped that Mengxi wouldn't attack with full force, knowing that a prince stood before him. The 9th prince said that this wasn't an exam. Shen Mengxi had wounded one of Yunwu's warriors, which meant he had to pay for his medical expenses. If Mengxi paid 30,000 silver coins, they could part ways. In response, Mengxi just started laughing, saying that the prince must be very afraid of him if he didn't even want to fight him. Shen Mensi wouldn't calm down and kept laughing, shouting that this was a real disgrace for Prince Yunwu. But then Chen Feng intervened, confident that Mensi would lose even to him, let alone the ninth prince. Lu Chenfeng announced that he was challenging the young man and would defend the honor of his kingdom. Shen Mensi replied that he didn't want to fight such a small fry as Chen Feng. If the ninth prince accepted the challenge and won, Meng Shi would apologize to him and pay the wounded fighter 30,000 silver coins. The young man was certain that the prince wouldn't dare face him, and that the boys would be better off returning to their kingdom of Yunwu. Zhao Chen said that if all his conditions were accepted, he would agree on the condition that the loser, Shen Mengxi, pay 100,000 coins. Zhao Chen raised the stakes with every passing minute, especially since the young man was shouting so loudly about his victory that he shouldn't worry about losing money. The next moment, an enraged Shen Mengxi lunged forward, declaring that even 1,000,000 wouldn't matter. After all, the prince couldn't defeat him. And just then, the young man's massive hand was closing in on Zhao Chen's face. Instead of dodging, Zhao Chen closed his eyes. Zhou Chen activated clear vision, managed to dodge the attack, and immediately counterattacked, striking his opponent powerfully in the jaw and knocking out several of his teeth. Shen Mengxi flew through the air, kicking his legs, losing blood and teeth as he fell. Lu Chenfeng roared with laughter, for he had warned this braggart, no matter how hard he tried, he would never defeat the ninth prince. Now, everyone present couldn't comprehend what had just happened. They hadn't had time to make out the prince's movements, only realizing that the opponents were on completely different levels. Shen Mengxi couldn't hold back his tears, snot, and teeth. He was shaking, stuttering, and wanted to know how the prince could move so fast. But the ninth prince was already right behind his opponent, ready to continue the fight. A powerful kick to the jaw sent the guy to the dentist, and now Shen Mengxi, offering no resistance, was flying across the square. Elder Shi realized that the prince had been hiding his abilities from the very beginning. He needed to keep a close eye on him. The ninth prince stood over his defeated opponent, who had made a wager and lost, and now had to hand over 100,000 silver coins. Shen Mengxi began to cry and said he didn't have that many coins. He had only 30,000 left. But then Lu Chenfeng intervened, saying that the prince shouldn't personally engage in such an undignified matter as demanding repayment. Zhao Chen asked that the debtor be treated more leniently and stepped aside, while Chen Feng couldn't understand how the fourth prince of the Shen family could not afford 100,000 silver coins. Cheng Feng stepped on Mengxi's hand and said that the young man had personally spoken to the ninth prince about the money, and now he was trying to renege on the debt. Zhou Chen was a rather good-natured fellow, and he didn't like listening to the wretched Mengxi's screams, especially since Zhou Chen had asked for a gentler approach. The elders also confirmed that they had heard about the wager for paying one's debts is the law of heaven and the principle of earth. Chen Feng told the defeated Mensi, if he didn't bring the money today, they would break his arm tomorrow and then his leg. Shen Mensi continued to sob and begged them not to beat him. He pulled out his purse and said that was all he had. Lu Chenfeng called the young man a real pauper. Did he really only have these 30,000 silver coins? They took them all. But since the loser had no other money, Chen Feng would take this sum in another form. Chen Feng stripped the loser of almost everything. It turned out that the Mensi sword was worth about 10,000, and the gem-encrusted belt 8,000. In the end, Lu Chenfeng agreed to accept the remaining 50,000 later in the form of an IOU. Zhao Chen looked at Chen Feng and realized that this guy was a real thug, and his character was unlikely to change anytime soon. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, addressing the ninth prince and Lu Chenfeng, saying that even if the loser didn't have enough money, there was no need to humiliate him. Of course, this was said in a situation where people had no specific intention of humiliating Zifang, and now the prince of the Zifang kingdom, He Jin, was speaking to the young men. Chen Feng bowed and warned the prince to be careful. Ho Xin is at the final stage of the absolute realm. He wears the royal family's jewels, and he won't be easy to deal with. Zhao Chen said that Shi Fang wasn't allowed to humiliate them either, and they had simply fought back. But Ho Xin declared that such behavior was natural when the strong humiliate the weak. In that case, it turned out there was nothing wrong with the boys humiliating the Sifan warriors. Ho Xin advised them not to be so cocky, since the exam was the next day, and there he would personally crush all the Yunwu warriors. Lu Chenfeng got a little scared. Things weren't looking good, and the exam would be dangerous. Of course, killing people isn't allowed during the exam, but the first stage would take place on Tianmo Mountain, and most likely they would try to kill them right there, since there would be no evidence of the murder. The girls were alarmed, realizing that the situation was becoming very dangerous for their favorites. Zhang Heng believed that it was all his fault. But then Qi Shi intervened in the conversation. The girls said that if they tried to kill them during the exam, why couldn't they retaliate in kind? Qi Shi turned to the prince and said, if they worked together, they could inflict serious damage on the Shifang soldiers. All these years, Yun Wu had held a grudge against Shifang. It was time to settle the score. Zhao Chen was very surprised. Not only was Qi Shi at the highest level of cultivation, but her courage knew no bounds. A girl like this was rare, and the prince agreed to fight alongside her to the end tomorrow. Qi Shi was very pleased. The prince had placed his trust in her, and now she had a chance to kill him. The next day arrived, and the instructors welcomed the examinees to the entrance exams of the Wuxi Academy. Inside the academy, there was a strict hierarchy. Only the elders could wear silver robes, and on stage, only the head could wear a golden robe. Zhao Chen realized this was the Wuxi Academy. A powerful energy emanated from them. If the candidates passed the exam, they would wear white robes. The head explained that the first round of the exam would involve hunting wild beasts, and the second round would be an obstacle course. The first stage of the Wuxi exam, hunting wild beasts, required killing 5 low-level wild animals at the lowest tier of the absolute realm, and 10 animals at the middle tier. Thus, Elder Situ explained how many wild animals of different levels the candidates would need to kill for the exam to be considered passed. He went on to explain that 1 killed mid-level animal is equivalent to 5 low-level ones, and that there are other mathematical ratios. If anyone encounters a high-level beast, those candidates will most likely not survive and will perish in battle against it. The girls were frightened. They thought the exam was too harsh, and some were already thinking of giving up. No one wanted to die. Liu Chenfeng tried to calm the girls down. He said that the exam would take place over a large area, and in theory, they shouldn't encounter high-level beasts. Elder Saitu explained before entering the mountains, each participant would receive a unicorn ball. If the participants found themselves in danger, they only needed to crush the ball. This signified withdrawal from the exam. The exam would last 3 days. If, after 3 days, a participant had not obtained the required number of beasts, they would be disqualified. After that, the elders declared the start, and everyone was eagerly ready to rush into battle. Prince Ho Xin gathered his representatives and said, as soon as the boys encounter warriors from the Yunwu kingdom, they must be killed immediately. Whoever kills even 1 person will receive 2 immortality pills. If anyone manages to kill the prince, they will receive a reward of the Northern Lord's treasures. Zhao Chen walked through the forest with Qi Shi and asked the girl if she was worried, since they would have to kill many wild beasts. Qi Shi replied that she would simply kill someone from Shifang, take the eyes of the slain beasts from them, and that would be much faster. Qi Shi behaved like a true bloodhound. She kept sniffing at the leaves and bushes and finally caught the scent of a Sifan, who had been there 15 minutes earlier. Qi Shi said that the night before she had secretly sneaked into the Sifan camp and memorized the scents of all 660 warriors. That was incredibly impressive. The prince realized that either the girl was a saint or she had been training her sense of smell since childhood, because even those who had reached the heavenly realm were incapable of such a feat. Qi Shi replied that it was exactly as he said. One of her ancestors had been a saint, but after his death, the family had fallen into decline, and she was the only one left. But right now, the girl didn't want to discuss it. She suggested they track down the Siphonite quickly and rushed after him. At that moment, the warrior ripped out another pair of eyes from a slain animal. He had already collected the eyes of 3 wild beasts. The young man turned, intending to drive away his rival, but saw the prince of Yunwu standing before him, and that was a stroke of real luck. The Siphon man explained that Prince Hixin had promised a generous reward for Zhou Chen's head, and now the warrior would quickly finish the job because he was already in the final stage of the Absolute Realm. The man drew his sword and immediately activated several abilities, preparing to attack his opponent. Zhao Chen was absolutely confident. He parried the attack and said the warrior couldn't handle him. Did he really want to keep going? The young man couldn't believe his eyes. The prince was in the initial stage, yet he had already managed to neutralize his strike. At that moment, Qi Shi appeared behind the warrior from Shifan and said that their prince was the strongest representative of the Yellow Realm. The girl instantly severed the warrior's head without even feeling any discomfort. Zhao Chen said he had only wanted to incapacitate this guy and didn't understand why they had to kill him. She replied that this warrior was very young, but had already reached the final stage. If he hadn't died, he would surely have sought revenge. They needed to hurry and divide the spoils. They found a pouch of coins, a box of beast eyes, and gold bars on the warrior. Qi Shi took all the money and crystals for herself, while the prince picked up the weapon and slipped it into his ring. Qi Shi immediately noticed the spatial artifact on the prince's finger. Zhao Chen said that the ring had many intricate patterns, so it suited women better, and if Qi Shi wanted it, he would give it to her. Qi Shi knew that a spatial ring was very expensive, and this fool wanted to give the ring away for nothing. The girl said that a man shouldn't give a ring to a woman. The ninth prince clutched his head, for he was only 16 years old, and it was just a spatial ring. He had no intentions whatsoever toward Qi Shi. Qi Shi calmed down and asked to take a closer look at the ring. She wanted to know how to use it. Zhao Chen said she just needed to infuse it with her energy. The girl put on the ring, and soon she already had a dagger in her storage space. Qi Shi replied that she couldn't just accept such an expensive gift, and she would give him 30 soul crystals in exchange. Zhi Chen replied that the ring was worth at least 200 crystals, but he was simply giving it to her as a gift, which meant he didn't need any money. Qi Shi didn't understand why the prince was giving her such a valuable item. Wasn't he afraid she would kill him and take his other treasures? The ninth prince replied that they were friends now, and he didn't believe he'd be so unlucky as to encounter someone who would repay kindness with evil. The next moment, Qi Shi's sharp sword was at the prince's face, and he asked what she was doing. She replied that it was perfectly clear she was about to kill him and rob him, and the two stood there side by side, with Qi Shi's sword resting on the prince's shoulder. Zhao Chen thought that if she was killing him for money, that was indeed a compelling reason. Qi Shi admitted she was amazed by the prince's reaction. A sword was pressed against his neck, yet he didn't even flinch. Suddenly, the girl sensed a suffocating pressure emanating from the prince. She lowered the sword and said she simply wanted to remind the prince one must never forget self-defense. After that, Qi Shi announced that she would accept the ring, thanked the prince for his kindness, and suggested they continue tracking down the warriors of Shifan. Zhao Chen noticed the girl had drawn her sword in exactly the same way as the representatives of the underworld do, which meant he hadn't been mistaken. She really was a hired assassin. Time passed, and another fierce duel ensued between the two powerful opponents. It was Qi Shi chasing yet another representative of the Shifang kingdom, and soon the female warrior was killed. Qi Shi summed up the situation. They had dealt with 8 warriors, 12 remained, and they could call it a day. Sifang had oppressed their kingdom for a long time, and the time for revenge had come. Zhao Chen still didn't understand why they had to kill these people, since they could simply annul their cultivation. Qi Shi turned to the prince and said that Sifang's warriors hadn't slaughtered his people because they were such kind souls. At that very moment, an archer appeared from the bushes. His arrow was hurtling toward the girl at full speed, and it seemed that nothing and no one could save her now. The ninth prince didn't have time to draw his weapon and stop the arrow's flight. He instantly darted toward Qi Shi, grabbed the girl, and flew off to the side with her. A huge hole remained where she had been sitting just moments ago. Qi Shi realized she had just narrowly escaped death, and there was only one warrior capable of such superb archery, Feng Ji of the Feng family from Shifan. The archer greeted Miss Qi Shi, who knew it was him, but now the young man was curious as to how the ninth prince had managed to spot him. By this point, Zhao Chen had already activated his spatial defense. He told the archer that his arrows were poor, they couldn't possibly hit either the prince or Qi Shi. Ji began to explain that several years ago during the battle on the Mo River, his grandfather had nearly shot the king, the prince's father, and as a reward, he had received 10,000 slaves. And as soon as Zifang destroys everyone from the kingdom of Yunwu, the Feng family will receive much more, and the prince himself will become a servant in the Feng family. The ninth prince understood that the archer wanted to provoke him and then strike him in the back. But the archer was overly confident in his abilities and said that the prince would not be able to stop him, let alone kill him. Zhao Chen replied, if the situation had become that serious, he would take a little time and kill Feng Ji. Qi Shi watched the scene unfold with interest. Rumor had it that the ninth prince was a brilliant swordsman, but she had never seen him use a sword before, and now was a perfect opportunity to discover the prince's true strength. Feng Ji took aim and fired instantly, but suddenly realized his target had vanished. He couldn't see the prince anywhere. Zhao Chen was moving at tremendous speed, and the archer felt completely disoriented because he couldn't see his target. Finally, it seemed clear where the prince was, and the archer fired 3 arrows at once to ensure he hit his target. And all 3 arrows, it turned out, hit their mark, but they hit a phantom. Qi Shi was amazed by the prince's speed and realized that the decision to kill him had been too rash. How fortunate that she hadn't done it. The prince had already closed in on the archer and was now standing behind him. Zhao Chen attacked his opponent and knocked the bow out of his hands. Feng Ji looked stunned and bewildered. The ninth prince remarked that the archer had lost his bow. What would he do now? But at that moment, the archer replied that the prince was within his range and spat a needle at him, which flew toward its target at tremendous speed. Zhao Chen watched the approaching needle in surprise and realized he wouldn't have time to dodge. The arrow pierced the prince, and he fell. Qi Shi was in shock, for if the prince died, the archer would most likely kill her as well. Feng Ji was overjoyed because the ninth prince had died by his hand, which meant the family elders would surely recommend Ji for the position of family heir. But these celebrations proved premature and entirely unnecessary, because in the next instant, the ninth prince, sword in hand, was already face-to-face with the archer. Zhao Chen launched a sword strike, and before he died, the archer thought, after all, he had used the Feng family's secret technique, which never misses and catches the enemy off guard. This technique kills even those at the highest level of cultivation, and it is impossible to dodge Feng Ji's shot. The young man managed to think all this through before he fell. The ninth prince asked if Ji knew anything about the spatial domain. This was the power of the absolute domain. As soon as the archer shot at the prince, he released the spatial domain. The shot collided with the spatial domain and altered the needle's flight path. The archer was bleeding to death, but he believed that no one would believe such nonsense. Such a powerful force could not exist. What is the secret? The ninth possessed a powerful seal of time and space. Since ancient times, there had not been a single saint who possessed this seal. Ji is about to die and can therefore hear the truth. Since ancient times, only 3 people remain who possess the seal of time and space, and Zhao Chen is one of them. Feng Ji realized that this prince was a complete fool if he was revealing such an important secret. Ji believed that if he revealed this secret, the entire kingdom of Yunwu would be condemned, and his plan would surely be rewarded. And after that, the archer took out an explosive pill and activated it. Qi Shi was ready to give chase, because the archer was wounded and wouldn't be able to run far. But the prince stopped her, saying it was too much trouble. Zhao Chen used his all-seeing eye, and now he could scan the entire space around him. After a while, the ninth prince told the girl that he had found the archer, and she was hardly surprised anymore. The ninth prince rushed off in a certain direction, but not before ordering Qi Shi to follow him and draw her sword. Feng Ji was terrified. He tried to flee, but the ninth prince's sword strikes rang out right behind him. At last, the sacrifice was made and completely defeated, even though the prince apparently had no intention of killing anyone. The ninth prince replied, if he doesn't kill the archer will kill him. If the archer is courting death, there is no other choice, and the young man took the trophy for himself. Qi Shi explained that the family had high hopes for the boy. If he died during the exam, they would be furious. His older brother studies at the Wuxi Academy, and this could lead to serious trouble. Zhao Chen announced that they were leaving. He had already collected the required number of eyes, but the girl still had some work to do. Qi Shi knew that those who kill for the first time always have inner doubts, but the prince remained steadfast. And even though he had been betrayed, he remained magnanimous. Following the prince was far more advantageous than simply killing him. The next day, the hunt continued in the forest, and the young people found the body of a slain man on the riverbank. It was a warrior from their kingdom who had been subjected to inhuman torture before his death. Qi said that this was a specific method of murder. It was done by a warrior from the Qin family, and his scent remained at the scene. The girl explained that this was Qin He, the greatest genius of the Qin family in the last 100 years. At the age of 21, he had reached the lowest level of the extreme absolute realm. It was said that he had cultivated dark arts by devouring a woman, which was why his cultivation progress was so rapid. Qi Shi looked very distraught, and the prince suggested that they first give this unfortunate girl a proper burial. Soon the young men buried the girl and left something resembling a tombstone, intending to notify her relatives of this in the future. Zhao Chen was eager to kill this Qin He, even though he had reached the peak of the absolute realm, and dealing with him would be much more difficult than with Feng Ji. At that moment, the ninth prince lowered his head and said in a quiet voice that someone was nearby. Qi Shi realized it was a trap and they had fallen into it. And indeed, a huge bird appeared in the sky above, its shadow covering the entire clearing. The threat was on the bird itself. The man standing on the back of the huge bird said he hadn't expected to be spotted so quickly. It was obvious the prince was always on his guard. It was He Jin, and he remarked that the ninth prince and Shi Ji were simply amazing. Yesterday, no fewer than 15 of Shifan's warriors had fallen at their hands. Zhao Chen wanted to know how the prince of Shifan had tracked them down. At that moment, another warrior emerged from the bushes and said that tracking them by their blood trail had been a piece of cake. Qi Shi lowered her head and whispered to the prince that this was the very same Qin He they had recently been talking about, the murderer who had assaulted the girl. At that moment, Qin He carefully appraised the beauty and decided that if he could absorb her true qi, he would immediately reach the middle extreme, absolute realm. Qi Shi prepared to defend herself, she shouted. Since the soldiers had set up an ambush here, they might as well all come out of the bushes, every last one of them. And sure enough, Shifan's soldiers emerged from the bushes. There were at least 8 or 9 of them. Prince Hejin wondered why this couple hadn't surrendered yet. Did they really think they had a chance of winning? Zhao Chen understood that even dealing with Qin He alone would be difficult. He also had to factor in Prince He Xin and the other 7 warriors. There was no way to escape. And even if they crushed the unicorn's ball, no one would come to their rescue, because this area was under Elder Shifan's jurisdiction. Prince Ho Xin had planned everything perfectly. Qin He said that only the 9th prince would die today, because he had other plans for the beauty. One of the guys asked Qin He, once he absorbed the girl's qi energy, they wanted her body. They wanted to have some fun too. Qi Ji darted toward that warrior, saying he must be looking for death. The movement was very fast and the guy clearly wasn't expecting it. But at that very moment, Qin Ho grabbed the sword with his bare hand. He really liked how angry the beauty had become. The warrior gripped the sword's blade tightly, his hand resembled a lizard's paw, and it was immediately clear that monstrification was at play. Qi Shi was forced to let go of her sword because the strength was unequal. Qin Ho confirmed that the green paw belonged to a low-level beast. He had enhanced it, and now it was invulnerable to swords and fire. The next moment, Qin He lunged at the girl with his bare hands, intending to tear her apart. The attack was extremely powerful. Qi Shi was sent flying to the side along with rocks and dirt. The 9th prince understood if he didn't help Qi Shi now, this could all end very badly. Qin He pursued his victim, demanding that the girl not resist. Then she would feel better immediately. At that moment, a sword flew over the clearing, and everyone looked up in surprise watching its flight. The warriors realized that this mad prince was most likely courting death if he had thrown away his weapon like that. Zhao Chen told the men that they shouldn't assume he could only use a sword. Few people know this, but the prince's hand-to-hand combat skills are far more outstanding than his swordsmanship. The 9th prince unleashed the Star Strike, and already several warriors were flying head over heels, dropping their weapons midair. When the 9th prince landed on the clearing, some of the warriors were lying there motionless and defeated. Prince Hejin was furious. He ordered Qin He to quickly deal with the girl and kill the 9th prince. Qin He replied that this girl was a top-class plaything, and he couldn't deal with her quickly because he wanted to have fun and enjoy himself. Prince Ho Xin promised to provide him with 30 female warriors, so he must kill this girl immediately. Qin Ho had already reached out his vile hand. It was very difficult for him, but he nevertheless agreed to the prince's proposal. Qi Shi, of course, had no intention of giving up, and the girl tried to fight back with her feet, struggling to fend off this monster. Qin Ho was very confident in his strength. He said the beauty wouldn't be able to escape him. Qi Shi attacked the warrior with all her might, and he didn't even dodge, which meant this idiot was underestimating her. She landed several powerful kicks to Qin He's face. Soon she noticed the sword sticking out of the ground and immediately decided to use it, because she had no intention of giving up. Qi Shi instantly leaped toward the weapon, grabbed it, and now the duel became even more interesting. The girl harnessed the sword's qi energy and was now ready to unleash a snowstorm for her attack. It was supposed to look very impressive and powerful, but the monster's paw stopped the attack again. Qi Ji realized that her opponent's monstrosity was simply unbelievable. Even without a weapon, he had repelled the snowstorm. Qin He turned to the girl and suggested she surrender for her. That would be the wisest decision. Qin He was tired of this pretty kitty's resistance, and he decided it was time for her to feel the power of his paw. Qi Shi understood if this continued, she was doomed, and if she failed, she would become a burden to the prince. Although the girl had intended to kill him earlier, it turned out that he was a wonderful person. Qi Shi gathered all her strength and launched another attack on Qin He, for whom this attack was also far from easy. As a result of this attack, stones flew in all directions, and Qin He found himself at the epicenter of the explosion of the sword's powerful energy. Qi Shi lay there, practically exhausted. She had given her all for these attacks and now realized she was unlikely to prevail. And suddenly her main rival and adversary, who longed to feast on the girl's body and energy, saw the tip of a sword near his face. The 9th prince unleashed the strike of heaven's will, striking several times while a stunned Chin Ho stared at him in astonishment. When the attack ended, Chin Ho remained standing, missing a limb, while the prince sat on the ground, gazing at his opponent in surprise. Chin Ho began to laugh loudly. He tore his clothes and admired the prince who had managed to wound him, and now Chin Ho was eager to kill him. In the next moment, the wounds on the warrior's body closed, a display of a very powerful self-healing ability. With his body whole again, Chin He activated the demon's tears and charged at his enemies. They had already frayed his nerves enough. Zhao Chen thrust his sword into the ground and activated the protective dome of Heaven's Will, which his opponent immediately collided with. Chin Ho began pounding at this protective dome until he finally shattered it into tiny pieces, certain that the ninth prince had perished inside the dome. After that, the hideous monster reached the girl, clamping its claw onto her shoulder, but Qi Shi was not frightened and told the villain that he was a corpse. At that moment, Zhao Chen attacked from above, sword in hand, warning Chin Ho to get ready to go to hell, but not before apologizing to the girl. Chin Ho was attacked from behind. He never expected the prince to use Qi Shi as bait to distract him. Chin Ho, of course, was still alive, and he also began attacking the prince, trying to tear him apart with his claw. Soon a fight broke out between the two opponents. Their speeds were simply insane, and both tried to capitalize on any slip-up. The ninth prince acknowledged that his opponent's strength was simply astonishing, and although Zhao Chen was parrying every strike, but if this continued, Chin He would be able to wound the ninth prince or break his sword. Chin Ho launched another attack with his paw, but Zhao Chen activated the all-seeing eye, allowing him to move out of the way a split second before the strike. He realized that the prince possessed the ability of the all-seeing eye. This was impossible. After all, even in Jifan, where there were many talented individuals, no one could activate the all-seeing eye, and this was merely a prince from a tiny country. Qi Shi watched the prince's situation with concern. She hoped he was all right. Zhao Chen was indeed fine, but he was moving so fast and expending so much energy that he was already running out of strength. Qi Shi said she had more or less recovered. Now Chin Ho would fight the remaining warriors. The girl calculated that she could withstand a maximum of 10 blows. During that time, the prince had to kill the rest, and then together they would defeat Chin He. Zhao Chen knew the girl was wounded. He volunteered to distract Chin He while she killed the remaining 5. Qi Ji refused, confident that Chin He would definitely not kill her, and therefore she would be able to withstand 10 strikes, whereas he would kill the prince immediately. The ninth prince didn't waste time on unnecessary arguments and immediately rushed in to deal with the warriors of Shifan. Qi Shi thought that this young man's bold nature didn't fit a prince at all, but that was precisely what made her look up to him. He was very surprised when the prince appeared before him, a prince who, moreover, could withstand the attacks of the terrifying claw. Qi Shi decided to get down to business after all and announced to these 5 warriors that when she fought them, they would become corpses immediately. The warriors thought the girl was lashing out before her death. She had spirit, and it was no surprise that she had caught Chin Ho's eye. He loved such defiant and strong women. A girl from the Shifang warriors said there was nothing wrong with following Chin He, as she did, because then the beauty would not only be happy, but also gain plenty of resources for self-improvement. Qi Shi didn't want to hear any vile comparisons. She immediately launched an attack and demanded that these comparisons stop right now. Qi Shi attacked the girl, but at the same time one of the warriors crept up behind her, preparing to strike with his massive fist. Qi Shi immediately stabbed him in the side with her sword and said that he had probably never heard of diversionary tactics. Prince Hijin saw that this woman was attacking like a skilled assassin. It was very strange that Prince Zhao Chen kept an assassin by his side, and immediately a cry rang out that these two should be spared. A girl from the Shifang warriors tried to attack Qi Shi, but the attack was parried with a sword, and now this insolent girl had to be punished. Qi Shi rushed into the attack, striking with her sword as she pursued her opponent, who was trying to escape. When there was no longer any desire to flee, Qi Shi simply unleashed an attack and finished off her latest opponent. 3 more of Sifan's warriors remained ahead, and Qi Shi felt she had almost no energy left to defeat all 3. Qi Shi looked at the body of the slain woman and realized she had to risk everything. If she lost, nothing would save her and the prince. Qi Shi tapped into her last reserves of energy. She looked like a true berserker, but it was clear this wouldn't last long. The 9th prince looked at the girl. He understood she was risking her life, which meant he had to deal with Chin He quickly, or they would both lose their lives. Qi Ji now looked like a true she-devil. Initially, she had intended to kill the ninth prince, but now fighting side by side with him had become a matter of honor for her. The girl surveyed her opponents and launched an attack. The mere sight of her sent them into a panic and paralyzed them. Her speed was simply insane, and within moments after several clashes, all her opponents were defeated. Qi finished her duel, thrust her sword into the ground, and now clung to it, trying not to fall or lose consciousness. After that, she gathered her remaining strength and shouted that it was all over, then activated a powerful explosion that lit up everything around her and scattered the remaining opponents. Zhao Chen was very worried about the girl, but Qin He was hot on his heels, eager to kill the prince as quickly as possible, for then this beauty would be his. It seemed as though Qin He's terrible hand was about to grab the prince by the shoulder, but in the very next moment, with 2 leaps, he dashed behind the rocks. Zishi looked around her, seeing no more living enemies, and collapsed to the ground, unable to stand any longer. The ninth prince stood atop the hill, and his opponent was surprised that the prince hadn't fled, which meant they would finally kill each other, and someone would eventually get Qi. Zhao Chen said he'd be happy to find out which of them was stronger and what abilities each possessed. Zhao Chen was weighing his strategy, even considering his own abilities. His opponent's speed far surpassed his own, which meant it was better to keep his distance. Zhao Chen stood atop a rocky outcrop with a sword in one hand and some sort of spear belonging to one of his opponents in the other. Qin Ho said that the prince could barely handle one weapon, and with 2, his combat effectiveness would only be worse. Qin Ho attacked the prince with a powerful swipe of his paw. Zhao Chen managed to dodge the attack, but everything around them shattered into small stones. However, in the very next moment, the enemy received a powerful blow to the back. He clearly hadn't expected such speed from the prince. Qin He laughed at the young man, saying he was very naive because it turned out that the warrior's back had also been modified. A close quarters battle broke out between the opponents, and the attacks came one after another. At one point, the ninth prince gained the upper hand, and his sword sliced across Qin He's face. The young man sensed strong defense from his enemy and decided he would strike his armor as many times as necessary. And indeed, the blows rained down one after another. Zhao Chen worked with both hands, alternating his attacks, and finally one of them landed a critical hit. Prince Ho Xin was still perched on the back of his bird, watching everything from above. He said that Qin Ho was a complete nobody. Not only had he failed to kill the prince, but he had also disgraced himself in the end. Did the prince really have to do everything himself? Ho Xin shouted once more, ordering Qin Ho to deal with his opponents immediately. Qin Ho was furious. He was beginning to fly into a rage, for the ninth prince had just humiliated him. Such a thing could by no means be forgiven or forgotten. And now Qin Ho would leave no stone unturned in his pursuit of Zhao Cheng.
Qin, he was in a frenzy. He no longer controlled his emotions and simply attacked head-on. That was his fatal mistake.
Qin He attacked very directly, and suddenly everything around him flew into the air, while the ninth prince was sent flying high into the sky. The opponent was certain there was nothing left of the guy, but then Zhao Chen leaped toward him in a couple of bounds, swinging 2 weapons. Qin Ho was very surprised. After all, he had just struck the prince. Why was he back here again? Zhe Chen, swinging his sword and axe, landed blows and finished his attacks, but this monster's defense was simply incredible. Qin Ho said that from the day he was born until today, the Prince of Yunwu was the most pathetic enemy he had ever encountered. The prince was lucky he was a guy. Otherwise, Qin Ho would have feasted on his energy. Upon hearing of this possible turn of events, Zhao Chen decided that this could not be allowed to happen, and now they would settle who would emerge victorious. Qin He was surprised at how much the prince had transformed, as if he had swallowed a pill of immortality and received a surge of energy. Zhao Chen launched his attacks. He wanted to see how long his opponent would last. Powerful blows from his sword and axe were aimed at the chest of the hideous mutant, who felt almost no discomfort. Prince Ho Xin saw that these two, the prince and the girl, had been fighting for a very long time, and he would probably have to join in as well. Ho Xin drew his bow and said he was very sorry, but the body wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of his arrow. Qin Ho really wanted to tell the prince not to stick his nose into other people's business, because Qin Ho wanted to deal with the prince himself. The arrow was rapidly approaching Zhao Chen, and it seemed the outcome was already decided. Huo Xin bid farewell to the ninth prince, whose body was pierced by the arrow, and it was suddenly bathed in a bright light. A powerful explosion followed, and everything around was engulfed in fire and covered in smoke and dust. Zhou Chen could barely breathe. He marveled at the immense power that had so easily destroyed his spatial domain. The impact of such an arrow was 100 times stronger than a bolt of lightning. Zhao Chen gradually came to his senses. He realized things were looking bad. He barely had enough strength to deal with Qin He, and now Prince He Xin had joined the fray. At that moment, Prince He Xin also sensed that something was amiss. It was impossible. His arrow had struck the body, yet the prince had not died. Ho Xin reloaded his bow and fired an arrow at the ninth prince, who was lying sprawled on the ground. Zhao Chen thought about how King Yunwu, or rather his father, had always looked ahead and left a trump card for his son. It seemed the time had come to use it. Zhao Chen used a new skill and suddenly took the form of a water and fire unicorn from Chinese mythology called the Qilin. This was too much. The enemies recognized the Qilin's form. They hadn't expected such a miracle to be inherited. Now it was clear why the arrow hadn't pierced the prince's body. Zhao Chen, meanwhile, in a state akin to a berserker, rose to his feet and was ready to tear everything in his path to shreds. Huo Jin ordered his warrior to kill the prince of Yunwu and take the form of the water and fire Qilin for his own prince. Zhao Chen looked at himself. This form of the Qilin was like soft armor that covered his entire body and could protect him even against the strongest attacks. Ho Xin believed that a warrior on the ground wasn't fast enough. He couldn't let the ninth prince slip away. Zhao Chen was indeed running headlong somewhere, and Qin Ho immediately set off in pursuit, eager to claim this Qilin trophy. Qin Ho tried very hard. He wanted to finish off his opponent himself before the prince could fire his arrow. Although Zhao Chen fought desperately, he still felt that their strengths were unequal, and he could not stand up to this opponent with dignity. Zhao Chen knew when you lack the strength to stand up to an opponent, you have to use cunning. The time had come for Qi Shi to join the fight, and just as the girl approached from behind, Qin He, armed with a sword, charged at him from the front. He wasn't bothered that the two of them were trying to defeat this monster together, and now blows were being struck from both sides. Qin He was an incredibly strong opponent, but after a while even he couldn't hold out. The ninth prince, having lost his energy, praised Qi Ji and said that the girl was very skilled in martial arts, and that no weaklings could stop her. After that, he added that there were spare clothes in the ring, and she could use them. Qi Shi honestly admitted that she hadn't expected the ninth prince to survive today's battles. But the girl suddenly blushed and added that she couldn't wear men's clothes, since she wasn't some woman of loose morals. At that moment, He Xin was still soaring high in the sky. He couldn't see what was happening down there among the dense trees, and he hoped that Qin He had already handled the situation. It soon became clear that this good-for-nothing couldn't be relied upon and needed help. He Xin took out a flute and began to play a melody on it. And soon a swarm of terrifying, enormous bees appeared in the sky. They were true monsters with sharp, venomous stingers. Qi Shi heard the eerie buzzing sound. She looked up and saw the swarm of bees approaching them. The bees were venomous, of course. No one expected that He Xin could control beasts. This prince must be eliminated, or he'll escape. But right now he's up there, and it's unclear how to reach him. Zhao Chen turned to the Emperor of Slaughter, his inhabitant of the scroll, who said he had a solution to this problem. Zhao Chen had already engaged in battle with the terrifying bees, so he didn't want to beat around the bush. He was interested in the insolent cat's terms. Emperor Boini said that until Zhao Chen sealed him back into the scroll, the cat would present many surprises. Zhao Chen was ready for anything, and finally agreed to send the cat to the great tree. A pact was made between the allies, but Qi Shi didn't understand what the prince was talking about, what terms and agreements he was referring to. The cat leaped out of the scroll and said it would help Zhao Chen ascend into the sky to that guy. Qi Shi finally saw the cat the prince was talking to and realized that before her was the prince's familiar, and a very cute, fluffy, and chubby one at that. There were a lot of poisonous bees, and there was no time to get distracted. So Zhao Chen urgently wanted to know how to attack He Xing, because there was no time to waste. The cat replied that his name was the emperor who subjugated heaven and earth, and if he couldn't fly, he wouldn't be able to subjugate heaven and earth. Having said that, he began to gradually grow in size. It turned out this cat was quite capable. He promised to deal with the problem and then demanded compensation for his lost and torn clothes, as well as dental insurance. Ho Xin saw a flying object approaching him, but was extremely surprised when he realized it was a flying cat. Ho Xin had never expected that the ninth prince could control animals. The flying cat approached and said that he was not a fat cat, and that he was now going to teach this brainless prince some manners. After that, Emperor Boini delivered a powerful blow with his clawed paw to the eyes of the bird on which Prince Ho Xin was flying. Qi Shi saw that the poisonous bees were growing in number. There was no end to them, and a good, effective plan was urgently needed. Zhao Chen grabbed the girl by the waist and pulled her closer to him, activating a protective dome in the process. The bees kept smashing endlessly against the dome. There were more and more of them. Something had to be done, but the prince said the bees had been summoned by a spellcaster to get rid of them. They had to get rid of the spellcaster. A blood contract had been made with the cat, and they could hear each other from a distance. Zhao Chen ordered the cat to act quickly to stop playing with the bird and to resolve the problem at once. Emperor Boini was very angry, for this was the first time in an eternity that he had gone into battle, and now he wanted to play to his heart's content. Zhao Chen ordered the cat, if he failed to complete the task, he would immediately return him to the scroll. The cat immediately promised to deal with the falcon, realizing that Prince Zhou Chen wouldn't last long. Emperor Boini opened his cute little cat mouth, revealing a large fireball inside, which he directed at his opponents. Huo Xin realized that this cat possessed very powerful energy. He needed to gain altitude quickly, but the attack had already begun. The falcon was burning and screaming in agony. Huo Xin saw that it would be very difficult to get rid of the fat cat, so he ordered the bird to fly away immediately. Emperor Boini watched the fleeing prince, who turned out to be a real coward. Compared to him, Zhou Chen was much smarter and stronger. At that moment, poisonous bees began to fly after the departing spellcaster, and this was thanks to the cat that had driven off Huo Xin. Qi Shi was very surprised when she heard about the flying fat cat that had managed to drive away Prince He Xing, who was Xifan's greatest talent. The ninth prince didn't really want to discuss it. He said that the girl had internal injuries and needed to take medicine immediately to recover. Finally, the young people could sit down and rest a bit. They really felt terrible and had almost completely exhausted their strength and energy. Qi Shi took the pill and felt a kind of heat. It was probably the harmful result of Qin He's cultivation. At that moment, a piercing scream rang out from the sky. It was Emperor Boini, flying down, having already lost his wings, tumbling and cursing. He slammed into branches and trees several times before finally landing near the ninth prince. Zhao Chen clutched his head in astonishment. It turned out that this cat's body was the strongest he had ever seen. Emperor Boini confirmed that he did indeed have a very strong and sturdy body, despite the huge bump on his forehead. Unfortunately, Huo Xin had escaped. The cat was very angry with him and said that if Huo Xin hadn't been a beast summoner, he would already be dead. He had expended a great deal of energy on him and now wanted to get the recovery crystal as soon as possible. Zhao Chen handed over the soul crystal and asked how this furry monster had managed to increase his strength. The cat explained that his power had been sealed within the great tree. When the ninth prince grew stronger, the seal broke and the cat's power increased. After consuming the recovery crystal, the cat said he would travel to a space-time dimension to rest and restore his true qi. Finally parting ways with the cat, Zhao Chen decided to check on Qi Shi. The girl was lying on the ground, her whole body trembling. The beauty looked at the prince and said that she had been poisoned, and only he could save her. The ninth prince was very alarmed. Could it be that Qin He had managed to poison his friend? What a scoundrel and villain he really was. Zhao Chen examined Qi Shi closely and realized that Qin He's pernicious influence, as well as the poison of the warrior bees, had caused hallucinations. This would be very difficult to deal with. Qi Shi already knew exactly how to expel the toxins from her body and immediately rushed to the prince, hoping to receive treatment from him. The prince had practiced the power of the 13 dragons for a long time. His soul and body were unshakable. But in the end, Qi Shi insisted on immediate treatment. Zhao Chen decided to start by administering sedatives to slightly improve the girl's condition. The poison attacking Qi Shi's body was extremely dangerous. It turned cold-blooded girls into wanton women, and if anyone else had been nearby, the consequences could have been very serious. Suddenly, the young man saw the shadow of a huge bird high in the sky and thought that He Xin had returned with reinforcements. Zhao Chen hadn't fully recovered yet, and Qi Shi was completely out of it, so the prince threw the girl into his secret space. The huge bird was approaching, and 2 people were standing on its back. Prince Huo Xin was furious because his kingdom had suffered heavy losses. He was determined to find the culprits and tear them to pieces. Feng Shi was in a very serious mood, for the 9th prince had killed his younger brother, and he would make him pay dearly for it. The young man asked the prince to ensure the patrols didn't spot them together, and as soon as the 9th prince and his girl were found, Feng Shi would meet them immediately. Huo Xin let the young man go and said that this time their enemies had gotten lucky, but next time they wouldn't. Unfortunately, they didn't see the person they were looking for. Feng Shi jumped off the giant bird into the forest, and Prince Sifan flew off to attend to his own business. Zhao Chen was hiding behind the trees. He had heard and understood absolutely everything. Feng Jia's older brother, the archer, was now searching for him out of revenge. Prince Ho Xin holds this man in high regard and respects him deeply. He must remain vigilant, because these people could cause trouble for the academy in the future. When it was safe, Zhao Chen pulled the girl out of his spatial pocket, sat her down beside him, and began performing the 9 heavenly spheres technique, which could purge the poison from her. Zhao Chen performed the technique several times, but there was no effect. He then applied the second stage heavenly spheres technique. The girl still hadn't regained consciousness. It was only after the 9th prince infused his qi into the girl that the poison was neutralized and she began to breathe freely. Zhao Chen performed this technique again and again, filling Qi Shi with his pure, true energy. Some time passed before the beauty woke up and asked what was going on, but the prince advised her to get dressed first, and then he would explain everything. Zhao Chen turned away from the beauty so as not to embarrass her, and explained that it was best for her not to move, since he had just cleansed her body of the remaining poison. Qi Shi was still very weak, and if she kept getting angry, she would only hurt herself. So it would be better for her to get dressed and rest. The prince had left a change of clothes for her. Qi Shi put on the young man's t-shirt and said it didn't fit her, and that she'd prefer something from the women's wardrobe. The 9th prince was already starting to boil over. Qi Shi should be happy to have the chance to wear the prince's clothes, instead of being perpetually dissatisfied. After that, the girl started asking if there was anything between them, but Zhao Chen said he had only been treating her, and she had scratched his entire chest. Qi Shi was outraged. She wanted to throw herself at the prince with her fists once again, but immediately collapsed because she was still too weak. Zhe Chen said that there was still poison in the girl's body that could continue to work and have an effect, so it was better not to move. Zhao Chen handed Qi Shi the assassin's weapon he had found in her sleeve. Qi Shi immediately realized that now the prince knew who she really was. Zhao Chen confirmed, "No one but the assassins of the underworld uses such a sword." The queen had hired assassins many times to eliminate the 9th prince, and this was nothing new to him. Qi Shi understood that there was no point in pretending to be an innocent girl anymore. She confirmed that the queen had sent her to kill Zhao Chen. The 9th prince advised the girl not to make a move, since deep down she knew that even in her current physical condition, she couldn't defeat the prince. Besides, there was no point in moving, because if he had wanted to kill Qi Shi, he wouldn't have saved her from the poison. The girl was almost certain that the prince had long since figured out who she was, and now Qi Shi wanted to know why he had saved her. Zhao Chen replied, if she had wanted to kill him, he would have been dead long ago, and if Qi Shi hadn't killed him, then why shouldn't he save her? Qi Shi listened to these flippant words and realized that the prince was very strange, an atypical member of the royal family. Zhao Chen counted the number of beast eyes and said they already had enough to pass the exam and could return to the academy early. But Qi Shi said they would stay and over the remaining 2 days kill as many chiffon warriors as possible so that their strength wouldn't surpass that of Yunwu. She said this so sincerely that the prince couldn't stand by and agreed to the plan. Qi Shi explained that combat cultivation abilities grow the fastest. The more cultivation resources they plunder, the faster their cultivation would progress after entering the academy. In that case, the 9th prince said he would join the girl in this madness. 2 days later, it seemed as though everything around them was drenched in the blood of the slain chiffon warriors. Towering above them like true demons were 2 representatives of the Yunwu kingdom, who had thoroughly enjoyed themselves and honed their combat skills. Qi Shi gathered all the soul crystals and entrusted them to the prince for safekeeping, on the condition that they would divide them after enrolling in the academy. The prince didn't seem particularly thrilled by the number of trophies, which was understandable, since he was a member of the royal family and had no shortage of resources. The young people returned to the academy, where rumors were already swirling. People were saying that 2 stars had appeared, who had come specifically to kill Sifon's warriors. They said that this pair had dealt a serious blow to Zifan, which explained why Zifan hadn't caused a huge amount of trouble this year. Liu Chenfeng was glad to see the prince and called out to him as soon as he spotted him in the crowd. He looked at the prince and Qi Shi. It seemed as though the 2 of them had been letting loose like wild animals. Qi Shi was wearing the prince's clothes, and her pants were torn to shreds. Clearly, the young people hadn't held back. Liu Chenfeng remarked that it was very rare for a clash between an aloof prince and an icy beauty to be so intense. Qi Shi was outraged. She attacked the chatterbox and said that if he kept spouting such nonsense, she would kill him. Soon all the applicants gathered in the square, and the elder announced that only 1/3 of all applicants had passed the first round of the exam. Those who advanced to the second round would remain and rest before participating in it. Only a quarter of them with the best scores would be selected, while the rest would be eliminated. The elder announced that today 2 senior mentors would be maintaining order. Anyone who dared to cause a disturbance would be severely punished. All the young people looked at the mentors with interest. They exuded a very strong and powerful aura. Huang Yanqin was a tall beauty with blue eyes, while Duanmu Xingling looked more like a girl than a teacher, appearing like a defenseless child. Yanqin addressed the applicants and asked them not to break the rules, otherwise she would show no mercy to the offenders. Zhao Chen looked intently at the mentor, and her silhouette seemed painfully familiar. But the young man realized he was simply going mad. He knew that his primary target for revenge was now the Empress. The young people looked with interest at the instructors, who were dressed in brocade robes, just like the students in the palace. Lu Chenfeng explained, if one becomes a Xuanbang warrior or accumulates enough merit, even students outside the palace can wear brocade robes. The prince was very surprised to learn that these girls were Xuanbang warriors. At the Western Academy, women are in charge of everything, and the 2 instructors are even called the Empresses of the Western Palace. They rule over everything there, and if male students incur their displeasure, they are doomed. The opportunity to enroll in Xuanbang shows that they are the best among all the districts. It's best not to provoke them, because they are very powerful. Lu Chenfeng said that this year, 31 people from the Yunwu Kingdom died during the first round of the mountain exam. It's simply unimaginable. At that very moment, Prince Sifan, who was also present, stared intently at the 9th prince and said he would definitely kill him. Zhao Chen explained that Prince Jifan, He Jin, had reached the lowest level of the extreme absolute realm. Chen Feng replied, if that is indeed the case and He Jin is a beast summoner, then he will most likely come in first on the exam. Chi wanted to know what the benefit of being first in the exam was. Generous rewards await the top 10, and whoever takes first place will be given 3,000 merit points, equivalent to 3 million silver coins. The Wuxi Academy is very influential. With such wealth, one could buy plenty of resources for cultivation. The key to tomorrow's trial is to prove oneself. The tower has 7 floors, each with 3 levels. In previous years, passing the exam required only clearing the first floor. Qi wanted to know more details about exactly what trials awaited at each level. Qin Feng could only give a general overview. These are tests of combat skills, fortitude, willpower, and talent. While the candidates gathered in front of the Tower of Trials, both instructors eagerly awaited the start of the exam. Yanqin really hoped that this year a genius would emerge who could pass the 2nd and 3rd levels. Singlin named a list of candidates who, in her opinion, might perform better than the rest. Among the potential candidates was the slain Qin He, which meant that whoever killed him must be even stronger. Yanqin asked her friend to go to the tower with the candidates and take a personal look at this unfamiliar newcomer. Zingling agreed. Maybe this guy would become her new plaything, so why shouldn't she take a look at him during the exam? The next day, all the 2nd round participants gathered near the tower. They were sent in 10 at a time to take the test inside. Academy head Xie Nantian predicted that Qi Minghai would pass the 3rd level of the 2nd floor. The elder believed the newcomer was exceptional and would finish in the top 5 or even the top 3. But Elder Sidhu was certain that someone would definitely pass the 3rd level of the 2nd floor this year. He was referring to Prince Ho Xin. The exam began, and soon everyone knew that Prince Ho Xin had made it to the 2nd floor, and it had taken him 10 minutes. He was a true genius. The girls believed that Prince Ho Xin would be the top freshman. But they shouldn't have pinned their hopes on him so directly, because this guy is very arrogant and clearly won't associate with ordinary girls. Soon the elders saw that the 3rd floor had activated, which meant Prince Ho Xin had already reached it. Passing the 1st level of this floor was enough to demonstrate his strength. And then everyone froze when they saw that Prince Ho Xin had left the Tower of Trials. Elder Sidhu wanted to know at which stage the prince had stopped. Ho Xin explained that he had passed the 1st level of the 3rd floor, but unfortunately had been defeated on the 2nd level. Everyone in the crowd realized they were witnessing a true genius, who would most likely be the top freshman. The next 10 exam participants were invited to enter the tower and take the test. Among them were many geniuses. Qi also set off for the exam with this group. The girl was completely calm and confident. The boys took notice of the beauty Yao Qingtong, who had already activated a 6th rank Fei Shui mark at a young age. The girl was not only beautiful but also very strong, and now everyone dreamed of seeing her smile and was literally drooling. But soon both girls emerged. They had also passed the 1st level of the 3rd floor and failed the 2nd level. Lu Chenfeng lost confidence in his abilities. He could see that this year's freshmen were somehow abnormal, and now he wouldn't even be able to make it into the top 10. Qi Shi reminded the young man, if an outstanding person loses faith in himself, he thereby tarnishes the reputation of the entire district. Liu Chenfeng immediately perked up. Why was this woman constantly mocking him after all? He was the owner of a bank in Yunwu district and would become famous. Finally, the elder announced the list of the top 10 candidates, among whom was the 9th prince, Zhao Chen. As soon as the list was announced, rumors immediately began that the useless prince was among them. After all, a year ago he wasn't even a warrior, and now he's trying to enroll in this academy. Zhe Chen was very focused and composed, showing no reaction to these remarks directed at him. The girls found the young man very handsome, but decided it wasn't worth falling in love with him, since he was a prince and wouldn't even look at an ordinary girl. Shi Zhaowu had reached the lowest extreme absolute realm. He was confident in himself and believed that the cultivation levels of the other guys were very low, so he had nothing to fear. The young people said their goodbyes, wished each other luck, and now each of them was entering the tower separately, on their own. Zhe Chen found himself in a strange room. There were no people or traps around, and water lapped at his feet. Soon, a magical portal appeared on the wall, and it became clear that the next events were about to begin. And out of the portal emerged Lu Shu, the strongest representative of the middle stage of the absolute realm. He had to be defeated in 3 rounds, and only then could he advance to the next level. Zhao Chen was surprised to hear that standing before him was the strongest representative of the middle stage of the absolute realm. Luo Shu explained that the Wuxi Academy had existed for 460 years, and for several hundred years he had been the strongest warrior. Zhao Chen asked what would happen if he not only defeated Luo Shu in 3 battles, but also crushed him. The young man replied that in that case, Zhao Chen would immediately move up to the 2nd floor and could eventually replace him as the guardian of that level. Yanchen was certain that there were no longer any contenders left who deserved her attention, so the mentor was about to return to her training. However, unexpectedly, her friend Xinglin asked the mentor not to leave, but to watch what was happening. Through the surveillance cameras, the girl watched the duel of a certain warrior who was in no way inferior to Luo Shuyu. Yanchen couldn't understand how this was possible. Luo Shuyu was the most outstanding warrior of the past 100 years. How could anyone possibly stand up to him? Just at that moment, Xiao Chen used the ice pattern technique and attacked his opponent. After his attack landed, the prince was even forced to apologize to his opponent for the harshness of his strike. Next, the young man applied the destructive will of heaven, which allowed him to neutralize Luo Shuyu's attack. A few more moments passed, and Luo Shuyu, surprised, confirmed that this young man had just defeated him because his abilities were superior. Luo Shu lay defeated and admitted that the 9th prince had defeated him. According to the rules, he was sending Zhao Chen straight to the 2nd level. Zhao Chen realized that his opponent was strong. They had to exchange a large number of blows, but if he could have used the spatial realm, the duel would have ended sooner. Zhao Chen found himself back in the water-filled chamber. The ability to advance directly to the 2nd floor was a very welcome bonus. The young man found himself in the same chamber again, and soon realized that even his opponent was the same one. Luo Shu greeted the young man and said that he was the strongest warrior of the final stage of the absolute realm. If he defeated him, he could advance to the next level. Zhao Chen was surprised when he realized that Luo Shu would not use a weapon, for then victory would be unfair if they fought unarmed. Luo Shu replied that if he used a weapon, no one would ever even make it to the 2nd floor. Well, if that was the case, the duel began, and now Zhao Chen was attacking his opponent. Luo Shu proved to be very fast. He dodged the attack and immediately aimed his fist at the prince's sword. Zhao Chen didn't lose his weapon, but was forced to jump back. The young man realized that his opponent was fast and strong. Zhao Chen activated the all-seeing eye to see the situation a few moments in advance. Luo Shu was just closing in for an attack. His powerful fists ready, he was already close. Zhao Chen clearly saw every one of his opponent's movements. The prince managed to dodge the attack and immediately launched a counterattack. But behind him was a clone of Luo Shu, who was now about to deliver a killing blow. Zhao Chen instantly activated the Bell of Heaven's Will defense, and his opponent's fist slammed into the shield. The Bell of Heaven's Will shattered in that very moment, and Zhao Chen didn't even have time to attack, as he usually did in such situations. Luo Shu was absolutely thrilled by the duel. He hadn't encountered such a talented student in a long time. Zhao Chen was thinking about what to do next, since his opponent had just destroyed his strongest defense with a single strike. Luo Shu realized he was facing a very strong opponent. A strong opponent must be treated with the utmost respect, and he unleashed a 3rd strike, sending a flurry of swords flying from him. Zhao Chen watched in awe as this young man unleashed true qi energy. Luo Shu had transformed his fist strikes into sword strikes. He was truly magnificent, and if Zhao Chen hadn't cultivated to the highest realm, he would have lost by now. Zhao Chen was dodging the swords quite well, but soon his opponent began redirecting them mid-air, a feat of simply unreal skill on Luo Shu's part. Zhao Chen still couldn't launch an attack of his own because he was forced to constantly maneuver, evading the swords raining down on him. But then the young man spun a vortex around himself, and with its help, all the attacks were parried at once. Now he didn't need to flinch, trying to evade the pursuing swords. Luo Shu knew this technique. It was imbued with the power of creation, and it was now clear that he was facing a rare martial arts genius. Both mentors watched the duel intently. Xinglin tried to guess how many blows Zhao Chen could withstand. Yanshin was at a loss for words. The young man had already taken 6 strikes. If he could withstand 9 more, then it could be said that their strengths were equal. But the mentor herself thought if Zhao Chen could defeat the legend of the Western Academy, it would attract enormous attention. It was even frightening to imagine just how enormous. But at that very moment, the duel continued, and now it was Zhao Chen who was attacking, while Luo Shu was forced to evade his strikes. Luo Shu unleashed a strike at the student, but the prince managed to activate his palm, and the two forces began to clash, neither yielding an inch. In the end, Luo Shu bowed his hands in respect and said that he wished he could have lived in the same era as Zhao Chen, and that they would surely have become either good friends or sworn enemies. If Luo Shu valued and respected his rival so much, then he began to use his 8th technique. Zhao Chen watched the approaching young man, thinking that he would now have to counter this power and strength. This was already going too far, but he couldn't disappoint Luo Shu, so he had to counter his attack with the devastating will of heaven. The fist was incredibly powerful and wouldn't yield to Zhao Chen. Now he realized this was the strongest opponent he'd ever faced. Luo Shu moved on to his next strike. He really liked this student, but now he would unleash a torrent of water upon him. Against this torrent of water, which was Luo Shu's 9th technique, the prince held out his palm, and once again a standoff began between the opponents. Luo Shu thought that Zhao Chen was a reckless young man who dared to block his powerful strike. Such strength and spirit would make the boy a hero in the future. Both used the full extent of their incredible strength and were sent flying in different directions, and the mentors couldn't tell who had won. It looked like a draw. Zhao Chen was so tense he could barely breathe. The young man knew that one more strike from Luo Shu and he would surely be defeated. When the boys came to their senses, Luo Shu announced that the prince had defeated him. At this level, Luo Shu could only land 9 strikes. They had run out, yet he still hadn't bested the prince. Zhe Chen understood perfectly well that his opponent had used only a quarter of his strength to land the first strike, and had put all his strength into the 9th strike. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to endure the entire trial. Luo Shu said that the other warriors only needed to withstand the first strike to pass the level. Zhao Chen decided to recover first and then continue the trial. And soon the stunned students standing near the tower saw that a light had come on the 3rd floor. The elders couldn't figure out who had made it to the 3rd floor, since all the favorites had already been defeated. Academy head Xie Nantian replied that everyone had forgotten one person, the 9th prince, Zhang Zhou Chen. Elder CU ordered that all information about this student be brought to him. The head began to laugh at his colleagues, saying that Elder CU had an unhealthy complexion. He must have eaten something for breakfast. Xie Nantian took the information himself to study it, and now he turned pale at what he read. It turned out that Zhao Chen had activated his sacred mark at only 16 years old and reached the mid-extreme realm in just 6 months. Xie Nantian was angry at Head Lu for not warning him that the 9th prince was such a genius that he should be taken on as a disciple immediately, without any exams. Soon, word of Zhao Chen's uniqueness and abilities spread among the students, and everyone admired the 9th prince. He amazed them with his staggering cultivation speed and the fact that he had so quickly become #1 in his country. Xinyu was furious at this upstart, who was destined to die a miserable death in the near future. Elder Situ put his arm around Prince Xin's shoulder in a friendly manner and advised him not to act impulsively and to think things through first. Luo Shu turned to the prince and said that the 3rd floor was the first level, and there was no battle. Zhao Chen had already passed it while he was on the 2nd floor of the first level. Zhao Chen immediately asked how many blows he needed to withstand in order to pass this level. Luo Shu replied that he needed to withstand 3 strikes, and that he could also answer one of Zhao Chen's questions. Zhao Chen said that in the 460 years of the Western Palace's existence, Luo Shu was the strongest among all the absolute domains, Luo Shu clarified, saying that this had been the case before Zhao Chen's arrival, but now he realized that in the future, it would be the ninth prince who would replace him in every realm and become the new guardian of the tower. Zhao Chen said he had absolutely no interest in becoming a guardian. Compared to that, he was very proud that he had been able to fight Luo Shu. Zhao Chen never expected to become the new guardian, and in the future, when the ninth sister would undergo this trial, if he were the guardian, she wouldn't take it seriously. Zhao Chen suddenly realized that he had been away from home for some time and now missed ninth sister and his mother very much. In this life, only these two mattered to him. The herbalist watched the new prodigy with interest. When they had entered the academy, they hadn't been able to pass the second level, and now they found it hard to imagine whether this boy could do it. Be that as it may, Xinglin said they wouldn't let a newcomer steal their thunder. But the boy was amusing, and once he enrolled in the academy, they'd have to have some fun with him. Zhe Chen, meanwhile, had moved on to the next stage. He had to fight the steel soldiers with his bare hands. Using a weapon would count as a loss. The young man surveyed the Iron Warriors and thought that a bare-handed battle would be a good test of his strength in close combat. Zhao Chen decided not to stand on ceremony and immediately rushed into the attack, delivering a powerful punch to the iron robot's head, which didn't even get a single scratch. The young man knew he had to speed things up, because if the Iron Warriors surrounded him, he would lose. He tried a kick, but that was ineffective as well. At that moment, the Iron Warrior drew his hidden weapon, and now his hand looked more like a sword. The attack was fast and fierce. Zhou Chen was forced to retreat to avoid the blades. With every passing moment, it became increasingly dangerous for an ordinary person to fight against warriors of steel. Zhao Chen was forced to use the Return of the Dragon and Elephant technique. As a result of activating the charging elephant on the ground, his steel opponents flew into the air like toy soldiers. In addition, the young man activated his palm and now hurled the Iron Warriors with all his might, slamming them against the stone floor and walls. This combination of his palm and the dragon's flight through the sky helped him deal with the Iron Warrior who was about to attack from above. After a while, the entire room looked like a scrap metal assembly plant. The corridor was littered with pieces of Iron Warriors. Zhao Chen took a recovery pill. He understood that many had failed to pass this level, because not just any technique would work against these Iron Warriors. Everyone was eagerly waiting for Zhao Chen to emerge from the tower. He was still inside, and the girls had already started worrying that he might have died. This dark horse, the prince of a small country, was a real heartthrob and the object of desire for practically every girl in the academy. Qi Shi was starting to get nervous too. Could His Highness really be in danger? Because of this, she had even started talking to Lu Chenfeng normally. The guy said she had fought side by side with the prince and knew what he was capable of. Such a lucky guy would definitely be this year's dark horse, and not even the third floor of the tower would stop him. Chengfeng explained that his father had grown up alongside the king, and even the king, despite his talent and spirit, wasn't as good as the ninth prince. The third level certainly wouldn't stop him. The third level of trials required immense spiritual strength. It was no surprise that almost no one had been able to pass it. Zhao Chen realized he was already in first place and didn't need to go to the fourth floor, so as not to stand out too much. Zhao Chen stepped out into the hallway and met the mentors there, who immediately told him he didn't need to go up to the fourth floor. The young man replied that it was one thing for him to decide not to go to the next floor, but quite another if he were forbidden from doing so. Yanqin said that they certainly didn't want to harm the young man. On the contrary, they wanted to save him. England agreed with her friend because the prince's grades were far too outstanding, and that could attract mortal danger. Of course, that sounded reasonable, but right now they were strangers to each other, and he basically understood that such concern from strangers most likely had other motives. Yanqin agreed to tell the truth. The young man must have already heard about the third demoness of the Western Palace. She is a descendant of Luo Shu Yi and greatly admires her ancestor. According to the mentors, if the she-devil finds out that Zhao Chen defeated Luo Shu Yi, she will become enraged and challenge the young man to a duel to kill him. Zhejian doubted this scenario. He ran through a few women in his mind who were impossible to dissuade once they had come to hate someone. Zhe Chen wasn't afraid of the she-devil, but he agreed not to go up to the fourth floor if the mentors promised him something in return. It was, of course, sheer audacity. How dare this newcomer set conditions for the mentors, but Xinglin decided to listen to his condition anyway. Zhao Chen said that, of course, the mentors knew that the Xifeng kingdom was intent on destroying the representatives of the Yunmu kingdom, and the prince's request was related to that. Ever since he entered the academy, many boys and rivals, and now Prince Hezin himself, had come to hate Zhao Chen to the core. And now the ninth prince hoped and wanted a promise that as soon as he faced danger, the mentors would help him. The girls looked at the prince in surprise. Was that really all he wanted from them? Well, if that was the case, the mentors said that no one would do whatever they pleased in their presence, and as long as Zhao Chen remained in the Western Palace, they would definitely help him if anyone tried to go against him. Zhao Chen was very pleased that the mentors had accepted his terms. He said that now they had an agreement and he was leaving the tower. The mentors looked at the young man in surprise and dreamed that when he arrived at the Battle Dragon Palace, they would train him thoroughly and let him taste the power of the she-devil. Finally, the crowd began to stir when everyone saw that Prince Zhang Zhichen had emerged from the tower. Elder Siyu demanded that the Mirror of the Soul, which prevents lying, be opened immediately to verify whether Zhou Chen had indeed passed the second level of the third floor. The young man didn't understand why he would lie, since there was nothing wrong with it. However, the elder ordered the Mirror of the Soul to be brought to him immediately. The spectators couldn't believe their ears. It seemed to them they had misheard. Could it really be that Zhou Chen had passed the second level of the third floor? The girls knew that no one had been able to reach such a high level in decades. Zhao Chen approached his friends and acquaintances, who greeted him with words of encouragement. Chen Feng recounted that as soon as Prince Ho Xin heard about Zhou Chen's results, that the young man had passed the second level of the third floor, his face twisted with rage. Qi Shi now wanted to see who would dare to look down on the warriors of the Yunwu kingdom. Zhao Chen told his comrades that they were still weaker and outnumbered, and if Xi Feng decided to provoke them, they must act in secret.
Huo Xin was furious because that bastard had stolen first place from him. He needed to get rid of that ninth prince as soon as possible.
Prince He Xin decided it was time to use Feng Shi to deal with the prince and ostensibly avenge his brother. At that moment, the Mirror of Souls was brought to the instructor, and everyone was convinced that Zhao Chen hadn't been lying. He had indeed defeated 80 dummies and passed the second level of the third floor. Everyone realized they were in the presence of a genius, for no one in the Western Palace had been able to pass this level in a long time. The students were also very surprised when they realized how strong the ninth prince was, and now no one doubted that he would come in first. For his success in passing the exam, the ninth prince was granted permission to leave the academy grounds. In addition, he was given a key to a room in the dormitory. It was the Battle Dragon Palace, room number 1. It turned out that the Battle Dragon Palace was the place with the greatest concentration of spiritual power in the Western Palace. Only the best of the freshmen could live there. But they say that when a person enters the Battle Dragon Palace, they become disabled. Last year, one of the freshmen lived there, and on his very first night, he broke his leg and was kicked out. Qi Shi was surprised to hear that the best student had broken his legs. Did the academy elders really not care what was going on there? Chen Feng said that the she-devil insisted the guy had broken into her room and peeped on her while she was showering. That was why he'd been beaten up. Qi Shi found this very strange. The guy was smart enough. He knew that all 3 she-devils lived in the Battle Dragon Palace. How dare he spy on them while they were bathing? Zhao Chen already understood that this was obviously a very dangerous place, and his comrades had asked him to be careful since he had to adapt. Qi Shi was planning to spend the night at his place that night. The girl was worried that the prince would have his legs broken and be thrown out of the Battle Dragon Palace. Zhao Chen proved that there was no need to worry about him. Besides, Qi Shi might suddenly take advantage of the situation, cut off his head, and take it to the black market for a reward. Chen Feng explained that the girl felt a deep attachment, while the prince, like a fool, kept refusing her. Moreover, their clothes were torn when they returned from the forest. It was clear there was great passion between the young people. Chen Feng had no doubt that they were fond of each other, and perhaps in a few years they would return to their homeland with a child. The king and queen would see their chubby grandson and be overjoyed. Everyone who heard these fantasies realized that the young man wouldn't live very long, because Qi Shi would knock that nonsense out of him. Zhao Chen watched what was happening and was once again convinced that it was better not to get involved with women. Qi Shi told the prince that she didn't give a damn about him, but he needed to be careful, because if anything happened, she would kill him herself, and he had to take care of himself. After saying goodbye to his friends, the ninth prince arrived at the Battle Dragon Palace, and now everyone wanted to know how long it would take before the she-devil kicked him out. The more talented the student, the harder they'll be beaten, and you even start to feel sorry for that handsome face. Zhao Chen sensed that there was a tremendous amount of spiritual energy within the palace grounds, which meant cultivation would be easier and faster here. Suddenly, the young man heard someone's voice. The young man walked deeper into the palace, and soon he saw a beautiful woman in his bathroom. He realized it was a trap, and that for this they would break his legs or gouge out his eyes. Zhao Chen knew he had to leave immediately, and just as he was halfway out, The stranger turned to him and asked how he had gotten there. The young man realized he had been discovered, but if this was a trap to frame him, why not fight her? And before the beauty could do anything, the ninth prince attacked her, despite the woman being completely naked. Zhao Chen looked at his hand and recalled how tender and soft the body he had just touched was. The young man hadn't expected to be able to handle the she-devil so easily. The woman began to scream. She was outraged that the young man had burst into the room, and in general how he dared to do such a thing. Zhao Chen declared that of course women's tricks were despicable, but he hadn't fallen for them. At the same time, the young man saw that the woman was seriously injured. Since the situation had turned out this way, he needed to be on guard. But at the same time, the beauty was ill, and the prince gave her a recovery pill. Zhao Chen carefully examined the girl while she was unconscious. The stranger was simply unreal in her beauty, and it was no surprise that many had paid with their blood for their desire to seduce her. Zhao Chen carried the woman to his bed, then sat down on the floor next to it and began examining the crystals and items he'd found during the first round of the exam. Some of them could be sold. The girl began to come to. She remembered that she had been in the shower, and that scoundrel had been peeping at her, and then he knocked her out, and now, for some reason, she was lying in his bed and wearing his clothes. The young woman propped herself up on her elbow and turned to the prince, asking what he had done to her yesterday. Zhao Chen was glad the girl had finally woken up, and he reassured her, saying she was safe. After all, he wasn't the only one to blame for what had happened. The girl saw the weapon in the prince's hands and decided not to argue with him. She agreed that she was wrong and shouldn't have taken a shower to seduce him, but now she wanted to know what he wanted. Zhao Chen understood perfectly well that yesterday she had set a trap for him on purpose to harm him, but fortunately he had wounded her first. The ninth prince replied that if she knew her mistake, she had to correct it. She simply needed to recover, and now he had business to attend to and would return at night. The young man was walking through the palace grounds when he saw his mentor, Xinglin, nearby, who was very surprised to find him safe and sound. Zhao Chen pretended not to understand her reaction and said that he was fine and that nothing could possibly happen on the palace grounds, where everything was very safe. England began to backpedal. She simply said she was glad to see the young prince, but the girl herself realized that her friend hadn't been able to handle this genius. Zhao Chen added that last night he'd had a minor misunderstanding with his mentor Huang. She was seriously injured now, and it would be best to check on her. Zhao Chen left the palace grounds, met with Qi Shi, and handed her the spirit crystal. Now he needed to return to the Battle Dragon Palace. But before the young man could get there, he was attacked by an unknown figure who wanted to know if he was indeed Zhangzhou Chen. Feng Shi said he had come to avenge his brother, and now they would fight because the prince had no other choice. However, out of respect for the prince's status, Feng Shi was willing to let the young man choose the manner of his death. Soon the young man was surrounded on all sides by representatives of Shifan. They said this was revenge for a murder, and even the elders didn't care when such things happened. Menzi suggested to the prince if he had the courage to fight Feng Shi, life and death were predetermined by fate, so there was no need to fear. Feng Yi didn't want to drag out these discussions. He proposed that everyone present simply kill Zhao Chen together, and he would take responsibility for the consequences later. At that moment, a stranger approached the group. He told Feng Shi to stop mocking people, because in a duel with the ninth prince, he had only one path: death. Zhao Chen looked closely at the young man and realized it was the fourth prince, Zhang Xiaochu. This kind and gentle young man told his ninth brother that he was truly promising and had even ranked first among the freshmen. Xiaochu admitted that he was overjoyed and hadn't slept a wink all last night from excitement. After that, the fourth prince turned to Feng Shi and asked how he could bully the new students. If he had absolutely nothing better to do, he could fight him. Feng Shi called the boy a pig who apparently hadn't been beaten enough and told him he'd better get out of there because no one wanted to deal with him today. Zhang Xiaochu was outraged and said that he was a prince and demanded to be treated with respect. It was clear that he was often mocked, and yet he stepped forward to defend his ninth brother. But the men began to mock the young man, calling him a pig, and claimed that this pig prince was most likely not even born of a woman but of a pig. Another warrior demanded that the pig Zhang Xiao crawl between his legs, and then he would spare the fat man and not beat him. The fourth prince could no longer contain his resentment and anger. He said he accepted the challenge and would fight the boy today. The fourth prince was brave enough but not strong enough. He boldly charged forward and struck his opponent. However, in the very next moment, a powerful counterpunch knocked the young man out, his face now badly mangled. The bully said that if the fourth prince wanted to stand out, they would now show him what happens to such useless warriors. The guy started beating up the fat man. He grabbed him by the scarf, punched him in the face, and threw stones at him. After that, a powerful explosion rang out right next to the fourth prince's head, and the situation had gone beyond the limits of tolerance. Zhao Chen understood that the hidden motive behind this fight was a simple, banal murder. But he wasn't going to watch any longer. His patience had snapped. He held a huge rock in his hands, preparing to hurl it at the prince, and told his aides that as soon as he beat the fat man half to death, they should strip him and throw him into a manure pit. But the brave man didn't get to do anything else because a massive rock flew into his face, shutting his mouth and cutting off his rant. Zhao Chen stepped into the middle of the square and said he was going to destroy the guy right now, and hoped he believed his words. The bully couldn't believe what was happening. Who did this insolent fool think he was, threatening to destroy someone right here? The fourth prince asked his brother not to worry about him, but to go ask them for protection right away. But Zhao Chen instantly leaped at his opponent, grabbed him by the head, and threw him aside, preventing him from developing and growing further. After that, the ninth prince activated Dragon in the Sky and brought his palm crashing down on the opponent. It was a very powerful attack, and everything around them was lit up by flashes, while piles of rocks flew in all directions. But the opponent was very strong and practically unscathed. He said he didn't want to waste time exchanging blows and suggested moving on to the main part and showing their trump cards. Zhao Chen asked his opponent's opinion. Did he think they should destroy Ni Xuan's arms and legs? After the men agreed that they were crazy, it was decided to continue the fight, and now Ni Xuan rushed into the attack. Against the powerful fist filled with energy, a palm was extended, which managed to deflect the powerful force. Feng Shi realized that his comrade was losing and shouted to his friend not to fight face to face, because the ninth prince had released energy into the ground. At that moment, Zhe Chen leaped toward his opponent and offered him a taste of his strike, which this time landed on the torso of the man who was staring at his opponent in surprise. The spectators of this street fight saw that the freshman was in no way inferior to Ni Xuan. After that, Zhao Chen used the Return of the Dragon and Elephant technique, and now Xuan was flying through the air with his legs kicked up, slamming his back into a massive tree. Seeing that his opponent would not rise again, the ninth prince turned to Feng Shi and said that now was the time to settle the score with him. Feng Shi replied that first the young man must pass a test to fight him, for it was a great honor. Suddenly, the fourth brother shouted for Zhao Chen to be careful, because Ni Xuan's diamond finger was very dangerous. And indeed, by this point, it turned out that Ni Xuan had pulled himself away from the tree, extended two fingers, and was about to attack the prince. Everyone watched in horror to see what would happen next. The fourth prince had vowed revenge. Feng Shi was relishing his enemy's defeat, and the girls were lamenting the loss of the handsome prince. But suddenly, Mengxi shouted that they needed to be careful because the ninth prince often punches people in the face. But the warning came a little too late, and already Zhao Chen's foot had firmly landed on his opponent's face. Ni Xuan was covered in blood, and now he understood why Mengxi had been beaten up. The ninth prince was truly ruthless. Zhao Chen glanced at Feng Shi and said that if that was all he was capable of, then his end was near. Ni Xuan admitted that the top freshman was truly something else this year, and so now he would show the newcomer his true skills. These were the hands of illusion. Ni Xuan said that it was a tremendous honor when he used the hands of illusion against someone. Zhao Chen understood that he needed to destroy the guy before he could use his blood power. Otherwise, it would be a guaranteed loss. Zhao Chen pulled a short sword from his spatial ring and began to chop at the hands. Everyone understood that the prince should not be underestimated. Zhao Chen, paying no attention to anyone, swung his sword, destroying the illusory hands above him. Zhao Chen continued, despite all the difficulties, to cut through the illusory hands and was handling it quite well. There were finally fewer of them. Ni Xuan had no intention of backing down and now wanted to see how the boy would handle this blow. Virtually everyone realized that this duel was coming to an end, and tears welled up in the fourth prince's eyes. Feng Shi believed that the ninth prince had gotten off easy by dying this way. Ni Xuan hadn't even stepped out of his fighting stance when he realized his hand hadn't worked, and something had clearly gone wrong. Zhao Chen approached the young man and told him he'd better not move, or his wrist would be broken right then and there. Ni Xuan was truly spellbound and couldn't move. He simply watched as the sword flew right past his nose. And now the ninth prince finished his attack and his opponent fell backward, spilling his blood all around him. Zhao Chen turned to his attackers and said that he was holding Qin He's knife, and perhaps the men from Shifan would want it back. Zhao Chen was in a serious mood. He said he had nothing left to lose, and soon Qin He's dagger flew toward Ni Xuan, who watched the approaching weapon in horror. Feng Shi declared that if the ninth prince wouldn't play nice, then they would make him play rough. Zhao Chen apparently had no intention of playing nice either. He placed his foot on the face of his defeated opponent and said that he hated people like them more than anything. Feng Shi warned that if the ninth prince so much as touched Ni Xuan, he would break all of the fourth prince's arms. Zhao Chen demanded that his brother be released, but Feng Shi said that in the academy, one could rely only on strength, and when it was time to bow one's head, even a prince must do so. And before Feng Shi could attack the fourth prince and injure him, Zhao Chen rushed to attack his brother's assailant. Feng Shi summoned all his supporters and ordered them to attack together so they could overpower Zhao Chen. Zhang Xiaochu was very worried about his ninth brother. He advised him to flee as quickly as possible, since there were too many enemies and he couldn't handle them alone. Zhao Chen calmed his brother and said that his enemies had doomed themselves to death, and that was their choice. After that, the young man lunged with his sword and launched such a swift attack that no one even had time to see it coming, and in an instant they were all defeated and lying on the ground. Feng Shi acknowledged that this guy truly had strength and skill, but he wasn't going to watch any longer and was going to put an end to it right now. But before Feng Shi could engage in combat, the voice of Mentor Xinglin rang out. She was very curious to see how this would all end. Feng Shi immediately began smiling sweetly and pretending that nothing was happening. While Zhao Chen was very wary, he didn't know why the mentor had appeared here. Miss Xinglin pushed Feng Shi aside and said that she hadn't come for him. Feng Shi told the mentor that the ninth prince had killed his only brother, and the young man had already received permission from the elders to seek revenge, which was in accordance with the academy's rules. Miss Xinglin realized that this young man wanted to use Elder Sutu to pressure her. The young man immediately backed down. He was very frightened, for he dared not threaten his mentor, and now he could feel the impact of her powerful aura. England said that he shouldn't scold her if that was the case, because she wasn't there to cause him trouble. Zhao Chen told his rival that in a month they would fight to the death. Jingling was ready to tear that boy apart. Not only had he killed a bunch of people and caused damage, but he was also talking about a duel. Feng Shi pretended not to hear, but the ninth prince repeated that this is what would happen. In a month, they would fight, and then he would take his revenge and break Feng Shi's arms. Feng Shi was very pleased. He said that no one had forced the prince to speak, but now they would definitely meet in a duel. The girls still couldn't decide, was this prince too foolish or too brave? He had given Feng Shi the chance and the opportunity to kill him. The young man had clearly overestimated his own strength. Miss Xinglin took the young man back to his dorm and was now scolding him. Hadn't he thought this through properly? After all, in this duel he'd arranged himself, he was most likely facing certain death. Zhao Chen replied that he was grateful for her support, but he would settle his feud with Feng Shi on his own. His mentor understood that the young man had a reason to fight, but one didn't have to sacrifice one's life to prove a point. Zhao Chen suspected that the teacher simply didn't understand, for their feud was no ordinary brawl or bullying among students. The Sifang Kingdom's desire to conquer and subjugate Yunwu is well known. In recent years, this has reached extremes, and students from the Yunwu Kingdom are constantly subjected to bullying and even killed. As a result of this oppression, their self-confidence is rapidly approaching zero and has nearly hit rock bottom. And if this regular bullying and oppression isn't stopped, the Yunwu students will have no future at all in this academy. For the next 10 days, Zhao Chen trained and cultivated intensively in his personal space, but he still couldn't master the fourth movement of the Dragon and Elephant Wisdom Palm. The young man realized that he needed to practice with a master in order to finally understand and master this technique. After more prolonged meditation and cultivation, the ninth prince left his spatial realm. Now he wanted at least to meet the Emperor of the Heaven and Earth Slaughter to fight him and practice his strikes. At that time, a fat cat was standing guard at the dormitory and wouldn't let the ladies in, who regularly tried to enter and disturb the ninth prince's cultivation. Mentor Huang grew tired of trying to persuade this fat cat to let her in and said she would smash him to pieces. The cat laughed upon hearing that some lady dared to spout nonsense in front of the emperor, while the tutor demanded he get lost immediately or else there would be trouble. In the end, the fat cat was the first to lose his temper. He bared his claws and said that if the tutor didn't want to do things the nice way, then it would be the hard way. And now the flying, fluffy creature was approaching Mentor Huang, who prepared to fight with her sword. The mentor easily struck the fat cat on the head with her sword and said that he was quite strong, but too slow for her. The Emperor of Carnage was angry because that nasty woman had hit him hard, and he couldn't forgive her for it. The fat, fluffy cat's next attack had practically the same result. This time, the mentor struck him with her fist. The Emperor of Carnage declared, "Doesn't this rude woman know you shouldn't hit someone in the face, especially not cute chubby cats?" Mentor Huang announced that this fat cat was just as shameless as his owner, and so she was now going to cut off his sharp, insolent tongue. But before anyone had a chance to beat each other up, or even maim one another, the door swung open and Jie Chen walked out. He asked if the mentor's wounds had healed and why she had come here in the first place. Yanchen was just brimming with her attack energy and said that she was about to finish off the 9th prince because he had come out at the right time. The Emperor of Carnage immediately stepped aside. He thought that this lunatic had arrived just in time, and now he would be able to observe Zhao Chen's progress. Mentor Huang warned that dying by her hand was a true honor for any academy student. Her attack immediately crashed into the spatial barrier that Zhao Chen had managed to erect above himself. It all happened very quickly, and now Xinglin realized that the boy had blocked her friend's strike simply by releasing his qi. But it turned out that this wasn't even simple qi, but an amazing technique that worked miraculously, preventing his opponent from breaking through. Zhao Chen understood that Mentor Huang was very strong, and if this continued, he wouldn't last long. The young man held up 2 fingers, and in the next instant, everything around them exploded and scattered, and now it was completely unclear who had attacked and injured whom. Xinglin was very alarmed when they had tried to set up the prince in the bathroom. It had been just a prank, but if he were to get hurt now, they would be in huge trouble. The girl rushed forward to stop the fight. England managed to intervene just in time, pushing the opponents in opposite directions before anyone got hurt. Xinglin told the young man not to interfere, she would handle this herself. Mentor Huang really did want to kill the prince, but Xinglin began to talk her friend out of it, saying that Zhou Chen was the best freshman, and if she did that, she would be severely punished. And it was quite possible that the academy elders would completely subdue her, strip her of her power, and destroy her meridians. Now Yanchen was practically certain that her friend was connected to that incident in the bathroom that happened on the first day, and now she wanted to prevent the young man from being killed. Xinglin replied that she hadn't rushed here to protect the prince, but to protect her friend from future trouble. Yanchen said she didn't want to hear any of it, and if Xingling intended to stop her, she'd have to draw her sword. And that's exactly what happened. Both mentors drew their swords and began fighting each other. Zhao Chen was absolutely thrilled, though also terrified. He could see just how ferocious the techniques these girls were using were. It was a real duel between she-devils. They possessed special combat skills. The girls continued to fight, and now Yanchen warned her friend once again not to hold a grudge later, because the consequences would be painful. England hinted to her friend, even if this lecher wasn't killed today, he wouldn't live more than a month, because the guy had agreed to a deadly duel with Feng Shi. Yanchen knew even though Feng Shi wasn't considered the best master, with Zhou Chen's current cultivation base, he would definitely die in this duel. Mentor Huang said that in that case, she wouldn't kill the prince today, and if he could defeat Feng Shi, she would spare him. But if Feng Shi did win, she would take the prince's life personally. England exhaled as her friend left the dormitory and asked if Zhao Chen could win the upcoming duel. The young man replied that he needed her help to do so. And so late at night, the young man and his mentor, Xingling, were on the riverbank, preparing to spar to test his technique and refine his moves. And now the 9th prince had raised his palm to attack. He hoped he would finally master this technique once and for all. The charging elephant was met by his mentor's small palm, and a standoff began between them. Next, the young man added the return of the dragon and the elephant, but there was still a huge difference in strength between the opponents. They trained all night, and the young man could barely stay on his feet, while the mentor remained generally satisfied, considering the strikes quite good. Still, defeating Feng Shi with such abilities would be very difficult, but that was precisely why they had gathered. Several more days of daily training and practice passed, and the young man's skill level had improved significantly. England was very surprised. She realized she was dealing with a true genius who had reached a high level very quickly. In the end, they were so exhausted at night that they collapsed right onto the ground from fatigue and slept until morning. While his mentor rested, Zhou Chen practiced his technique and now warned her that the strike would be at full force, and Xinglin needed to be careful. Xinglin was completely calm and confident. She said that with his current strength, the young man couldn't possibly harm her, so he should attack without hesitation. Zhao Chen employed the dragon's form and elephant's shadow, directing the combined force against his opponent. He needed to gauge the extent of his power. And it turned out that the 9th prince had managed to achieve significant improvement in a very short time. The mentor had just enough time to think this as she covered her face with her hands. But in the very next moment, she was defeated and unable to even evade the attack. Fortunately, the girl was quite strong, so she wasn't injured. And the satisfied ninth prince now stood with his arms and legs spread out proudly. He thanked his mentor for her help and could now confidently say that he had mastered this technique. After this training session, the young people sat in the boys' dormitory. He thanked his mentor, Xinglin. Without her, he wouldn't have been able to master dragon form and elephant shadow so quickly. The girl replied that she had done it so that he wouldn't disgrace the dragon palace, but now she herself was very curious to see just how strong Zhao Chen would become in half a month. The ninth prince replied that in exactly half a month, during his duel, she would see and find out for herself. Afterward, the young man asked how many ice seals his mentor had activated. It turned out that Xinglin had unlocked and activated 6 combat seals when she was only 2 years old. Now it's no surprise that she's only 13 or 14 and has already reached the heavenly realm. It turns out she has exceptional natural talent. But Xinglin replied that she was already 18 and had no miraculous natural talent. The techniques the girl practices are special. As long as her true qi doesn't dissipate, her appearance will remain as it was during the first stage of practice. Zhao Chen had heard before that the Moon Demon cult practiced the Great World Space technique, and this seems similar to what Xinglin was doing. Xinglin broke out in a cold sweat from surprise and gasped, "How does this guy know about the Great World Space technique?" Zhao Chen didn't understand why his mentor was so shocked. She probably knew about it too. Xinglin said she had never heard that the Moon Demon cult possessed such a technique. Where on earth did the prince get this information? The young man saw and sensed that his companion was extremely alarmed, which meant she was definitely connected to this cult. Xinglin speculated that perhaps the prince was a spy for the sect who had infiltrated the academy, since he knew about the techniques of the Moon Demon cult. If it really turned out that the prince was a spy for the sect who had infiltrated the academy, Xinglin wouldn't let him off the hook so easily. Zhao Chen immediately insisted that he was certainly no spy. He had simply heard about this sect in his past life. The young man had been reading about this technique, but the book was kept at headquarters and he hadn't had time to finish it. But now the young man didn't understand why the mentor had been so frightened upon hearing about the great space of the world technique. Xinglin replied that she was fundamentally terrified of the Moon Demon cult. It was taboo in the Kunlun realm, so they couldn't and wouldn't discuss it. After that, the mentor said she would no longer distract the prince and would eagerly await his duel. But the young man immediately realized that the mentor was definitely connected to the demon-worshipping sect. The next half-month flew by very quickly, and in the Battle Dragon Palace, in the area near the Great Tree, everything was calm. The Emperor of Slaughter dozed peacefully, while Zhao Chen continued to cultivate, meditate, and train his techniques without stopping. The Emperor of Slaughter watched with satisfaction as his boy improved once again. How pleasant it was to watch others work while lying on his stomach. Mentor Wang peeked over the fence. She understood that, judging by his realm of sword comprehension, the prince might be a genius in his own little country, but at their academy, he was just an ordinary person. Zhao Chen continued to meditate, cultivate, and fill his sword with qi energy, as well as infuse it with his blood soul. Now even Mentor Huang understood that the young man didn't just have a grasp of the sword, he had reached the peak of that realm. The Emperor of Carnage was serious and pensive. Zhao Chen had reached the peak of the realm of sword comprehension, and now he would be able to use the flying flowers and leaves technique. Mentor Huang believed that even if the prince had reached the pinnacle of sword understanding, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Shi. The Emperor of Slaughter was ready to agree that the young man wasn't so bad after all. Now he resembled a young god of fencing. Zhao Chen didn't understand why the cat was staring at him so intently, and suggested they go visit the fourth prince together. The Emperor of Slaughter began to say something about how he didn't take orders from anyone, so there was no point in hoping he would accompany Zhao Chen. But at that moment, the door swung open, and Liu Chenfeng appeared in the doorway. He was very glad that the prince had finally emerged from his seclusion, because trouble had struck. It turned out that while the ninth prince was training in seclusion, the Sifans had been putting pressure on the Yunwu students, and now many of them were injured. Chenfeng added that this was indeed the case, and on top of that, 2 students had gone missing on a mission. They might have been killed. Zhao Chen couldn't understand, were the academy elders really indifferent to this situation? Why weren't they doing anything to stop this terror? Usually the elders don't interfere when students train by practicing techniques on each other. Besides, the Sifang students have the support of Elder Siyu, and they're acting very brazenly. This very elder oversees all affairs of the Western Palace. His status is second only to the academy director and his deputy. Zhao Chen realized if people are killed in secret, it isn't considered a violation, and they take full advantage of this opportunity to exact revenge. The students from Yunwu begged their prince to win the upcoming duel, otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive at the academy. If the prince lost, the girls didn't want to stay here and planned to return home immediately. Zhao Chen told the girls to calm down. If they were being provoked, he would definitely play along and put them in their place. Chen Feng also said he had heard that the Sifang people were looking for the fourth prince to cause him trouble. By doing this, they wanted to throw the ninth prince off balance so that he would be acting on his emotions in the arena tomorrow. Zhao Chen was furious. He wouldn't let anyone control his life. And now the young man wanted to go to his fourth brother and see who dared to lay a hand on him. On the academy grounds, everyone was talking about how it was Ni Xuan beating up the fourth prince again, because he couldn't defeat Zhao Chen and didn't want to pick on the weak. Just at that very moment, the fourth prince was serving as a punching bag for some thugs. Ni Xuan said that his hand was permanently crippled, and if the fourth prince called Zhao Chen a cowardly bastard, they would let him go. Although Zhang Xiaochu had already been severely beaten, he said he would never do such a thing. But his ninth brother would cut off the guy's other hand. Suddenly, a young woman stepped forward. She was holding a knife and said she was about to cut off the fourth prince's hand. But before the knife could reach the fourth prince, two fingers appearing out of nowhere touched the blade and shattered it into pieces. The girl was stunned. She looked at Zhao Chen and said that surely he wouldn't hit a girl. She was fragile and defenseless after all. But the ninth prince replied that she wasn't a girl, but the devil incarnate, and then he punched her with all his might. Ni Xuan stood over the defeated girl's body and said that now they would definitely defeat the ninth prince. But in the next moment, a foot clad in boots with royal insignia approached Ni Xuan's face. The girls looked at the prince with admiration. He was handsome, quick, and had become even better than he was a month ago during the entrance exams. Zhao Chen kicked his opponent in the head, sending him flying far to the side, and now glared at these insolent thugs. These insignificant villains were only capable of bullying and oppressing the fourth prince, and now he would teach them a lesson in etiquette. The girls still believed that this prince was very arrogant, and most likely he wouldn't be able to remain so self-assured for long. Someone was bound to beat him up. Ni Xuan demanded that the ninth prince not be so cocky, since he had deliberately held back to spare Zhao Chen's life. But if he was so ungrateful, he would die now. Zhao Chen didn't understand what gratitude could possibly be at stake. Their relationship was ruined and destroyed forever. It was all just a pretense. Ni Xuan understood that he couldn't be careless this time. He immediately drew his blood-stained sword and swore upon it. If he lost now, he would never again trouble the princes of the Yunwu kingdom. Zhao Chen immediately thought of his former lover, Qi Yao, and realized that he was facing yet another follower of the great empress. At that moment, Ni Xuan was swinging his blood-stained sword, which had a rather strange shape, though it was enormous in size. This blood-stained sword was nothing more than a child's toy, and now Zhao Chen wanted to test whether Ni Xuan would survive his strike. The strike was well executed, and the technique was sound. Those present realized that the ninth prince was a very ambitious and powerful man to be reckoned with. Ni Xuan lay on the ground, defeated and morally crushed. He had failed to defeat the ninth prince, and now he had to fulfill his promise. The ninth prince, Zhang Zhechen, surveyed everyone present and asked if anyone else wished to fight him. At that moment, the fourth prince intervened. He asked for help in taking revenge on Wang Lan and Qinghai, who often bullied him. Zhao Chen guessed that the bullying was a regular occurrence, and the young man said he would restore justice for his brother and show everyone that the Yunwu kingdom had a royal family. But the boys asked the prince not to get too cocky, since he most likely wouldn't survive the next day. Zhao Chen replied that it didn't matter what happened the next day, but right now he would teach the boys to respect their classmates. The boys activated their blood-stained swords at the same time, and it looked very boring and predictable. Zhao Chen dealt with them with one hand, and that was also boring and predictable, because his technique worked perfectly. The students watched as the ninth prince defeated 3 masters in a row in just a few minutes. It turned out that the challenge he had issued to Feng Shi a month ago wasn't such a reckless move after all, and perhaps a surprise awaited everyone tomorrow. Zhao Chen quickly freed himself again and asked if anyone else wanted to challenge him. The girls saw that the ninth prince had become a true monster. He was winning with frightening ease, and perhaps the freshman from Zifan might suffer. After no one volunteered to fight the ninth prince, Zhao Chen announced that he would now teach them a lesson himself. But then Lu Chenfeng intervened, saying that His Highness shouldn't worry over trifles. They would now thoroughly discipline these rascals from Sifan themselves. Chen Feng wanted to explain to some that one shouldn't pick fights with underclassmen, and the fourth prince would now help refresh their memories. The fourth prince was very proud. He said he wouldn't stand on ceremony and would quickly settle things right here. The whole night had passed and morning had already arrived. The square on the academy grounds was littered with the bodies of the beaten and wounded. Feng Shi shouted that enough was enough because these were people, fellow academy students, and there was no need to be so cruel. The fourth prince replied that they weren't cruel because Feng Shi had broken the fourth prince's arm just recently and hadn't felt cruel at the time. Feng Shi was furious that this bastard hoped his little brother could protect him. Today the ninth prince would die in the duel, and then Feng Shi would deal with the fourth as well. Zhao Chen couldn't believe his ears. Was Feng Shi really that foolish and arrogant to think he would win today? Feng Shi replied that tonight everyone would find out whether the ninth prince dared to accept the challenge. Liu Chenfeng was very concerned. He urged the prince not to fall for Feng Shi's tricks, because the prince would suffer if he fought 3 masters in a row and then went into the decisive battle. Feng Shi didn't want anyone to talk the prince out of it, so he decided to pick a fight with young Master Liu, who was sticking his nose where it didn't belong. Liu Chenfeng replied that they weren't opponents, so he wouldn't be provoked. He wouldn't fall for that. Feng Shi could barely contain himself. How that cocky blonde face annoyed him, and he decided to kill this pretty boy right after his prince. But since the duel had been agreed upon long ago, there was no point in discussing any of this. The duel would take place that evening. So the evening of the duel had finally arrived and everyone had gathered in the arena. The mentors were there. Miss Huang wanted to watch Feng Shi kill the prince. However, Xinglin wasn't sure that was the only reason Mentor Huang had come. In fact, she also liked Zhao Chen. The opponents stood facing each other in the arena, but then a young man and a young woman approached them. Qi Ji reminded the prince that she too was involved in the murder of the archer Feng Ji. This meant she had the right to fight here, and she asked for permission to replace the prince and participate in the duel against Feng Shi. Zhao Chen replied to the girl that she could challenge Feng Shi to a duel next time, but for now he would fight this opponent. Qi Shi looked at the ninth prince and thought that he must not die here, for his head belonged to her. She would receive a reward for it. Elder Shi Nantian ran as fast as he could to the arena. He had just learned of the upcoming duel. The Western Palace had acquired a rare genius, and he couldn't be allowed to die because of some foolishness. But unexpectedly, Elder Siyu stopped him. He said they needed to be patient. It was just a duel between young people. There was no need to interfere. Let the students resolve their own problems. If the ninth prince dies here, it means he is not destined to become a strong man. This was said very grandly, and unfortunately, Shi Nantian couldn't think of a reply to refute these words. Prince Hezin thanked Elder Situ and presented him with a token of gratitude that would help the elder advance his cultivation to a higher level. Elder Situ replied that it was all right, for he was born in the kingdom of Xifang and wished to help his countrymen eliminate the threat. Feng Shi could not fathom his opponent. Either the prince was too self-confident or too foolish to have dared to step into the arena. But on the other hand, if Zhao Chen genuinely wanted to die early, then he should help him do so. And without another word, Feng Shi rushed into the attack, intending to use his golden weapon. Only the provided weapons could be used in the combat arena. Whoever grabbed the best one for themselves first would have the advantage. Zhao Chen was the first to grab a sword. He checked that the material was good and wouldn't break easily. And in the process, the young man managed to scratch his opponent. Feng Shi chose a spear and said that the prince had finally enraged him and that the final moments of his short life were now upon him. Zhao Chen understood perfectly well why Xifang was full of showy nobodies. Their skill was simply wasted on words. The next moment, Zhao Chen attacked his opponent, who, however, managed to dodge. Feng Shi said, if you're going to take him on with speed, you'd better not, because it definitely won't work on him. Zhao Chen, of course, knew that speed wasn't his only weapon, and soon a real brawl broke out between the two, making it impossible to tell what was happening in the arena. The spectators watched the duel with anxious expressions. If the ninth prince was that fast, then perhaps he had a chance to win. Others believed that the ninth prince's cultivation was too low, so his speed was completely useless. After another exchange of blows, Feng Shi said that the difference in their cultivation couldn't be compensated for by speed, so Zhao Chen was about to die a miserable death. Feng Shi's true qi possessed the nature of flame. This was a serious matter that had to be taken into account. Zhao Chen dodged the fiery spear attack, which whistled right past his face. Feng Shi was ready to admit that the ninth prince was indeed fast. He managed to dodge the attack, but couldn't evade its aftermath. And now the entire arena was engulfed in flames. Stones were flying in all directions, and it all looked rather terrifying. Lu Chenfeng was very worried for his prince, though he understood that Zhao Chen was a rather unpredictable opponent. The girls were frightened and wanted to know if the ninth prince would survive this duel. Qi Shi was still relatively calm. She said anyone who hasn't fought side by side with the prince cannot even imagine his true strength. Meanwhile, there was almost no fire or smoke in the arena, and Feng Shi stood in the center of the arena. He lowered his spear and saw no sign of his opponent. Suddenly, from somewhere to the side and behind him, an attacking force began to move in on the young man. And now, the devastating heavenly will downpour opened up high above Feng Shi's head, who hadn't yet realized what was about to happen. Xinling watched the duel and thought, in just a few days, Zhao Chen had significantly improved his cultivation since their training sessions. If the young man used a fatal strike, Feng Shi might lose. Mentor Huang watched the events unfold in surprise and wondered who this young Zhao Chen really was, given his incredible speed. England reminded her friend that Miss Huang had promised to spare the ninth prince's life if he won this duel. All this time, a large crowd of onlookers had been watching the battle between the two rivals. The blue-eyed brunette was ready to admit that the battle was quite interesting and that Zhao Chen was a very worthy opponent. Feng Shi was flying face down, with a wound on his back and a piece of his clothing missing. The young man looked, to put it mildly, not very good. Prince He Jin was furious. He said that the ninth prince had mustered the courage to destroy the Xifang crest embroidered on Feng Shi's clothing, and that this was an open provocation. Zhe Zhen replied that Xifang had long since severed all ties with his kingdom, so the prince couldn't care less what Ho Xin thought about it. Prince Ho Xin was furious, for this boy had just humiliated him. However, he would not forget this and would soon send him, along with the entire kingdom of Yunwu, to hell. Feng Shi finally began to slowly get to his feet, but he was pleased, for the ninth prince had just publicly insulted his prince He Xin, which meant that if a murder occurred, Feng Shi would not be punished for it. Feng Shi raised his weapon, activated his fire, and tried to attack his opponent again. Zhao Chen was easily dodging the attacks. After all, this was second nature to him, so Feng Shi began demanding a fair fight and that his opponent stop evading his strikes. Zhao Chen replied, if his opponent couldn't even graze his clothes, what kind of skills did he possess to fight Zhao Chen? After that, the ninth prince demanded that his opponent take his sword strike, and Feng Shi was forced to defend himself with his spear. However, soon he could no longer fathom where the prince's strength came from, and the entire arena shook as a result of Zhao Chen's attack. The spectators were on the edge of their seats. They saw just how fast the ninth prince was and realized he had a chance to defeat Feng Shi. On the other hand, it was absolutely impossible, since the prince's cultivation level was too low, so his speed was useless. Of course, these girls were well versed in the topic they were discussing. The blue-eyed brunette already clearly understood that the ninth prince's strength was on par with Feng Shi's, and his speed obviously surpassed it. If Feng Shi didn't play his trump card, he would lose. England watched Yanshin's anxiety and realized there was a reason for all this, since soon Mentor Huang would have to keep her promise and spare the ninth prince. Yanshin was indeed watching the duel very closely, but she told her friend, if Xinglin kept reminding her of this, she would kill the prince anyway. Ingslin realized that this was a situation where her friend had revealed her duplicitous nature. She thinks one thing but says another. The smoke gradually cleared, and soon Zhao Chen saw his opponent, who struggled to his feet, clutching his spear. The ninth prince believed there was no point in continuing their battle, because Feng Shi's opponent must have already sensed the difference between them during the fight. But then Feng Shi apparently decided to play his trump card and began his blood transformation. He entered a terrifying state and declared that Prince Zhao Chen had lost his last chance at survival, and that he would now be killed, for all of Xifan's hatred would be unleashed upon him. And so the opponents crossed blades once more, and the duel continued. Before that, Zhao Chen didn't forget to use the all-seeing eye, and was holding his own quite well so far. After that, the young man used the heavenly guide skill to attack his opponent and cool his boiling blood a little. At one point, Zhao Chen got carried away by the battle and accidentally stepped on the circle of the blood transformation. And now it became clear that Feng Shi had been deliberately retreating to lure his opponent in. Feng Shi realized he had achieved his goal. He immediately used tongues of flame to attack the prince. Zhao Chen was losing strength and health. He couldn't move fast enough, so he activated the Heavenly Bell shield to at least partially protect himself from the powerful attack. Feng Shi shouted that his blood-red magic circle was capable of both amplifying his own power and suppressing his opponent's, so the ninth prince's end was imminent. At that moment, the protective Heavenly Bell shattered, a powerful explosion rang out, and Zhao Chen was sent flying to the side. still clutching his sword. Yanchen couldn't contain her emotions and jumped up from her chair. The girl was very worried about the ninth prince, even though she pretended to be indifferent. The female spectators unfortunately concluded that the prince had overestimated his strength by challenging Feng Shi and had dug his own grave. And although Zhao Chen's attacks were superb and varied, one still had to admit that the gap in cultivation could not be bridged. Elder Su Tu looked very pleased, while Elder Xie was upset and was already thinking about how to develop Feng Shi's abilities. Zhao Chen looked at his opponent, who was literally glowing with strength and vitality, as the blood magic circle had greatly bolstered him. Zhao Chen replied that Feng Shi was, of course, stronger than his talentless younger brother, and the young man himself thought he could easily win if he used the spatial realm, but there was no need for that. Feng Shi was already rushing to attack, believing that the prince was only pretending to be calm even while on the brink of death. But now he would send him to hell. But to the surprise of everyone present, Zhao Chen leaped to his feet, raised his sword, and performed a specific technique. The young man activated the full moon of heaven's will and directed it at Feng Shi. A multitude of swords flew toward their target. Feng Shi had not expected such a powerful attack. And of course, deflecting all those swords with a spear was simply impossible. Shi Nantian was utterly thrilled. He recognized the swords of the highest tier of the realm. Could Zhao Chen really have achieved this at such a young age? Although Xinglin was aware of the boy's abilities, she was still astonished. It was clear that as soon as the ninth prince reached the Black Realm, he would become a high-ranking warrior of Xuanbang. Mentor Huang also recognized the swords of the highest realm, and she knew he was nowhere near that level. Xinglin turned to her friend once more and asked her not to kill such a genius. Yanchen didn't understand. Did her friend really want them to accept Zhao Chen? England said that Mentor Huang and the ninth prince were meant for each other, so he definitely had to be accepted. Huang Yanchen was already ready to forgive the guy, but said she would never accept him after all. England said that if that was the case, then her friend shouldn't be upset with her in the future if Xinglin fell in love with the ninth prince and stole him away. Xingling admitted that Zhao Chen was young, handsome, and talented, and on top of that, he was a prince. In short, he was the ideal man. Impossible not to fall in love with. Yanchen watched the arena closely and asked Xingling's opinion. Could the ninth prince become a holy warrior in the future? The girl replied that there wasn't a single saint in all the kingdoms of the mountain range, and although the prince was very talented, becoming a saint was nearly impossible. But on the other hand, if he continued to maintain his current cultivation level, he would be able to become a semi-saint upon reaching the heavenly realm. Yanchen pondered this prospect. She didn't understand why she couldn't read this young man. Swords of the highest realm were superb in sword technique, but Feng Shi was still 3 realms above his opponent and was about to win this duel. Feng Shi got to his feet, but suddenly sensed movement behind him. It was another attack from the ninth prince. Zhao Chen turned to his opponent and said that, as sad as it was, one must know how to admit defeat, and Feng Shi had lost the duel. Feng Shi started the same old song again. "Why are you looking down on me? I'll make you pay for this," and once again his fire ability came into play. Zhao Chen once again flooded the area with his water skills, extinguished the fire, and was ready to attack his opponent again. The ninth prince didn't hold back or try to explain anything to anyone. He attacked, and a loud scream rang out over the arena. Feng Shi couldn't contain himself and just screamed at the top of his lungs. Zhao Chen approached his opponent once more and repeated that Feng Shi had lost this duel. He needed to accept it and admit defeat. The girls in the stands were amazed at just how much the ninth prince could surprise them. And yet he is still very young, this ninth prince. But he managed to turn things around and truly defeated Feng Shi. Elder Situ was sweating from the tension. He couldn't understand how the prince had managed to make such progress in a month. It was now clear beyond a doubt that the ninth prince could not be allowed to live, or else he would be the one to revive the kingdom of Yunwu. Zhao Chen announced to his opponent that he would not kill him, but would simply take revenge for the mistreatment of the fourth prince and break only his hands. To everyone's utter surprise, Feng Shi managed to rise to his feet and fall to his knees before Zhang Zhechen, thanking him for sparing his life. Huo Jin could not believe his eyes. Had Feng Shi really knelt before the prince of the enemy kingdom? All the representatives of the kingdom of Xifang considered this a tremendous disgrace and stared at the arena in shock. Feng Shi had heard all the accusations that he had disgraced his people, but the young man believed that would not happen. And completely unexpectedly for everyone, Feng Shi fired poisoned arrows at his rival, the ninth prince. Zhao Chen didn't even flinch. The arrows fired from his mouth were the very same technique his archer brother Feng Ji had used before his death. The blood brothers both favored the same treacherous tactics. Zhao Chen flashed his sword with incredible speed and deflected the arrows back in the opposite direction so that Feng Shi could enjoy them himself. Feng Shi lay in the arena, writhing in excruciating pain. The poison was spreading through his body. The young man cried out to his prince and begged He Xinyu to save his life. With his last ounce of strength, the young man crawled to the edge of the arena, begging the prince for mercy and salvation. He had always wanted to serve his prince, He Xing, and then, having received no help from the prince, the warrior threw himself onto the sharp spikes surrounding the arena, thus ending his military career. Zhao Chen was deeply distressed. He had no intention of killing his opponent. He simply wanted to teach him a lesson. The wounds on Feng Shi's body should have healed quickly, but such was the will of heaven. Everyone was ready to admit that although Feng Shi was arrogant and cruel, he did not deserve to die, and Zhao Chen had managed to overcome the difference in strength and defeat him. That was why the young man was not in first place among the freshmen for nothing. England believed that her friend Yanshin should keep her word and spare the prince's life. Mentor Huang studied Zhao Chen, trying to figure out what kind of person he was. She admitted that the young man had piqued her curiosity. Finally, the arena erupted in thunderous applause. Everyone admired the ninth prince, calling him cool, and now no one would be able to intimidate the students of the Yunwu kingdom. Liu Chenfeng tried to support his prince, saying that Feng Shi got what he deserved and that his death had nothing to do with the prince, so there was no need to take it to heart. Qi Shi also believed that Feng Shi had committed atrocities and brought it upon himself. The prince had merely served justice, and he shouldn't worry about it. But in any case, Feng Shi was already dead, so the matter was completely closed. But Prince He Xin was furious. He called his former comrade trash, who couldn't even handle that wretched ninth prince. Ho Jin felt he couldn't just let this situation slide, so he decided to write a letter to his father with a report, asking his father to hire assassins from the underworld who could kill Zhu Chen. The scene was simply idyllic. A man was meditating while sitting on the shore of a beautiful pond, and another man was approaching him. The academy director greeted the young man and asked him why he had summoned Zhao Chen just a month after the entrance exam. Zhao Chen looked at the director with great respect and admitted that he didn't know the reason. It turned out that every year the deputy director takes on a personal student, while a freshman with exceptional talent is personally accepted by the academy director. In the martial arts tower, Zhou Chen had stood out from the crowd, managed to reach the third floor and defeated Luo Xu. Zhou Chen was covered in sweat from the tension. Could the academy director really have known what had happened inside the battle tower? The director laughed heartily, amused by the young man's naivety. Of course, a place as important as the battle tower was always under surveillance. But there are simply secrets that not even the two instructors know about. However, the academy director knows everything, and he is perfectly satisfied with the situation. However, the director told the young man, if the mentors hadn't stopped Zhao Chen, he would have intervened himself and not allowed the boy to go up to the fourth floor of the tower. Zhao Chen wanted to know what was causing this concern, the boy's overly high abilities, or the fact that he was becoming a target of attack. The academy director admitted that for many years, the black market and the moon demon sect have been infiltrating the academy, so it is not safe even within the academy, and there are traitors even among the academy's high-ranking officials. Zhao Chen had heard from his father about an assassination operation where killers eliminated geniuses in their own beds, and now Zhao Chen suspects that the director wants to use the students as bait. The academy director confirmed that he hopes to use the students to find the cult members hiding in the Western Palace. Zhao Chen promised the director that he wasn't angry with him since the director had warned him, and after that, the prince wanted to know if there were already any suspects among the West Palace staff. The academy director replied that the nets had been set and he hoped to catch the villains soon. After that, the man offered Zhao Chen the chance to become his personal student. The ninth prince understood how great it would be to become the academy director's personal disciple, but unfortunately the young man had too many secrets, and he didn't want the director to find out about them. The young man thanked the director for the offer, but said he wanted to study martial arts on his own. The academy director couldn't help but laugh. Over the years, he had only taken on a few personal students, and now he had been turned down for the second time in his life. Zhao Chen asked who the first student was who had wanted to study under the academy director. It turned out to be Luo Shuihan, the blue-eyed brunette beauty who was the top student at the Martial Dragon Palace. Zhao Chen now understood who she was and how strong she was, and he now knew what the academy's top student looked like. The director tried to persuade Zhao Chen, saying that the director's personal student would receive constant support and no one could stand in his way. But the young man replied that if he faced difficulties and setbacks in the future, he wouldn't regret it. The academy director decided not to try to persuade Zhao Chen any further, but as compensation and a gift, he gave the young man the holy liquid. Zhao Chen was very pleased, for this was the priceless holy liquid. With its help, he would become stronger and have the opportunity to overcome the highest level of the Black Realm. Late at night, hired assassins flocked to the meeting place from all directions. They had received a summons to gather for an urgent meeting. Soon an elder appeared before the girls and they all greeted him together. The elder surveyed all the assassins and immediately spotted this year's freshman Qixi. He explained that over the past 3 months, 7 people had offered a bounty for Zhao Chen's head, with the total reward amounting to over 3 million silver coins. But the day before, one of the largest sums had been offered, about 2 million silver coins. The sect leader had personally ordered that Zhao Chen be killed at any cost within a month. The elder personally gave Qixi 20 days to carry out this task. If she couldn't kill him, he would do it himself. However, the girls must not forget that they cannot reveal their identities. All actions are carried out strictly according to orders. And after that, the hired assassins immediately left the meeting place, leaving the elder alone. The elder took off his hat. Xiutu believed that for such a huge sum, the job could be done. And this Zhao Chen's head was indeed valuable. Morning came. Zhao Chen heard a knock, threw open the door, and there stood Qixi on the threshold. The girl looked stronger and more robust. It was clear that her cultivation had improved significantly. Zhao Chen now regarded Qixi as his sister, since he was first among the freshmen and she was second. But Qixi was in no mood for jokes, and the young man immediately realized that the girl wanted and needed to tell him something important. Mentor Xinglin kept a close eye on the 9th prince, who was quite the womanizer and constantly had girls ogling him. In short, a real playboy. England couldn't understand how Yanshin could watch calmly while her beloved spent time with another girl. Tutor Huang said she would go and intervene in the situation right away. She wouldn't let a womanizer spoil the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace. Yanshin, like any woman in love, was barely holding back her jealousy, and now she would teach Zhao Chen a lesson if he dared to get involved in any dirty business. Qixi had already mentioned the huge sum offered for the prince, and Emperor Boini said he wouldn't mind making that kind of money himself. Upon hearing this from his cat, Zhao Chen immediately slapped him, after which Emperor Boini calmed down and lay down to rest. Zhao Chen asked if the girl was afraid she would be killed for telling him this information. Qixi said she hadn't leaked anything or revealed anything new. She'd simply named the price for the head. In that case, Zhao Chen was ready to share information with her, saying that the Wuxi Academy was preparing to eliminate all enemies from the black market who had infiltrated the academy, and they needed to be very careful. But suddenly the door burst open, or rather, it shattered into pieces, and Mentor Huang appeared in the doorway. However, after glancing around, the woman realized she had made a mistake because everyone present was fully clothed and wasn't doing anything out of the ordinary. Zhao Chen was immediately upset. He realized that Mentor Huang had heard everything, and now Qixi would not be safe. Qixi also suspected that she had been exposed, which meant she had only one option left to fight and save her life. And the girl lunged at Mentor Huang. Miss Huang didn't even raise her sword. She looked at the girl and asked, was Qixi really going to kill her just for breaking the door? Yanshin was a formidable master. She applied a paralyzing pressure, then attacked the insolent blonde. Qixi lost her sword, was sent flying and fell flat on the floor. Master Huang was approaching her defenseless victim, and Zhao Chen knew he had to intervene before it was too late. Zhao Chen immediately rushed to attack the master, raising his palm to strike. But the woman turned to Qixi in surprise. Did the girl really want to kill a witness? Which meant she had something to hide? Zhao Chen, of course, couldn't break through the defense shield surrounding Mentor Huang, and it was simply astonishing. When a warrior is on guard, even if they don't move, it's impossible to harm them. Yanshin called the guy a lecher. Did he really think he could sneak up on her again? Zhao Chen kept pressuring the woman and shouted for Qixi to run away right now. The girl was in shock and couldn't believe her eyes. The 9th prince was fighting Mentor Huang for her sake. Qixi immediately ran off without looking where she was going, and the whole thing seemed very chaotic, ill-conceived, emotional, and reflexive. Yanshin was ready to rush after that naive little brat, but then Zhao Chen stepped in front of her. The young man asked his mentor not to pursue Qixi, since she had already fled, and besides, he realized that his mentor might report the situation to the director, and then he would immediately admit his guilt. The woman replied that there was no need to report this to the principal, since she wasn't that petty, but from now on he shouldn't bring women to the Dragon Palace. It ruined the work atmosphere. Jie Chen saw that his mentor was already walking away and thought she had agreed to let Qi go out of the goodness of her heart. The woman admitted that she hadn't caught them in bed, so she would let them both go this time, but next time they shouldn't expect mercy. Zhao Chen was sweating with tension, but soon he realized they had worried for nothing. The mentor had suspected them of indecent behavior. He needed to reassure Qi no one knew about their conversation. As soon as the opportunity arose, Zhao Chen met with the girl in the woods and told her that her identity hadn't been revealed, and the subject of their conversation would remain their secret. Of course, Mentor Huang had a vivid imagination, but even if there had been something between them, it had nothing to do with her. What business was it of hers? Zhao Chen was forced to admit that a misunderstanding had arisen between him and the mentor on his first day of moving in, and it was his fault, which was why Huang now held a grudge against him. Qi said she was too lazy to sort all this out. The main thing was that the ninth prince try not to die at the hands of others during this month. It was now clear why so many cultivators were after such a high reward. England stood in the middle of her house, and it seemed to her that she had misheard. That insolent youngster had announced he would be staying with her for a month. Zhao Chen came up with a serious reason. The fact was that Mentor Huang had destroyed his home, and the kind mentor Xinglin would of course take him and his poor fat cat in. The young man understood that living with his mentor would provide him with a very safe hiding place from the killer. Xinglin said that they could train in martial arts together. Xinglin set aside a room for the prince and said she would be right next door. Besides, she wanted to know where his luggage was. Jie Chen pulled a bed, towels, snacks, and everything else one would normally bring when moving in with someone for a month out of his spatial storage. England was thrilled by the spatial storage, and the ninth prince offered to give her this spatial treasure as a gift. England couldn't contain her excitement. A spatial storage device was a priceless treasure, and owning even one was a great rarity. Zhao Chen asked the girl what she wanted, a spatial ring or a spatial bracelet. Xingling decided that modesty didn't suit her and said she wanted the spatial bracelet. In truth, the girl didn't believe the prince actually had these items. Zhao Chen asked Xingling to come see him that evening, and he would give her the bracelet. But at that point, the girl couldn't hold back and made another request. Zhao Chen granted this request, and the fat cat Emperor Boini became Xingling's pet for the next couple of days. He continued to wail throughout the academy for a long time, shouting that the ninth prince was a traitor and that they were no longer friends. And so evening came. Zhao Chen prepared the spatial bracelet he had agreed upon with Xingling. Soon there was a knock at the door, and standing on the threshold was the beautiful Xingling, dressed in her finest evening gown. Zhao Chen was very surprised. The girl immediately threw her arms around Zhao Chen's neck, confessed that she had dressed up like this especially for him, and said that she was very beautiful, and he had to admit that she was more beautiful than Qi. Zhao Chen realized that the only way to distract her from him was with a gift, so he happily handed her a spatial bracelet, saying that he was giving it to her for free and asked for nothing in return. But Xinglin didn't want to accept expensive gifts for free. She agreed to take the spatial bracelet in exchange for giving the prince 1.5 drops of holy liquid. The young man thanked his mentor, accepted the gift, and now hoped that a friendly relationship had been established between them. But then Xinglin began speaking again, saying that the bracelet was far more valuable than the drops of holy liquid, that she was now indebted to the prince beyond measure, and that he could turn to her at any time if he needed anything. The girl informed him that the Hall of Divine Power would open in a day where one could practice, and Zhao Chen decided to purify the holy liquid so he could visit the hall later. Zhao Chen strolled through the grounds of the Western Palace and realized that the area was filled with women. He was constantly the center of attention, and people were looking at him with varying degrees of interest. England greeted the young man, not understanding why he had arrived so late at the Hall of Divine Power. She had been waiting for him for half a day. Luo Shuihan assessed the young man and noted that his cultivation foundation had improved again over the past few days. The young man asked who she was. Could this really be the top freshman? The girl replied that the young man was not only the top freshman, but he had also become the center of attention and killed Feng Shi. Jie Chen felt immense pressure from all sides, and he felt like he was the center of attention. He was clearly uncomfortable with all those stares. Xinglin sensed a new energy emanating from the young man. Could he have purified the drop of holy liquid she had given him all on his own? Upon receiving a positive answer, the girl concluded that he must be some kind of demon, since he had managed to purify 1.5 drops of holy liquid in a single day. Everyone was very surprised to hear that this genius had purified 1.5 drops of holy liquid in a single day. His abilities were simply astonishing, and it was hard to believe that he was a prince from a small border kingdom. The most outspoken among those present asked Zhao Chen how he had managed to purify the holy liquid. The ninth prince replied that it was a secret and asked that she not question him further about it. The young man in the black kimono said that it was impossible to obtain holy liquid from the academy in such a short time, given how long Zhao Chen had been there. The girl confirmed, aside from the academy's reward, the holy liquid could only be purchased on the black market. Could it be that the ninth prince had connections there? There was another possibility. The ninth prince had a powerful patron at the academy. Jinling really didn't want to admit that she was the one who gave the holy liquid to the young man, but at the same time she said it was unlikely that Zhao Chen was a black market spy. However, the beauty explained that her mentor had misunderstood her. She herself also wanted to obtain the holy liquid, and perhaps she could do so through the ninth prince. The man in the black kimono kept pressing. He also wanted to know where Zhao Chen had obtained the holy liquid, and if he could sell him a few drops. Zhao Chen said that since he was being asked so insistently, this drop of holy liquid was a gift from mentor Xinglin, and all questions should be directed to her. Although Xinglin really disliked this situation, she was forced to admit that she had given that drop of holy liquid to the prince. It immediately became clear to everyone that mentor Xinglin was favoring the prince. Perhaps there was some unusual relationship between them. The young man couldn't understand how the talented and beautiful Xinglin could have fallen in love with this guy. Mentor Huang was very concerned. She asked her friend directly if the girl had truly fallen in love with Zhao Chen. Xinglin avoided giving a direct answer and showed her friend the bracelet the ninth prince had given her. The blonde said it wasn't just a piece of jewelry. If she infused it with her qi, it would turn into a spatial bracelet. And mentor Huang did just that. And to her surprise, she saw weapons, clothes, cosmetics, and other small items belonging to Xinglin inside the bracelet. Now, no one doubted that this was a genuine spatial treasure, one that is very rarely found anywhere. Yanchen, of course, would also love to receive such a gift. The girl gave the prince a meaningful look, and he nearly fainted from her gaze. Soon, the rest of the academy's top students arrived and greeted everyone present. The young man didn't understand why the freshmen were the first to enter the Hall of Divine Power every year. Zhao Chen realized that the freshmen had cleared the first level of the third floor of the battle tower. They must have made an exception for them and allowed them to enter the Hall of Divine Power. Finally, everyone gathered and greeted Deputy Director Qing Hua. Standing beside her was an elder from the inner courtyard, Chief Tactics Master Yue Jingchang. The elder looked with interest at those with whom he would spend a great deal of time in class over the coming years. The freshmen clasped their hands in respect, bowed, and greeted the Deputy Director and Elder Yue. The Deputy Director explained that the elder's spiritual power had reached the 39th level. He was the most powerful person in the inner court. The elder explained that cultivation in the Hall of Divine Power was intended to help students improve their spiritual power. The elder asked if any of the students knew how spiritual power could help them right now. After a long pause, Zhao Chen replied, "The stronger the spiritual power, the faster a cultivator masters the highest realm of swordsmanship." The elder was very surprised to hear the correct answer from a freshman and wanted to know the name of the student who had given it. Elder Yu mentioned that the academy director had spoken very highly of Zhao Chen, and now he himself was convinced that the boy was a genius. He wanted to know what level of spiritual power Zhao Chen had reached. The ninth prince said he wasn't entirely sure, but it was most likely around the 25th level. Huo Lin considered this mere idle talk. Anyone could run their mouth and claim anything, but those were just words. Huo Lin turned to the elder and suggested conducting a spiritual power test before entering the hall. It would immediately become clear whether Zhao Chen was a genius or just a common blabbermouth and mediocrity. Elder Yue said that Prince Huo Xing's words were fair, and he wanted to see how strong the first-year student's spiritual power was. The deputy director announced that the test was beginning. Everyone must give their all so that in the future, Elder Yue and she, Ms. Qinghua, could better guide the training and tailor it most accurately. Shi Xiaowu volunteered to be the first to take the test. To do this, he had to place his hand on a special disc that measured his spiritual power level. It turned out that this young man was already at the 24th level, which meant he was worthy of the title of master. It was said that he specialized in weapon crafting. The deputy director praised the young man, who had managed to reach such a high level by the age of 30. Now he needed to focus on a single area of improvement, and his results would be much better. Shi Xiaowu thanked Miss Qing and asked which path he should take next. Of course, the student must decide and choose for himself, but if he continues to practice martial arts, he should spend less energy on weapon refinement and beast control. That way, he'll have a chance to break through to the extreme realm of Earth. That was exactly what the young man had planned to do during the intermediate exam on inner courtyard ruin exploration. Zhao Chen learned for the first time that exploring ruins could yield a great deal of resources. It was no wonder that the geniuses of the Western Courtyard trained so hard to enter the ruins. It was worth fighting for. Hua Liang had reached the 16th level, which was also an excellent result. Zhu Hailan scored 18 points, and the girl was satisfied. As for a young man named Yu Qi Tiankong, he was only at the 12th level, but that wasn't bad for an ordinary martial artist. Even the 10th level was sufficient. Next to be invited for testing was a girl named Qi Shi, and she attracted everyone's attention. The fact was that she did not come from an aristocratic family, and most likely her spiritual power would be rather weak. On the other hand, everyone expected that Prince Hixin would achieve one of the highest scores among all the freshmen. The vice principal, Ms. Qing, congratulated Qi Shi and announced that the girl was at the 16th level. This result surprised many of the students. They hadn't imagined that this beauty possessed such great power. After that, Mentor Huang was called up to have her level tested. She was found to have a 21st level spiritual power. That was pretty good. The girl was pleased with herself, since she had risen another point recently. Finally, it was time for the Prince of the Sifang Kingdom to have his level tested, and Ho Xin stepped forward. The deputy director announced that the prince had a 17th level spiritual power. This year, there were many hidden talents among the freshmen at the Western Palace. Ho Xin thanked the deputy director, but he wasn't very pleased since Mentor Huang's spiritual power turned out to be higher. Mentor Xinglin also underwent the assessment, and the girl currently had a 20th level spiritual power, which wasn't bad at all. Still, Xinglin was upset that her friend was even slightly stronger, though she had to admit that a one-level difference was quite small. The vice principal invited the academy's top student, the beautiful Luo Shuihan. She had come to study specifically to surpass her ancestor. One of her relatives, Luo Shuyi, had been a very powerful warrior, and now everyone was curious to see just how talented the girl was and what abilities she possessed. The girl was only 17, yet her spiritual power had already reached the 26th level. She was a true descendant of Luo Shuyi. Lately, the young students had been getting stronger and stronger. The instructors considered this student a real psychopath. They tried their hardest, but they just couldn't manage to outdo her. Of course, it was a disgrace that the freshmen had managed to outdo them, and the noblewomen were true monsters. Hixin wouldn't calm down. He said that everyone had already taken the test, and only the 9th prince remained, who boasted louder than anyone else that he had a 25th level spiritual power. But the upperclassmen didn't believe this newcomer would surpass Luo Shuihan. Besides, he was a huge blabbermouth, even though they called him a genius. Zhao Chen was very focused. He didn't want to show off too much. He needed to control his spiritual power and ensure his result wasn't higher than Luo's. The deputy director looked at the numbers in surprise, and it turned out that Zhao Chen had indeed almost caught up to Luo Shuixin. Elder Yu praised the students, saying that Shuixin and Zhao Chen had entered the top 5 in the academy's entire history. Prince Hixin wouldn't let it go. He couldn't believe the result and decided there must be something wrong with the testing stone. Mentor Huang was furious as well. She asked the elder who was the greatest spiritual genius in the academy's history. Elder Yu explained that the top-ranked student was a disciple who had reached the 28th level of spiritual power at the age of 16. But he was a craftsman who specialized in spiritual power. Second after him was Luo Shu. He reached the 27th level. And among combat cultivators, no one has surpassed him yet. Unexpectedly, Luo Shuihan turned to the 9th-ranked student and said that he hadn't put his full strength into the test. She was practically certain of it. Zhao Chen replied to the girl that she had a very keen eye, but he still wanted to keep it to himself. There was no need to show it off. Luo Shuixin understood him perfectly but said, if the young man was worried that he would surpass her, then he shouldn't worry. Shuixin would only admire the 9th prince even more. The deputy director insisted that the young man show his true talent, otherwise he wouldn't be able to achieve the best results in cultivation. Madame Qing looked at this brilliant young man and realized that he would win everyone's approval and that a great future awaited him. The deputy director promised 10 drops of holy liquid if the young man's results surpassed Luo Shui's. 10 drops of holy liquid were too precious. It was worth proving himself for them, but still, Zhao Chen decided not to give it his all, otherwise he would face mortal danger. Zhejian raised his hand, but to his horror, he put all his strength into it and reached the 29th level. And while everyone stood there with their mouths agape in surprise, Zhe Chen berated himself for overdoing it. For the sake of those drops of holy liquid, he had practically buried himself alive. The deputy director praised the young man and said that she would provide him with the holy liquid in the near future. Elder Yue was now convinced that the rumors of a battle between this freshman and Luo Shui were no rumors. A stunning student had appeared at the academy. Both mentors were in shock, and now no one doubted that such a genius was worthy of them. When everyone had finally calmed down, the elder announced that it was already quite late. It was time for them to enter the Hall of Divine Power and begin training. Prince Hoshin was still indignant. He constantly felt like a nobody next to Zhou Chen. It was unclear why the assassins from the underworld hadn't killed him yet. In the Hall of Divine Power, everyone saw the scrolls used to absorb spiritual stones in order to activate the flowers and seals on them. Spiritual seals are capable of tempering spiritual power. Zinglin explained that students above the 20th level train on the second floor. There were also scrolls containing sacred revelations there. They are capable of cultivating spiritual power up to the 30th level. England secretly revealed that there is a very powerful sacred scroll on the third floor, but only Luo Shuihan can access it. Zhe Chen even took offense at his mentor for telling him this information, even though she knew perfectly well that he wouldn't be able to get in there. After that, mentor Xinglin said goodbye to the young man, telling him they would see each other later. Zhe Chen stood near the scroll. Who would have thought that such powerful energy could be contained within what appeared to be an ordinary scroll with paintings? The young man sat down near the scroll and began to cultivate, and soon he was transported into the world depicted in the painting. The young man looked up and saw a comet hurtling through the starry sky. A veritable meteor shower had begun, and it was extremely intense. Zhao Chen could barely stay on his feet. It was immediately clear that this was the work of a demigod. It took some time before the young man could adapt to this overwhelming force, but suddenly he saw a swordswoman rapidly approaching him from above. The girl sliced through the air, swinging her sword and displaying immense power. The next moment, the massive sword was hurled at the young man, and it seemed nothing could save him at that moment. Everything around him was illuminated by powerful flashes. The demigoddess hovering in the air said that the young man had parried her attack of 10-star swords, which meant that his spiritual power had reached the 30th level, and he needed to leave the scroll. Zhe Chen made his way back to the training hall, but before he had a chance to catch his breath, Luo Shuihan appeared beside him. The girl understood everything. Now she knew that Zhe Chen's level was higher than 30. Shuihan confessed that when the 9th prince took the test for the second time, she sensed again that he was hiding something. She was curious about the level of his spiritual power. Zhao Chen was once again unable to deceive the beauty, and now she asked him to go with her to the 3rd floor. The girl explained that only she could go up to the 3rd floor because she was the one who had brought the holy painting to the Western Palace. Zhao Chen believed that if it was a family heirloom, he couldn't use its powers. But Luo Shuiqin explained that it was her personal possession, and she could invite anyone she wanted to practice with her. Besides, the girl knew that in the entire Western Palace, only Zhao Chen was worthy of practicing with her. The young man sensed how pure-hearted, sincere, and generous this girl was. It was very rare to meet such people these days. Finally, they reached the sacred scroll on which the droplets were found. A powerful aura of suppression emanated from the scroll. It was an authentic artifact, incomparable to ordinary scrolls. The girl explained that this was a sacred revelation left behind by her ancestor Luo Shui. It contained not only his will, but also a powerful martial art. Unfortunately, over the past 200 years, no one in the Luo family had been able to master this art. Zhao Chen clasped his hands and thanked the sacred revelation of his ancestor Luo Shui. The young man treated such things with reverence. He was exceptionally talented, yet not arrogant. Shuihan then listed the vast number of streams, small rivers, large rivers, and the sea that were depicted in this painting. The difference between streams, small rivers, large rivers, and the sea lies in 5 levels of spiritual power. They needed to decide how far they could go at first. There are an infinite number of paths to self-cultivation, but in the end, they will merge into a single path, and it will lead in one direction. Zhao Chen understood this idea that many paths lead to a single goal. The girl said that the prince was far more talented than any cultivator she had ever met, and she wanted to know how he had reached such a level of spiritual power. Zhao Chen lowered his eyes, apologized to the girl, and said that, unfortunately, he could not reveal that secret. Luo Shuihan didn't press the matter. The young people were wading into the water, and the beauty asked if the prince knew what spiritual power really was. Spiritual power originated from the abode of the soul and the brain. The higher the brain's efficiency, the greater the spiritual power. Spiritual cultivators are far more formidable than martial arts cultivators. They can summon thunder and lightning, reanimate corpses, and predict the future. However, becoming a spiritual cultivator is no easy feat. Elder Yu had cultivated spiritual power for 80 years, yet had reached only the 39th level. Suddenly, Luo Shuihan stopped, chest deep in the water, and said she couldn't go any further. The girl had reached her limit. She stayed there to practice, and as soon as her spiritual power grew, she would be able to move forward. Jie Chen wished the girl good luck and continued moving until he reached his limit, where he then stopped and began his cultivation. An hour later, Luo Shuihan called out to the young man who was significantly ahead of her. The girl explained if Zhao Chen wanted to continue practicing martial arts, he would have to leave the painting of the Holy Revelation. Before the ninth prince could reply, he suddenly saw Luo Shuyan above him, demonstrating several martial arts techniques. Luo Shuyi vanished at that very moment, and his heiress never understood what Zhe Chen was looking at. Apparently, only he had seen this revelation. The young man said he had seen Luo Shuyi, but perhaps it had only seemed that way to him. Although, of course, Zhao Chen knew it wasn't his imagination, Luo Shu had deliberately demonstrated a few moves and then vanished. Luo Shuhang said that Luo Shu most likely practiced martial arts, and now she was curious about Zhao Chen's current spiritual power level. Upon hearing that it was 34, the beauty said that her ancestor's highest level had been 38, and it was already clear that the prince would be able to become a spiritual power saint if he continued to specialize in spiritual power practice. Zhao Chen understood all this perfectly well, but at the same time, he couldn't give up practicing martial arts even if he wanted to very much. Luo Shuihan understood the young man perfectly. She said she respected the ninth prince's choice and promised not to tell anyone this secret. All the others had already left the spiritual power hall, only Zhao Chen and Luo Shuxian were missing. Had they really gone up to the third floor together? Yuqi didn't understand why this freshman had won Luo Shuxian's favor. Prince Hezin was still agonizing over the fact that the ninth prince wouldn't be looking down on everyone for much longer. The vice principal considered Zhao Chen an exceptionally talented young man. He was lucky to have won Luo Shuxian's favor. This prince would change the fate of the Yunwu state. Zhao Chen had no intention of wasting time. He tried to make the most of every spare moment. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open. An alarmed Xinglin rushed in. She wanted to know if Luo Shuixian had really taken the young man to the third floor of the temple. Zhao Chen immediately said he couldn't discuss such matters, but his mentor began to press him and use her position. The young man tried to explain that he couldn't tell her and that she had to understand, but Xinglin wanted to get even a tiny bit of information. What exactly was on the third floor? Having failed to get a single word out of her lodger, Xinglin said she had come to talk about the quarterly assessment. But if the young man wouldn't tell her anything, then she wouldn't either. In the end, Xinglin couldn't hold back and told him, in a couple of months, the first round of the quarterly assessment would take place. A tournament among first-year students from the 4 great academies. The second round of this assessment is the Western Palace's internal ranking evaluation. Zhao Chen wanted to know what benefits he would gain if he defeated students from other academies. England promised that if the young man ranked first among the freshmen of all 4 great academies, he would receive many valuable rewards. But the girl didn't have time to say anything else, because Mentor Huang burst into the room. She said that coming in first among the 4 academies wasn't easy, and that she hadn't expected Jingling to fall in love with this playboy. Xingling tried to explain that her friend had misunderstood, and that it really had nothing to do with love at all. Yanshin turned to the prince and said she wanted to trade a drop of the half-holy liquid for a spatial relic. Zhao Chen had previously wanted to give the girl this relic himself as an apology, but now he said he would soon receive 10 drops of the holy liquid from Deputy Director Qing and didn't need it. England felt like she could sink through the earth. Why is this fool such a fool? It's obvious that Yanshin came for the sake of reconciliation. Yanshin understood everything perfectly as well. It turned out that Xinglin could trade items with him, but she couldn't. It was immediately obvious that Zhe Chen and Xinglin were close. Zhe Chen continued to act like a complete fool. He said he was willing to sell the spatial item for 5 million silver coins. Yanshin now understood everything perfectly. Why her friend Xinglin wouldn't let her kill the young man. It was simply because they had been conspiring behind her back for a long time. In that case, the two of them would now have to pay for what happened that night in the bathroom, and now the ninth prince would become a eunuch. Mentor Huang swung her sword with all her might between the young man's legs. Fortunately, Zhao Chen managed to dodge the attack. Xinglin had also jumped to her feet, sword in hand. She asked her friend to calm down and listen to her. Yanshin said that she and her friend had been trying to figure out which of them was better for quite some time, and today would be the day it was decided. And so a battle began between the mentors, one that lasted a long time, and spectators had already gathered nearby. The Emperor of Carnage watched the duel with trepidation. If Yanqin destroyed this house too, he would have nowhere to live again. Zhao Chen reasoned much the same way as his cat. Mentor Huang was a true beast, a destroyer of houses. Suddenly, the young man sensed a murderous aura. An arrow was flying toward him at tremendous speed. Zhao Chen managed to dodge it. The arrow flew past, but the young man realized that the assassin from the underworld had just tried to attack him with a powerful poison. Zhao Chen immediately began purifying the jade qi he had cultivated, but he couldn't manage it. Zhao Chen was forced to use qi purifying pills and health restoring pills. The young man felt absolutely terrible. Soon he was able to determine that there were two underworld assassins nearby. One of them was hiding behind the door, while the other was further away in a large tree in the courtyard. The poisoned arrow was fired by the assassin sitting in the tree. Zhao Chen couldn't understand why they had attacked the moment he stepped out of the Palace of Divine Power. Could it be that there were other assassins from the underworld at the academy besides Qi Shi? Both assassins were Black Realm level. Their energy was extremely powerful. If not for his spatial awareness, Zhao Chen wouldn't have been able to detect where they were hiding. The young man turned to the Slaughter Emperor and asked him to cover him while he dealt with the assassin nearby. The cunning fat man refused to help until Zhao Chen promised to give him 10 soul coins, a price that suited the emperor perfectly. The Emperor of Slaughter agreed to play along with the assassins and immediately jumped into the bushes to get closer to the assassin. Zhao Chen was feeling almost back to normal and was now ready to fight the hired assassins. The young man waited until the assassin emerged from behind the door, and she was immediately struck with a powerful blow and thrown aside. The girl tried to run away, but the ninth prince had no intention of letting her go, knowing she would keep coming back. Zhao Chen pursued the assassin, and it was already clear to her that this guy was very fast. It was very difficult to escape such an opponent. She had expected the top freshman to be strong, and now she wanted to know what kind of lightning he had used. Zhao Chen realized the girl was trying to stall for time so her accomplice could come to her aid, but he wouldn't let that happen, and as for the lightning, she could ask the Lord of Hell about that. The assassin drew the blade typically used in such situations and hurled it at the prince. This was far from his first encounter with such a knife, so Zhao Chen easily dodged the dangerous attack. Zhao Chen killed his opponent, and now the second assassin sitting in the tree realized it was her turn. Zhao Chen turned to the girl and asked how much longer she planned to hide in the branches. To her horror, the assassin realized that the prince had spotted her, but she was certain he wouldn't be able to dodge her arrow. Zhao Chen, seeing the drawn bow, said, "If the girl didn't want to play nice, then things would get ugly." After that, a loud meow rang out, and someone's clean, fluffy, chubby paw struck her lower back. The girl clearly hadn't expected such an attack from behind and tumbled from the tree right at Zhao Chen's feet. Before she could jump up, the prince's sword sliced through the mask on her face. It was Hualian, the top freshman of previous years. The Emperor of Carnage was also lying nearby. He'd already strained himself too much, and now his paws needed a rest. Zhao Chen said he had seen this girl in the Hall of Divine Power and knew who she was. Hualian hadn't known the boy possessed such a powerful wild beast, and now she was ready to admit they had miscalculated. But at the same time, of course, Zhao Chen had underestimated her, and now the assassin was using her blood power. Zhao Chen could see that Hualian's cultivation was very high and formidable, and even the Slaughter Emperor sensed her powerful qi and realized that his master was no match for her. At that moment, the assassin, brimming with power, lunged at the young man who, standing inside the blood circle, was unable to move. The girl was approaching rapidly, and her sword was raised for a fatal strike. But at the last moment, the assassin fell at the feet of the young man, who had already given up all hope. Mentor Huang said that the assassins of the underworld had become completely unrestrained lately. They dared to kill in the Hall of the Battle Dragon. Zhao Chen asked the mentor if she wanted to kill this girl. Perhaps it would be better to halt her cultivation and force her to tell the truth. Yanqin realized that the prince was a very naive young man if he hoped to ask anything of an assassin from the underworld. Xinglin, watching her friend walk away, said that Mentor Huang had a very straightforward personality. She didn't know how to pretend, but if Zhao Chen got to know her, he would realize she was a very good person. England was certain that the prince thought Mentor Huang was also an assassin of the underworld, but that was absolutely not the case. Yanqin needs neither money nor resources for cultivation, and besides, she has a high social status. The fact is that Huang Yanqin was the beloved princess of the Qianshui kingdom. The young people surveyed yet another ruined house. Zhao Chen couldn't imagine where they would live now, but Xinglin said they would go to Yanqin's place. Zhao Chen knew little about female friendships. He thought the girls had just had a falling out, so how could they possibly live together now? Xingling calmed the prince down and said she was sure Yanshin had already calmed down and would definitely let them stay with her. The young people set off to see their mentor Huang, but Zhao Chen was still tense and unsure if they were doing the right thing. Yanshin greeted them with a rather serious and stern expression. She said that if they didn't want to die, they had to leave immediately. Xingling decided to return right away to see if she could extract any information from the assassin whom Yanshin had detained and wounded. Zhao Chen bowed respectfully to Mentor Huang. He hadn't realized she held such a high status. Her kingdom was very powerful, and many depended on them. When the young people returned, it turned out that the assassin was dead. Someone had pierced her heart with a spear. They had been nearby but hadn't even sensed the assassin. Zhao Chen realized that the opponent must have a cultivation level no lower than the Earth realm, and possibly even the heavenly realm. Xinglin was genuinely frightened when she realized that such a dangerous assassin was hiding in the Western Palace. She needed to inform the Academy director of this as soon as possible. But out of nowhere, the director appeared nearby and said that there was no longer any need to summon him because the fish had been caught in the net. The director turned to Elder Sidhu, who was hiding nearby, and ordered him to reveal himself to everyone present. And indeed, Elder Sidhu, one of the Academy's most serious and respected teachers, soon appeared on the mountain. The man realized that much of this had been staged on purpose and that he had simply been lured here. The Academy director, of course, regretted that he hadn't managed to lure everyone. But if he captured Elder Sidhu, the rest would be frightened. Elder Situ said he hadn't seen the director in 10 years and didn't even know to what realm the director had advanced. The next moment, completely unexpectedly for everyone present, the spear, along with a burst of fiery energy, flew toward Zhao Chen's head. The situation was extremely dangerous, but the Academy director caught the spear with his bare hand, despite the fact that the strike was unexpected and very powerful. The next moment, Elder Sidhu fled before he could be arrested and neutralized. The Academy director hurled the spear he had just caught and was still holding in his hand, and now the weapon was hurtling back toward its owner. A powerful explosion rang out high in the sky. The fire attribute had worked perfectly, and now the singed elder was plummeting downward. The Academy director said that the elder was dead, but other assassins were hiding in the Western Palace. He instructed Xinglin to personally protect Zhao Chen for the next few months. The mentor replied that she would do everything, and the director need not even worry about it. After that, the man asked her to clean up the mess here and hang the assassins' corpses on the Western Palace's blood wall for all to see. Such is the fate that awaits those who attempt to undermine the Wuxi Academy. Zhao Chen understood that the assassins were prepared at any moment to be killed, and now the young man didn't know how Qi would feel when she saw the bodies of her comrades. But then the young man's thoughts were interrupted by Xinglin, who instead of protecting him, threw him to the ground and ran off. With tears in her eyes, she threw herself into her friend's arms and began to explain that they were now homeless and needed a place to stay. Please. Zhao Chen also asked Mentor Huang for help, but if she was still angry, he could stay with his fourth brother. Yanshin replied that she wasn't angry, and if the young man treated her as a mentor, she would definitely help him. After that, the princess announced that Xinglin would live with her on the second floor, while Zhao Chen would stay on the first floor in the training hall and wasn't even allowed to go upstairs. Zhe Chen promised that he would live in the training hall and not bother either of his mentors. Then came the usual routine. The ninth prince spent all his time training and cultivating. England saw that the young man was training in agility, which is a low-level spiritual combat skill. This technique is rarely seen and it isn't suitable for women. The martial art that Zhao Chen practices looks easy, but in reality, it's not simple. They could ask the ninth prince to teach them this, but even at the academy, one needs at least 1,000 merit points to borrow materials for studying low-level spiritual martial arts. England advised her friend not to miss this opportunity because it would be difficult for her to find a suitable technique for herself later on. Yanshin decided to discuss the matter with Zhou Chen. If necessary, she would offer to pay for his services. The mentors went down to the training area, and Xinglin asked the prince what martial arts he practiced. The young man replied that it was simply a speed-based combat skill, and if the girls wanted, he would teach them. But Mentor Huang didn't want to learn for free. She offered merit points or silver coins, willing to pay for the training. The young man replied, if he were to sell this skill, Mentor Huang wouldn't have enough money, but now she could accept it as a token of gratitude for saving her life from the assassin, and that's what they agreed on. This technique is called Shadow of the Flying Dragon. Xiao Chen would tell the girls how to practice it, but he couldn't write out the steps. he could only demonstrate them to them. And now this trio ran together through the training hall, precisely mimicking the ninth prince's movements. The girls didn't fall behind by a single step, and once they had a good grasp of it, Zhao Chen went off to practice his qi. Meanwhile, the two instructors, covered in sweat, continued their training. They were obsessed with martial arts, and it was no surprise that they had reached such a high level. It was still early morning when there was a knock at the door. Zhao Chen struggled to open his eyes, opened the door, and saw the mentor again. The girls were lively and cheerful. They had discussed everything and concluded that the flying dragon shadow technique was best practiced in the mountains. So now they were heading to the mountain to continue their cultivation there. The girls gave the prince 15 minutes to get ready and said they would wait for him outside the academy gates. Watching this energetic, self-assured beauty walk away, Zhao Chen felt a pang of sympathy for whoever would one day marry her. The young man returned to the room and told Kat that he was going to train in the mountains and that Emperor Boini had to go with him. Otherwise, those two she-devils would devour him. Kat was stunned. Did his master really not like practicing with beauties? What was wrong with this guy? He needed to be taught how to interact with women. Soon the young man got ready and left the palace grounds with the cat. This did not go unnoticed by those who were interested. The two girls decided to report this to Prince Ho Xinyu immediately. Such a wonderful opportunity could not be missed. The girl met with the prince immediately and confirmed that Zhao Chen had left the West Palace with the cat. The prince said there was no need to report on the cat, because he had been bored out of his mind the whole time Zhao Chen was hiding in the palace. But now he would challenge the ninth prince. But then the prince paused for a moment and asked the girl what color the cat was. The girl confirmed that the cat was fat, black, and dressed in clothes. Prince Ho Jin realized who she was talking about and decided that this time he would take revenge on the cat as well. The Sifang command has stationed a detachment of tigers on the mountain, and this will resolve all issues regarding the assassination of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen and the mentors reached the mountains. Xingling suggested testing whether the young man could outrun her. The girls immediately warned that they wouldn't wait or go easy on him. Zhao Chen said that he had broken through to the lower level of the Black Kingdom, so he would try his very best. Xingling could see that the prince was very confident, but right now he just needed to catch up to them. And in the next moment, both beauties vanished, leaving the ninth prince and Emperor Boini in the clearing. And now all three were racing headlong through the forest at tremendous speed. Xingling praised the prince, saying that, although he was at the lower level of the Black Realm, he had almost managed to catch up to them. Yanchen also admitted that she hadn't expected such a small kingdom as Yunwu to produce not only Zhang Tiangui, but also an outstanding talent like Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen listened to the praise from his mentors and asked if it was difficult to make it into the top 10 masters of Xuanbang. Xingling explained that the list of great masters had only 1,200 spots. She was ranked 360th, while Yanchen was 103rd. Luo Shuihan held the 6th spot, and the 7th prince had been in 3rd place before Zhao Chen burst onto the martial arts scene. Master Huang was certain if Zhao Chen hadn't rushed to break through to the next level, he could have secured the top spot on the list. Just then, a fat talking cat zoomed past them at breakneck speed, declaring that all these great masters were nothing more than insects to him, and now he wanted to see who among those present could catch up to him. The fat cat turned out to be surprisingly fast, and the whole group rushed after him, hoping not to embarrass themselves in front of this fluffy fat cat. Xinling said that although Yanchen looks indifferent and cold, she is actually very sweet and friendly, and can even compete with the cat. When the young man and his mentors reached the finish line, they wanted to know who had won this sprint. Emperor Boini was forced to admit that his power was sealed. Otherwise, he would never have lost to a human woman. Emperor Boini declared that he could not accept defeat because... But the fat man didn't get to finish. Yanchen grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. The girl soared upward with all her might. He shouted that he would definitely show her and immediately teleported away. Mentor Huang suggested that the others follow her as well, and soon she vanished from sight. Zhao Chen realized that the girl had mastered the shadow of the flying dragon technique. Xingling explained that Yanchen's qi originally belonged to the element of wind, which was compatible with the shadow of the flying dragon technique. Her talent was exceptional. Late evening had fallen in the mountains. The prince lay by the fire. The cat was right there. He was resting on his back after the race and didn't want to do any training. Zhao Chen was about to practice in the space-time cube. The cat promised to refine the pills that would aid in cultivation, and once the cat himself had restored his strength, he would be able to defeat that girl Wang. It was already past midnight. Fat Cat was drooling and said that if the prince didn't come out right away, he would eat all the meat. After quite some time, the young man finally decided to leave the cube after his cultivation session. He was standing by the fire where some delicious meat was roasting. Emperor Boini was manning the grill this time. The young man asked for a piece, but the cat said they would have to share it with one more companion. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a huge second-level two-headed lion appeared. Zhao Chen jumped up and wanted the cat to help him fight the monster. But the fat cat said he needed to relax because he wasn't just grilling meat, he'd also tamed that two-headed lion. While gorging himself on the delicacy, the cat explained, if his power hadn't been sealed, a mere trifle like a two-headed lion would never have become his mount. Zhao Chen relaxed, helped himself to some meat, and said he would look forward to seeing the cat demonstrate his true abilities. But soon a quarrel broke out between the friends over the last piece of roasted meat. In the end, Zhao Chen suggested they stop arguing and return to their mentors in the Magic Wind Gorge. Suddenly, the cat ordered silence and quickly blew out the huge bonfire in a single breath. Zhao Chen scanned the area and realized they were surrounded by about 2,000 warriors, provoked and enraged. Zhao Chen realized that this was most likely because Prince He Xin had learned of their absence from the palace and decided to seize the opportunity to kill the ninth prince. Zhao Chen told Emperor Boini that they needed to prepare for battle, even though the cat desperately wanted to flee. Zhao Chen wasn't sure they had a chance to escape, so it was better to prepare for battle. The cat wanted to use the spirit crystals to summon a flaming firebird. Besides, the cat could create a low-level magic circle. He hoped this circle would hold out for at least a little while. At that moment, one of the soldiers approached and announced to the ninth prince that he was surrounded and would be better off surrendering. Zhao Chen had no intention of talking to just anyone. He demanded that they summon Prince He Xin, and so Ho Xin himself appeared on a massive elephant, admitting that he was surprised the young man hadn't fled and had had the courage to stay. Zhao Chen wanted to see for himself who was trying to kill him. It seemed very brazen, as if Zhao Chen wasn't afraid to die. Zhao Chen looked at his arch-enemy. Did Ho Xin really think all these people could kill him? Of course, one shouldn't assume that just because you're a master of the celestial realm, you can single-handedly stand up to an army. Even the strongest warrior of the celestial realm would be no match for the ferocious elite tiger army. Ho Xin was already getting worked up, seeing that his opponent wasn't afraid of him, but on the contrary was laughing in the face of death. If you think about it, Ho Xin had tried more than once to cause the ninth prince a great deal of trouble, but had constantly failed. It was a pity that he hadn't realized he wouldn't be able to kill Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said since Ho Xin had tried to kill him repeatedly, there was no point in expecting mercy. One of them would die today. Ho Xin was outraged that this insolent man still dared to threaten him, and he ordered the archers to shoot. At that very moment, all the archers nearby fired at Zhao Chen. However, unexpectedly, the arrows turned around and flew back in the opposite direction. And just like that, the archers who had been struck down died from their own arrows and fell to the ground. He Xin couldn't believe it. Had this insolent man truly mastered the legendary art of teleportation? And immediately, the order was given for the swordsman to attack. Zhao Chen began to use his skills, activating both hands at once. This time, both his palms deflected the warrior's attack because there were simply too many of them. Stretching his arms forward and directing his energy at his opponents, the ninth prince effortlessly scattered the swordsman. Finally, the cat leaped out of the bushes and announced that the magic circle was ready. And now a large magic circle had been created in the clearing, with the prince and his cat standing on one side of it. A huge fiery phoenix flew out of the magic circle. It soared high into the sky, then attacked the troops, engulfing them in fire. The warriors had never seen such a creature before and didn't realize they needed to take cover. And soon a huge pit formed where the magic circle had been, with the enemies burning inside it. Zhao Chen was forced to admit that his cat was really cool. He hadn't expected the cat to have such an ability, but suddenly the Emperor of Heaven and Earth declared that they shouldn't just stand there like statues and let the enemies get away. Prince Ho Xin ordered his men to immediately give chase and not let Zhao Chen escape. And then out of nowhere, the cat's pet appeared looking quite formidable. It was a two-headed lion. Zhao Chen and the cat leaped onto the head of this wondrous beast, which was now galloping away. Soon a warrior came to report to Prince Ho Xin that the fugitives had fled to the Valley of the Magic Wind, and detachments of warriors were in pursuit. Ho Xin was very pleased. He understood that Zhao Chen wanted to die since he had fled to the Valley of the Magic Wind. There he would have no chance of survival. But then a messenger galloped up and reported that, unfortunately, General Hua and his troops had already been killed by Zhao Chen. At that moment, right behind the prince, out of nowhere, Zhao Chen appeared. Apparently, he hadn't actually fled after all. The ninth prince asked if Ho Jin dared to fight him personally, one-on-one. Ho Jin didn't understand why he should fight one-on-one, since he had an army of 10,000 fierce tigers who would cut Zhou Chen to pieces with a single blow. The young man replied, if his opponent had such an army, then he too had the right to fight alongside several aides. At that moment, Mentor Huang emerged from the bushes. She hoped that Prince Ho Xin knew what punishment he would face for mobilizing an army without permission, as well as for attacking an academy student. Ho Xin surmised that it was the mentors who had killed his general. The only thing that wasn't clear was how Zhao Chen, the prince of some tiny kingdom, had managed to summon these girls to his aid. Ho Xin clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, greeted the mentors, and said that this was a personal matter between him and Zhao Chen, and he asked the girls not to interfere. Huang Yanqin reminded the prince that his insignificant kingdom had already dared to threaten her twice, and even if she personally killed He Xin, the king of Sifang would be powerless to do anything. Huo Xin continued to point out that although his kingdom of Sifan was of medium size, they had many supporters, and therefore the mentors should think carefully about whether it was worth spoiling their relationship. Ho Xin jumped onto his elephant's head and advised Mentor Huang to consider whether it was worth quarreling with the prince of a medium-sized kingdom for the sake of a prince from an insignificant kingdom. The girl replied that she would simply kill Prince Ho Xin and then see how the kingdom of Sifan could deal with her. Prince Ho Xin was actually terribly cowardly and self-absorbed. He couldn't understand how she dared to threaten him. But the girl was already close by. Not only did she dare to threaten him, but she also struck the self-absorbed Ho Xin, who fell right before his warrior's eyes. The soldiers saw what had happened and decided to avenge their prince's death. But an enraged mentor was already leaping down on them from above, and she had no intention of stopping at just killing Ho Xin. And now the girl was going to give a few more warriors the chance to achieve glory before they died. As soon as Yanqin landed on the ground, some of the warriors were destroyed. But then a new group of warriors decided to avenge the prince and the general. These people don't learn from their mistakes or the mistakes of others. It was clear that in a few moments they would follow their leaders and fellow countrymen. To those who tried to flee, the beauty told them to convey a message to the king of Shifan. If he wished to avenge Prince He Xinyang, he should come to her at any time. Everyone scattered in fear, and now Yanqin told Zhao Chenyu that she had settled the score with the kingdom of Shifan and demanded payment. The girl also reminded him that she had saved the ninth prince's life last time, and he had never repaid her. Now she wanted the space-time treasure, and then they would be even. Zhao Chen said that of course he was grateful to her for killing Prince He Xin, but he was practically certain that the king of Shifang would blame him for it and within 6 months declare war on Yunwu, using this as a pretext. About half a month had passed since then, and now a veritable uproar had erupted within the kingdom of Shifang. The king could not believe that a Xuanbang warrior had dared to kill his son. He demanded to find out everything about this Huang Yanqin immediately and to destroy her and all members of her clan. But then the king's advisor approached him and said that this could not be done. The old man explained that this girl was the 6th princess of the Qianshui kingdom, a highly talented warrior, and the king adored her dearly. King Sifan understood that the girl came from a high-ranking kingdom, one 10 times stronger than his own. However, the advisor reported since they cannot take revenge on Huang Yanqi personally, they can use this opportunity to attack the kingdom of Yunwu. They will announce that He Xin was killed because of the 9th prince, and now the king must pay compensation in the amount of 80 million silver coins. And if he cannot pay, war will break out. Moreover, the kingdom of Yunwu is in turmoil. Many support the 7th prince and wish the 9th prince had never been born. If they agree to the compensation, their treasury will be emptied. If they refuse, they will be defeated. King Yunwu must pay the compensation and hand over the murderer, or else chaos will reign in the kingdom of Yunwu for years to come.